Follow SEN Cricket on Instagram, X and TikTok for all the behind-the-scenes action from Sri Lanka.
Over the wicket at him, he's bowled him! Bowls here to Robinson, edge to taken! That is a shot of an emperor. Facing up on 28, bowls him! Middle stump out of the ground. This is Stark and he's edging, he's caught magnificently! Over the top, out towards long off, does it carry? It does! Bowling to Smith, who lifts him up, what a mighty hit! He's bowled him as well! This is a genius of work. Crawley's wrapped on the pad, they're up, he's out!
That is Test cricket at its finest.
Live from Galle, this is the second test between Sri Lanka and Australia on SEN Test Cricket.
Good morning and welcome back to Galle for SEN Test Cricket for the Henley Mainview Collection. Prices your bank will love and your friends will envy. The only thing that both teams were certain of before this test match is that it would be played at a rapid tempo. A surface so dry and so bare, days out from the first ball made that feel inevitable. So while yesterday's scoreline of 9 for 229 looks a touch pedestrian, it was what it signalled for the days to come that was more telling. From here, get ready for a match destined to speed up. It's unclear what the worth of Sri Lanka's runs are to date, but they definitely won't be for nothing if their spinners can get their claws into the Australian top order today. And if Steve Smith's men still have wickets in hand at the close of play tonight, they'll be in a strong position to press towards a series sweep. I'm Adam Collins, and with me to begin our day up on the roof, as always, is a man who would love to be bowling out there today. It's former Test and Shield spinner Bryce McGain. Good morning to you.
Good morning, Colo, and I think you summed it up beautifully. I think the 229, to be perfectly honest, is good. It's really solid. It wasn't pedestrian. It was what was needed. They accepted that it was going to be difficult to bat on. They were patient, and with a couple of good partnerships, they got their way to this total. It's not a 300 plus. We get that, but I think this game is going to be the sort of low 200s. Hopefully Australia can wrap them up pretty quickly here. Australia might respond with a 200. Then it might be a high 100s, chasing a high 100s. And batting last on here, chasing 160 plus, could be a real challenge.
They can often be the best test, can't they? The sort of 250 against 250 in the first dig, then chaos thereafter.
Yeah, and you just hope to hang on and be the one ahead with your nose ahead at the line.
There is an occasional gap between seeing a scorecard and the lived experience. And yesterday had that. There were periods of volatility where Australia were right on top, taking 4 for 57 in that middle session where Sri Lanka came to a complete halt when they couldn't go up better than 2 and over. But then that outstanding partnership, it was only worth 65, but it was the context of when it came between Kusal Mendis, who resumes today on 59, and Ramesh Mendis, who Mitchell Stark displaced with the second new ball. That just changed the day entirely. 9 for 229, yeah, sure, but it could have easily been all out 160, 170 with Australia getting a good 15 overs with the bat last night.
Yeah, 6 for 150. They were very vulnerable, the Sri Lankans, but as you said, that partnership, they fought their way out. They were patient, and it wasn't because Australia let off the foot on the accelerator, whatever analogy you want to use. They kept on them. But they were very, very resilient, and they had answers for what they were throwing at them, but they accepted how the field was, and they just knocked it around to the outfield by and large. It wasn't blazing it. It wasn't showing all the capabilities of reverse sweep, dance down the wicket, back in your crease. It wasn't all that at once. It wasn't trying to show off we can play this way. It was just what was needed, and I think that was an important part in the game. I think Australia will get a lot out of that. The top 8 batting. I've never often said that. The top 8 for Australia. Only 3 bowlers, of course.
Yeah, I looked at that this morning and thought, well, you know, how this test might shape up. I was thinking about the first test match here in 2022 where Australia came back and there was a massive thunderstorm on day 2, so much so that we had our tent taken down here. There was a grandstand knocked down. But anyway, when they finally got on the field, it was carnage in terms of the amount of volatility in the middle, the amount of spin the Sri Lankan turners were able to generate, and the fact that Australia not only held on but scored at a really decent clip. That'll be interesting to me. Will we see the full range of tricks? Will we see the reverse sweeps from the get-go as they try and score quickly, to speed the game up and put heaps of pressure on Sri Lanka?
Yeah, I think they'll endeavour to do that. They want to play proactive cricket. We saw that with the way that they played in the first test. It was a mammoth total they put up. But I've said it all the way through. what if Sri Lanka took those chances early?
Yeah.
What if they made those reviews? Australia could have been 4 for 100, or if not, in a worse situation than that, they wouldn't have had the platform for a rookie number 5 to come in and go and score a first Test 100, which was absolutely outstanding. But it may have been a little different. That would be how I would be talking to the Sri Lankan team. Take our chances. I was a little concerned that they spent a lot of time playing soccer, not so many catches. They're out doing some catches now, though, which I'm happy to see. But what have you made of Dinesh Chandimal?
Gosh, he's a warrior, isn't he?
In the whole... He hasn't missed yet.
He's a warrior. In these contests, I mean, I think you look at Dinesh Chandimal's numbers across what he does here at Gaul, where he averages the better part of 60, in Sri Lanka, where his average is above 50, and against Australia, where it's close to 50 as well. He's been someone who's stepped up, and you could level the criticism at others. Maybe the former captain, Dimuth Karunaratne. I'm reluctant to criticise him in his final Test match, but averaging low 20s against Australia in a big sample size. But Chandimal's the very opposite of that, and he top scored yesterday with 74. The one criticism here is that he's made it to 70 twice in the series and hasn't been able to go on to make it a big one, but has put them into a situation today where maybe Kusal Mendez could take over. Just looking out towards the middle at the moment, Sri Lankan fielders still doing their catching work. Mitchell Stark's having a trundle as well. He picked up 3 wickets yesterday. He was decisive at the end of play as well, 2 in 2. Ever so close to a Test hat-trick. He's been on many hat-tricks across the journey, Mitchell Stark, and he just missed the outside edge of Nishant Paris. But perhaps the biggest contribution that Mitchell Stark made yesterday were those big size 14 feet thumping into the turf and the way that it's been ripped up. Now, it doesn't look as aggressive now because obviously the pitch has been treated overnight, but those footholes are going to give plenty to aim for. Initially, of course, for the Australian spinners with 1 wicket to get, but through the Test match, what Stark does for right-hand batsmen, he makes it a complete nightmare out there when there's off-spinners in operation. Yeah, and, well, Sri Lanka have 2 very good ones, so it's not going to be easy. Look, it's a good balance, I think, Australia's batting lineup with right and left-handers. Like I think that is maybe one of the reasons why Van der Sar, who bowled pretty well in the first Test, I thought, maybe they thought he was ineffective against the left-handers, who had a great solution, and obviously faced Usman Khawaja reverse swept him quite a lot as he pitched the ball outside the off stump. But maybe that's why they've changed it. But yeah, you're right. Mitchell Stark, I thought his performance with the ball was outstanding. He was so resilient. 16 overs will feel like 26, there's no doubt about it. He would have been feeling it last night. It was taxing, it was hot, but he kept charging in and delivering and then making those decisive blows late in the day. And you can hear through the headsets here the strong breeze again today. Stark bowled into the breeze quite a bit yesterday, didn't he? To get that reverse swing, which was quite interesting. That not so much interesting that he did that, but he did it for an extended spell. 5 overs, middle of the day, running into a pretty stiff sou'wester, was just resilient. I've been really impressed. This summer, I've rarely seen him this good for so long, and it started back, and I know I said it yesterday, but it started back in a Shield game that he chose to play against Victoria at the MCG to go, no, this is going to be where the Test match is going to be played. I need to get familiar. And he was on song there. He was outstanding, Colo, and from there all the way through the summer, he hasn't missed a spell, I don't think. Yeah, and let's remember when it was cricketing crisis for Australia, having lost in Perth, it was Mitchell Stark who picked up a 6-for on their next day of Test cricket, including a wicket, first ball of the match. Jayaswal, he made 100 the week before. So when he needed to step up, he did. He was player of the match there at Adelaide, or it might have been Travis Head. He could have been player of the match. If you were giving Brownlow votes, he would have got at least 2 of them, put it that way. Well, he's at top of his game. It's so pleasing to see. You know, I guess in the latter years of his career, but he's just got it. He just has moulded everything. He knows his preparation. He knows his skill. He's executing so well with the ball, being able to move the new and old ball, and he's so resilient and so confident and relaxed. And looking across the World Test Championship cycle as well, this being the last test of it before we go to the final at Lords on the 11th of June. Stark's got 71 wickets, only behind Cummins with 73 and Bumrah with 77. So again, it's a little tell that he could track it down. He could hunt it down by the time given that Bumrah won't be playing in the final. That's not for nothing that he's still got a Test match to come after this. So, yeah, Kusal Mendez will be the other man who has a bit of a say this morning, provided he can farm a bit of strike and make sure that he's facing the majority of the balls. We'll pick up the conversation with Bharat Sundaresan about Sri Lanka and Kusal Mendez especially. Our coverage is for Henley and the Main View Collection. Prices your bank will love and your friends will envy. Thank you, Bryce. We'll catch you for the first ball in about 20 minutes from now. Here at Gaul, the second morning where Sri Lanka will resume at 9 for 229.
25k off selected Henley completed homes ready to move in. Homes from under $600,000. Live from Gaul. This is the second test between Sri Lanka and Australia on SEN Test Cricket.
Why do active traders choose IG Online Trading? Because they want more. More insight from experienced market analysts. More flexibility for trading on the go. More live info, more simplicity, more human support, and more markets. IG has thousands. So why do active traders choose IG Online Trading? Because IG gives you more. Search more from IG. Trading involves risk to your capital. IG Australia Proprietary Limited, AFSL 515106.
Did you know that Cobram Estate extra virgin olive oil supports heart health when consuming 2 or more 15ml serves per day as part of a balanced diet? Cobram Estate, premium quality, great tasting, and the most awarded Australian extra virgin olive oil.
Installing or upgrading an irrigation system? View the latest from Nutrien Water. Toro universal valve boxes provide maximum protection of underground systems, offering ease of use and installation and adjustment for existing or new irrigation. 25mm poly manifolds are also available in 1, 2, 3 and 4 outlet versions, including fittings like elbows, tees, nipple and end cap, and UV stabilised polyarticulated and rigid risers with a maximum working pressure of 1000 kPa. Visit your local Nutrien Water store or nutrienwaterstore.com.au.
The Women's National Basketball League is back. The season is underway and it's bigger than ever. Featuring 7 of the Opal's bronze medalists from Paris, including Jade Melbourne, Izzy Borlace, Amy Atwell and Sammy Whitcomb, as well as talented imports from the WNBA. The league's brightest stars are ready to light up the court. WNBL, the future is here. Grab your tickets at WNBL.basketball or watch live on ESPN, 9Go or 9Now.
What do you have for me, Q?
A watch, so you're punctual to get your Spectre tint installed.
Spectre, eh? The highest infrared heat rejection. Perfect.
And for backup, you'll also need Nano Ceramic Elite X paint protection. Extra shine, repels dirt, and the odd crossfire.
Very nice.
Could come in handy if you get shaken or stirred in the field.
Spectre Tint and Elite X paint protection. $200 off this month, only at Tintercar.
Bring it back in one piece, James.
Living with diabetes? Ditch finger pricks with Freestyle Libre. Freestyle Libre is a small wearable sensor that monitors your glucose levels and trends and bangs them straight to your phone. Instant up-to-date feedback. No finger pricks. How good is that? And you can trial Freestyle Libre for only $15. Just head to freestylelibre.com.au to find out how. T's and C's apply. Follow directions for use. Read warnings before purchase. Free yourself from finger pricks with Freestyle Libre.
Love your footy? Make sure you head to your local club for the official NRL Vegas watch party. On Sunday, March 2, clubs across the state will be celebrating the start of the NRL season. Plus, there'll be 22 special event hubs hosted by NRL legends serving up Vegas-themed food and fun. Get to an official watch party to take part in 2 exclusive competitions where you'll have the chance to win one of 2 double passes to NRL Vegas 2026, among others. T's and C's apply. Head to yourlocalclub.com.au to find out more.
If you have been the innocent victim of an accident, let Bryce Sawyers help you recover the compensation you deserve. At Bryce Sawyers, we understand the physical, emotional, and financial toll that personal injuries can have on you and your loved ones. That's why we are committed to achieving the best outcome for you and your family. Contact Bryce Sawyers today at 1-800-848-848 or visit brydens.com.au to book an appointment. Who helps you in your time of need? We do.
Strap yourself in for Super Bowl 59, coming to you live from Caesars Superdome, New Orleans, Monday, February 10 on SEN. Catch all the action and insights from our very own expert, Jared Waitley, calling the game. Touchdown. Super Bowl Monday, live on SEN.
25k off selected Henley completed homes ready to move in. Homes from under $600,000. Live from Gaul. This is the second test between Sri Lanka and Australia on SEN Test Cricket.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Mainview Collection prices your bank will love and your friends will envy. We're 15 minutes away from the first ball on day 2. Adam Collins with you. Bharat Sundaresan has jumped up here with me. Kusal Mendis, 59 not out. Look, in all probability, they won't be batting for long, but has got the ability to score at a very quick tempo. Didn't do so when getting in yesterday. Batted very slowly up until tee. Then looked for a time to hit with the spin against Nathan Lyon and put his foot down and closed up shot before stumps were called late yesterday. But a complicated career. He's got 4 Test hundreds here at Gaul, 3 in the last couple of years where he's been averaging 89, but his average across the World Test Championship cycle is just 28. So there's a guy here who has never really lived up to his potential, but at this ground he has seemingly got extra latitude perhaps.
Well, small sample size so far, Adam. Good morning to you. But maybe he is maturing at 30. Like, some mature at 40, like you have. But he's taken, 2 or 3 days into entering his 30s. And there was a very mature innings. He played okay when he was out there in the first test, but then got out to 2 pretty ridiculous shots. He was the one who opened the door for Australia in the first innings. If you remember, on that 4th morning, there was so much weather around. And yesterday, it could easily have gone the same way. At 6 for 150, he could have decided to start playing some shots and then fallen in that fashion. But he trusted Ramesh Mendis, who played his role as well. But he's batted really well. And like you said there, 9 for 229, it's still 65-45 Australia in terms of where this test match stands. Yep. But Kusal Mendis can, and he has the game for it, he can really take the attack to the Australians. If he can score 30-40 quick runs single-handedly, like I said, which he can. Kumar actually showed more grit than some of the other tail-enders yesterday in surviving 12 balls. And then you never know. Suddenly this total goes to 260, 270, and you're like, maybe Sri Lanka are on top, because this pitch, we know, and the Australian team know and the Sri Lankan team know, that will not last for too long. The top layer will go. Yes, they've just manicured it a bit, as you can do at the start of the day's play, but that's the top dust that you see right now will just be evaporated very soon.
They're giving it a good old sweep, and there is a lot of dust coming off this pitch. It's an offshore breeze again, so blowing towards the Gaul Cricket Club as it did at the start yesterday. So nice big barrel waves we can see there in the Indian Ocean over to our right. So presumably Mitchell Starc will begin from our city end to make the most of anything that's left in that second new ball. They did bowl 9 overs with it yesterday, so they should have a little bit still left for him. He picked up 2 wickets with it, and then it'll be straight to spin. And I suspect it'll be spin all day long from both teams. I wonder just how many wickets will fall today. I reckon, I wouldn't doubt that we'll see it'll be like a 13-14 wicket day. And that's not to say that Australia may not still be in a strong position. As we were saying with Bryce before, it could easily be where first innings honours are even and the game really takes hold in the second. It could be sort of a 3rd versus 4th innings type operation. But the scoring rate that Australia go at will be of most interest as well.
The way they've spoken about this pitch, I bumped into Andrew McDonald this morning as well. What Vittori said last evening and what we heard from Steve Smith and most of the others who've been in and around this pitch in the last 3-4 days, you'd expect them to score at a fair tempo. I don't think they trust the surface at all, which means rather than sit back and trust their defense, unless they've seen something that Karunaratne and Chandimal have done, which Vittori spoke about yesterday in the press conference, and they showed that you can survive, you can bat normally for periods, but I wonder whether the Australians will do that. They do have the cushion of having that extra batter, which is why they went that way by adding Cooper Conley to the mix. So I think they'll score quickly like they did 3 years ago in that first test.
I remember when that was defined by actually Pat Cummins hitting, wasn't it? Towards the end, smacking it out towards the fort. But it was Alex Carey, Usman Khawaja, Cameron Green, who all played a role in keeping the pressure on the Sri Lankan spinners and making sure there were very few dot balls. So that'll be something to watch later on. Sri Lanka will have at their disposal Ramesh Mendis, who played in that test in 2022 as well, complementing Prabhav Jayasuriya, who didn't have a good time of it last week. I wonder what kind of pace that Jayasuriya will bowl at. So Sri Lanka bowled first and didn't bowl again. Since then, Australia have bowled 3 times and dramatically quicker. Lyon and Kuhnemann and Murphy last week were all bowling a lot quicker than Jayasuriya was in the first innings. I wonder whether he'll make a small adjustment there given the type of surface.
Yeah, and it's not just about pace, is it, Adam? It's also about putting more on the ball. And I don't think they were, the revs that the Australians have been putting on it, like even Travis Head yesterday, I think was putting more into it than what we saw from Pires and even Jayasuriya. Jayasuriya plays a different role for Sri Lanka than what even Nathan Lyon does. He does the old Rangana Hera thing where he obviously doesn't have the same variety of Rangana Hera. No. He's close to him, but he'll just wheel away from the fourth end while the others attack from this end. They don't have the leg spinner, so they'll have to depend a lot on the other off spinners. And I think the one big bonus for them is Dhananjaya De Silva expected to bowl because he's a wily customer.
Do we know why he didn't bowl last week?
We were told that it was a hip strain or one of those things, so that's why he didn't bowl. So I saw him warming up yesterday, and that it's pretty important. That's a vital element to their bowling lineup because he won't bowl long spells, but like Travis Head, he does get the ball to spin a lot.
Yeah, and he's enjoyed success with the ball against Australia. Speaking of niggles, what's the story with Josh Inglis?
Back spasm is the official call from the Australian dressing room. So look, he was off the field for quite a while, so he bats at number 5, so it should be fine unless Australia have a collapse in terms of when he gets to bat, if he can stick to his position. But he was out there in the morning. I didn't see him do any major stretches, just a bit towards the end of their warm-up session. I'm looking forward to seeing whether he joins Australia on the field at the start of play. I think he will. Just looking at his body language this morning.
What are the regulations now around how low he would need to bat? It used to be number 7, didn't it?
Yeah, but I think now it comes down to the number of overs as well. The number of overs he was out there, because they all get added up, right, across both innings. So if he now just comes back onto the field, that counts, and also the number of overs Australia face.
Right.
So the number of overs in the match counts to how many overs he needs to be, or how many overs he'll have to sit out before he can play an active role.
I love the old light roller here as well, Baz. It requires 3 people to operate it, dragging the light roller. So it is making a bit of a dent here. They're rolling it before play as ever. It'll go over the top of that bird poo as well. That's on a good length that we saw on television before.
That is correct. A big patch of bird poo right there. I think
it happened during the pitch report when Russell Arnold was down there. So we'll have Russell joining us on the coverage. You can tell us all about that. Baz, thank you. Well, I didn't get your prediction. How many wickets today do you think?
I'm predicting a Manas day. I know I predict a lot of Manas days. I think Australia will end the day 7 down, so 8 wickets.
8 wicket day for you. I'm going with 13. I'm bullish on just how much this pitch might deteriorate. We will see momentarily, because we are only 7.5 minutes away from the resumption here at Gaul. Our coverage is for the Henley Main View Collection. Prices your bank will love and your friends will envy. On the other side of the break, the first ball of day 2, Sri Lanka resuming at 9 for 229.
25k off selected Henley completed homes ready to move in. Homes from under $600,000. Live from Gaul. This is the second test between Sri Lanka and Australia on SEN Test Cricket.
Why do active traders choose IG Online Trading? Because they want more. More insight from experienced market analysts. More flexibility for trading on the go. More live info, more simplicity, more human support, and more markets. IG has thousands. So why do active traders choose IG Online Trading? Because IG gives you more. Search more from IG. Trading involves risk to your capital. IG Australia Proprietary Limited, AFSL 515106.
Did you know that Cobram Estate extra virgin olive oil supports heart health when consuming 2 or more 15ml serves per day as part of a balanced diet? Cobram Estate, premium quality, great tasting, and the most awarded Australian extra virgin olive oil.
Love your footy? Make sure you head to your local club for the official NRL Vegas watch party. On Sunday, March 2, clubs across the state will be celebrating the start of the NRL season. Plus, there'll be 22 special event hubs hosted by NRL legends serving up Vegas-themed food and fun. Get to an official watch party to take part in 2 exclusive competitions where you'll have the chance to win one of 2 double passes to NRL Vegas 2026, among others. T's and C's apply. Head to yourlocalclub.com.au to find out more.
The Women's National Basketball League is back. The season is underway and it's bigger than ever. Featuring 7 of the Opals bronze medalists from Paris, including Jade Melbourne, Izzy Borlase, Amy Atwell and Sammy Whitcomb, as well as talented imports from the WNBA. The league's brightest stars are ready to light up the court. WNBL, the future is here. Grab your tickets at WNBL.basketball or watch live on ESPN, 9 Go or 9 Now.
Sheen Panel Service.
If you've had a car accident, call Sheen first. We'll handle your repair process from start to finish and provide an accident replacement vehicle at no cost to you. Rest assured, we use genuine parts and provide you with a lifetime guarantee on all repairs. So remember, call Sheen first on 1300 Repair. We'll take care of the rest at one of our 27 locations across Victoria.
Sheen Panel Service.
T's and C's apply.
Are you suffering from an injury that wasn't your fault? At Bryden's Lawyers, we understand the challenges you face. Our team of experienced personal injury lawyers are here to protect your needs and provide guidance and support every step of the way. For a risk-free, no-obligation assessment of your claim, contact Bryden's Lawyers today at 1-800-848-848 or visit brydens.com.au. Who helps you in your time of need? We do. Terms and conditions apply.
Are you wanting stylish, family-friendly flooring solutions without breaking the bank? Then now is the time. The Spaces for Living Affordable Sale is back at Choices Flooring, with savings across a range of carpet, timber, luxury vinyl and window furnishings. Visit choicesflooring.com and download the Spaces for Living Affordable Sale catalogue, packed full of savings and inspiration. Or visit your nearest Choices Flooring showroom to find out more.
Living with diabetes? Ditch finger pricks with Freestyle Libre. Freestyle Libre is a small wearable sensor that monitors your glucose levels and trends and bangs them straight to your phone. Instant up-to-date feedback. No finger pricks. How good is that? And you can trial Freestyle Libre for only $15. Just head to freestylelibre.com.au to find out how. T's and C's apply. Follow directions for use. Read warnings before purchase. Free yourself from finger pricks with Freestyle Libre.
Stay on the ball while you're on the road. The SEN app is now available on Apple CarPlay, so you can keep up with all the big moments, expert commentary, and the latest news. When it happens in sport, SEN has you covered. Find the SEN app on Apple CarPlay.
25k off selected Henley completed homes ready to move in. Homes from under $600,000. Live from Gaul. This is the second test between Sri Lanka and Australia on SEN Test Cricket. The first session for Crown. All the action. It's happening at Crown.
SEN Test Cricket for the Henley Mainview Collection. Prices your bank will love and your friends will envy. The players are early. The Australian team have gone out to the middle 2.5 minutes before the scheduled start of play, followed by the Sri Lankans. Adam Collins with you, Bryce McGain with me. The problem here is, of course, common sense will not prevail. They will be held up until 10 o'clock local time. That's the way these things work for This Is Cricket. Hello.
Well, it goes to show, Colo, that the Australians are really keen. They're out there, they're waiting, they're in position just about now, and we've got 3 minutes to wait. So, good signs that Australia are keen to wrap this up very quickly.
I assume that we would see Mitchell Starc from our city end. It's going to be Nathan Lyon, who bowled so beautifully yesterday. The setup to Karuna Ratner, the squeeze of Matthews, the way he picked up Nasanka in his first over, up to 150 wickets in this continent of Asia at better than 30. He'd love to get a fourth here to finish it.
I think he deserved it. He bowled superbly. The breeze was, again, it had this format yesterday where the breeze is coming from the north before it does swing around from the southwest. So he's got the breeze at his back. He bowled from this end and was superb. He just bowled a spell where he's just in a groove. The ball was drifting in and dropping and getting it to bite off the surface, and his slider was a lethal delivery as well. So he's just got such good control at the moment. So the field is spread a little bit here.
Yes, with Kusal Mendez on strike, they've got 4 back on the leg side and a short leg. So lots of territory to work with to take one, but I don't expect he'll want to with Kumara down the other end. On the offside, deep backward point, deepish mid-off, and a cover who is making his way out there. Not quite sure how far he'll go. Nathan McSweeney to sub, suggesting Inglis remains off. We'll have a look at that in a moment. Yeah, he's giving him the single as well. So 7 singles on offer and 2 catching men. 1 at short leg, 1 at slip.
Gentlemen, let's play.
Plays called, 30 seconds only. Love to see it. Nathan Lyon will start round the wicket from our city end. Kusal Mendez resuming on 59 at 9 for 229. Day 2 begins here on SEN Test Cricket. Lyon delivers, and it spins hard into the gloves of Carey down the leg side. Doesn't quite get the radar right first ball. Lyon, 3 wickets yesterday, the first 3 to fall. 3 for 78, bowled 30 overs. Put in a big shift.
Come on, Gary.
3 long spells. Line up, second ball, wind blowing. Kusal Mendez goes back and works it out to deep mid-wicket. No single, and you can hear Alex Carey calling 2, have a go. But they won't be doing that second ball of the day, Bryce. We know what game they're playing.
A couple of interesting boundary riders out there, Bo Webster and Usman Khawaja at long on.
Yes.
Wouldn't see that in a T20 game, but
no,
nonetheless, that's where they're positioned at the moment.
Khawaja with a double baggy green, as he's been used to doing in recent years. Lyon bowls here. Kusal pushes out towards Lyon and Webster and Khawaja, and they can take it as easy as they want, as there's no way they're taking a single from the third ball of the over.
Lyon doing the escorting.
Yes.
Put the lights and sirens on just to take the ball out to the outfield.
I love how Khawaja is always the one who wants the second baggy green to wear it backwards over his own green cap.
Did it with the floppy late yesterday.
Yes, Lyon in. Kusal pushes back towards him, a little bit of a leading edge, but doesn't make it back to the bowler. So, with 2 balls left in the set, the field will change. Steve Smith claps the hands, so to speak. Up comes, not in a Jardine way, up comes mid-on. Staying back is Webster at deep mid-wicket. Cooper Connolly at deep backward square, inside the circle, so to speak. Comes square leg, short fine, short third, cover, mid-off. So they're allowing him to have a crack through the offside if he wishes. And Marnus Labuschagne's going to jump out into mid-wicket as well in the short sleeve shirt. Normally wears the long sleeves, Marnus.
Yeah.
So Lyon to Kusal. He sweeps and he gets it fine of the man on the 45. It'll run away for 4. First runs of day 2. Nicely played, got the angle right. Kusal Mendez to 63. 9 for 223 Sri Lanka.
Yeah, Lyon looking to just bowl into the leg side, and often when you do that as a spinner, you end up dragging it down the leg side, and he did. Helped it on its way on a fine sweep. So this is an important delivery. So it's nearly a perfect over by Kusal Mendez. Being able to get the boundary. Now he needs the 1.
Line up, staying around the wicket. Kusal goes back and works the angle again. Straight to short fine. Throw is not accurate. Had it been accurate, Kumara would have been having to dive, I reckon, to make his ground. End of the over. 5 runs from it. 9 for 234. That was Matt Kuhneman round the corner. Kusal crucially keeps the strike as well on 64.
Yeah, he got picked off there a little bit. Maybe feeling the fatigue of 30 overs yesterday. Legs aren't quite as dynamic as what they were at the start of play yesterday, but I'm sure he'd much prefer to bowl to the number 11.
That's the game within a game. Yeah, how quickly can they be bowling at number 11? Matt Kuhneman, who bowled 30 overs yesterday himself, 2 for 54. He'll take up the attack from the Gaul Fort end. All the numbers on the tyre power scoreboard. Big Brands, better buys.
Don't be surprised if Kusal Mendez takes him on. This is with the breeze. He's hitting with the breeze now. The breeze will swing around later in the day. We know that. The prevailing winds here. But he's every chance to take him on and hit towards the fort.
Come on, Arnold.
So Matt Kuhneman. 2 yesterday, including a stumping, which you'll be really happy with. His 3rd of the tour. Struck twice after tee. Round the wicket to Kusal. Field spread, catches the call, but he gets it wide of the man at cover. Out to deep mid-off. Parries it over the boundary. Mitchell Stark had a lot of work to do, wheeling around from long off. He struck that so well. Up to 68, Kusal Mendez. Crucial runs. 9 for 238.
We just waited on the ball, and it was the rapid bat movement at the point of contact, and it flew off the blade. They're going to protect that bat, that area even more. Stop the boundary. Mendes. Important runs here. 9 of them so far this morning.
He's made important runs against Australia before. Kuhnemann to Kusal here, goes back and watches it into the gloves. Averaging 34 before this innings against the Aussies, but that big 176 at Candy back in 2016, which was his first test ton, coming in at 2 for not many, having conceded a big first innings deficit. Kuhnemann bowls, Kusal goes back, steers to backward point and takes the single, interestingly, being the third ball of the over. So trusting Kumara with Kuhnemann, 9 for 239. I'm not sure about that. If you're doing the milk to strike game, I don't think you should be taking singles third ball.
Maybe there's a lot more comfort in facing the ball spinning in than away. I don't know. They've taken it 10 runs so far today. Now the field comes in. He has plenty of mates, Kamara. They're all coming into the party. There's a leg slip. That's Bo Webster on the fine one. Well, a short leg behind square his head.
He's a proper number 11, Kumara. Certainly at this level, a high score of 13 not out in 34 test matches. So give some context to why. Boxed in, 5 catches. He's in behind it forward. Shout for leg before, but there's an inside edge. So he's one of these rare beasts who, gets around with a test average of less than 5 or fewer than 5. At first class level, that goes up to 8.5. So, but no half centuries in 80 innings. Kamara facing Kuhnemann, left arm over the wicket, spins sharply back towards the pads and he knocks it down to silly point. One of those 5 catching men. Slip, silly point, couple of short legs and a leg slip. Love to see it.
No great foot movement. Ball before did turn quite sharply for Kuhnemann. Probably heading down leg side in actual fact.
Kuhnemann bowls again. Kamara in behind it, defending competently. One more ball to get through, yep. My apologies, that is the end of the over. They're 1 ball further than I thought. 9 for 239 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Kamara yet to score, Mendes 69.
Why do active traders choose IG Online Trading? Because they want more. More insight from experienced market analysts. More flexibility for trading on the go. More live info, more simplicity, more human support, and more markets. IG has thousands. So why do active traders choose IG Online Trading? Because IG gives you more. Search more from IG. Trading involves risk to your capital. IG Australia Proprietary Limited, AFSL 515106.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. Call 1-800-646464. Line to Kusal Mendes on 69. Round the wicket to him here, using his feet down towards long off where there's a fielder. No single. So playing against the spin, making good contact. He's added 10 runs this morning. All of the runs that Sri Lanka have added. 9 for 239. Tyre Power scoreboard. Big brands, better buys. Kusal's got 400s on this ground. Lines to him here, goes back and defends. And averaging nearly 90 here in the last couple of years.
It's extraordinary. You can be that comfortable. Probably the toughest spin conditions anywhere.
His average elsewhere, not crash hot. This is the ground where he does it. Line to Kusal, goes back and pulls and short leg ducks. That's Marnus Labuschagne, but there's no single out to Bo Webster at deep square leg, deep mid wicket rather, at this stage of the over anyway.
I wonder how much of it is the confidence in playing the conditions, but also just the mindset of how good he feels pulling in.
Line bowls, Kusal goes back and works it out to deep mid wicket. Does take a single from the 4th ball of the over. He's 79 for 240. Well, he got a big 240 here, which is what Sri Lanka are on right now against Ireland a couple of years ago. 106 not out against New Zealand last year. That was when he was relegated to number 7. The first innings after being taken from 5 to 7, made 100 here against the travelling Black Caps. Another 100 against Ireland and 191 against Bangladesh here back in 2017. As we mentioned last week, he was the 2nd leading run scorer in the world in 2018 before falling off a cliff. What he would give for another 30 runs here. Can Kumara play his role? 15 dots for him so far. 5 catches, 3 on the offside for line, 2 on the leg side. Round the wicket to the number 11. Bowls here, Kumara bisects the fielders. He's off the mark.
He wants 2.
Take him. Go on.
Gets 1, comes back for the 2nd, and he's through. Good batting. So between short leg and leg slip went the inside edge. Kumara off the mark. He's a couple. 9 for 242.
Come on, Gaza. Come on, Gaza.
Not much of a shot, but it worked. Just on the defence, an angled bat, took the edge. He gets 2.
Lyon to finish his over. The 93rd of the innings, and Kamara defends competently. Out to Khawaja at cover. End of the 93rd over, 9 for 242. Kamara 2. Mendes 7 of the Kusal variety, and that's on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Big brands, better buys.
Why do active traders choose IG Online Trading? Because they want more. More insight from experienced market analysts. More flexibility for trading on the go. More live info, more simplicity, more human support, and more markets. IG has thousands. So why do active traders choose IG Online Trading? Because IG gives you more. Search more from IG. Trading involves risk to your capital. IG Australia Proprietary Limited, AFSL 515106.
Our batting partner throughout the series is IG Online Trading. Why do active traders choose IG? Because IG gives you more. Matt Kuhnemann round the wicket, fought end, bowls the Kusal field spread, sweeping against the spin, gets it straight at deep mid-wicket, work to do, just cut off, they come back for 2. Good shot. If you're going to get it out there, you've got to make it 2 early in the over. He knows that. Up to 72, 9 for 244, 15 runs this morning.
Yeah, lovely shot. Very well played, and I know there's people back home wanting to sync up with the tally. We appreciate that.
I know.
Having a bit of a hurdle, just reset your phone and give it another crack. It's working.
Kuhnemann bowls here, sweeping again, top edge, hangs in the air, towards long on it runs, doesn't quite get to the point where Khawaja can dive. Had he been an Olympic sprinter, maybe, but he isn't. Kusal 73, 9 for 245. Well, they didn't take the single in the end. They went back to where they started when they realised it wasn't carrying. Instinct nearly took over. They nearly took the one there. Bounced it out 3 metres in front of Usman Khawaja. Was trying to sweep it out to deep mid-wicket.
Come on, boys.
Something of a leading edge.
Changing fielding. Usman comes into the circle. Someone a bit more dynamic along on.
Kuhnemann bowls, hard spun, off break, well wide of the off stump. Yes, so Khawaja's the one man inside the one-day fielding circle at extra cover, in addition to the catcher Smith. Everyone else spread. 4 on the offside, 3 on the leg side with Kuhnemann in operation to Mendes. Trying to spin it away from him. Bowls here, Kusal plays out to deep backward point off the front foot to Travis Head. 4th ball of the over. They oblige and take the single. 73 for him, 9 for 245 Sri Lanka. Frustrating times. They need to make these 2 balls count. The ones at Kamara.
Yeah, and often the spinners can try too hard. Line last over, just put it under the batsman's eyes, and that's just an easy forward defence. There's lean on that after getting worked off an inside hedge for 2 runs.
So Kuhnemann's going to go round the wicket to Kamara, left arm round. The catching configuration will be slip, second slip, silly point, leg, gully, short leg.
I like this. This brings LBW right into play now. He's not pitching it way outside off stump and spinning it to the stumps. Around the wicket, left arm around to the left-hand batter.
Kuhnemann passes umpire Holdstock, bowls here close to the stumps. Kamara, outside part of the bat, spills away to backward point. It's now the number 11 is declining singles. With 1 ball left in the over.
Come on, Hino.
Matt Kuhnemann or Hino to his mates. Last ball of his set. Bowls here, forward. Kamara nearly rolls back towards the stumps. Has the presence of mind to knock it away. End of the over, 9 for 245. 2 for Kamara, 73 for Kusal on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Big brands, better buys.
Did you know that Cobram Estate Extra Virgin Olive Oil supports heart health when consuming 2 or more 15ml serves per day as part of a balanced diet? Cobram Estate, premium quality, great tasting, and the most awarded Australian extra virgin olive oil.
Living with diabetes? Ditch finger pricks with Freestyle Libre, the wearable sensor that monitors glucose levels straight to your phone. Trial it now for only $15 at freestylelibre.com.au. T's and C's apply. Follow directions for use.
First session, day 2 here at Gaul for Crown. It's happening at Crown. Not quite happening for Australia yet. They've conceded 16 runs for this final wicket.
Come on, Gary.
Lyon bowling to Kusal. Short leg, the only catcher. Mid-wicket as well. Lyon bowls, goes back and hits it into short leg. That didn't tickle Marnus Labuschagne. Hit him on the back of the leg. So not Travis Head in there, interestingly. Normally it's Head under the lid for the spinner line. Occasionally Marnus, but it's been Head more often than not. in the firing line. Line up, bowls to Kusal. Tries to sweep, does sweep. Gets it in the gap for 4. Great shot. Had to bisect the two fielders, Cooper Connolly and Matt Kuhneman back there as well, and did so to perfection. Up to 77. Sri Lanka ticking the board over here. They're up to 9 for 249. Well, what they would have given for 20 runs this morning. We spoke about that, Bryce. If they can get to 250, it feels significant. They're one away from that now.
Slipped away.
Come on, guys.
Line 3 for 90. Kusal on 77. Field spread. Bowls here. Goes back down the leg side. Is there an edge? Carey thinks so. Line appeals turned down by umpire Wilson. They've got a couple of reviews. How confident are they that that was glove instead of thigh pad? I ponder.
Steve Smith went for it.
The clock's not ticking down to 0. They are going upstairs. Yep. So Steve Smith with a couple of reviews. Why not? Given it is Kusal Mendez and it is 9 down.
Had to find where he was. Walked out of some other spot and slipped. So they'll have a look. I think it's just flicked the pad on the way through. Maybe a bit of thigh pad as he
interestingly,
went to glance it.
Nathan Lyon's taken his cap and he's walking off the field. Lyon's convinced he's got the wicket. You don't see that so often. Maybe the batters told them.
Yeah, maybe said, yeah, I got it. Yeah, he knows.
Yeah, he knows. Chris Gaffney is going to go through the process anyway, but it looks like they've been dismissed for 249 based on the body language out in the middle. So
the message will come down to umpire Wilson.
Watching the first replay here, it was outside the leg stump. And Kusal, looks like he's gloved it. Yeah. Or maybe face of the bat. Yeah, we'll get a second look here from the...
It's right up there.
Either way,
turn and bounce.
Nice take from Alex Carey. Had to...
Gee, that's good.
Had to go with it, didn't he? And it will be... Well, okay. There is no spike.
He knows he's hit it.
There is no spike.
He's already thumped his pad. He knows he's hit it.
Sometimes off the face of the bat. We saw this during the Border Gavaskar. You don't see a clear spike when it's face of the bat.
And the bat is actually moving from along with the ball. He's not going out at the ball.
Confirmed by umpire Wilson. His decision was right. So, I mean, the difference with that...
Well, it's wrong.
The difference with that, with what we saw with Jaiswal, was that there was a clear deflection on the screen, which gave the third umpire the evidence base he required to overturn it. That one a bit different. It was a glancing blow. There was no clear deflection. I mean, it looks like he hit it, sure, but in order to overturn it, he's got to see the ball change direction in the absence of a spike. And I don't think he could do that there, umpire Gaffney. So, despite the fact that they all thought he hit it...
Well, he knew he hit it because he thumped his pad. He was walking off.
They're not always reliable narrators, though, are they, Bryce batters? They sometimes think they have and think they haven't.
Yeah, well, that's true. So that'd be one where there's no friction. It's gone with the ball, and it's such a fine little... You would feel it on the bat. But anyhow, he's not out.
Good time to bring in our resident great umpire, Bharat Sundaresan. Hello, Baz.
Yeah, Adam. I was just watching the replay and watching the umpire's body language as well. Joel wasn't sure.
So Lyon goes again. Hasn't got a fourth. 9 for 249. Mendez 77. Placed the mid-wicket where there won't be a single. 2 balls left in the over. So a change in field now. The umbrella retracts. At least a little bit. They'll keep 3 out on the leg side because they know that at this point, Kusal Mendez has got his iron and he's sweeping well.
Come on, guys.
Batting really well. 20 crucial runs already put on the board this morning.
So 4 inside the circle on the leg side, packed leg side field, bowling with a 3-6 line. Round the wicket, 2 left in the over. Kusal sweeps, gets it fine of Carey for 4. Got down low, just enough on it. 4 runs for Kusal. Mendez takes him into the 80s. He was 59 when he started just 18 minutes ago on this second morning. And Sri Lanka get beyond the 250 barrier. 9 for 253. Nice piece of batting. Misdirected delivery from Nathan Lyon.
It's the second one he's really missed his line with this morning, and both times Kusal Mendez has made him pay for it.
I think he's tried to fire that one down there as I can get a dot ball by getting it down there. No, beautiful little sweep, under edge.
Yep. Last ball, line to Kusal, bowls here, sweeps, beats square leg, out the deep backward square. They get the one they want. He'll keep the strike on 82. century could happen here. You'll need to keep the strike to do it. 9 for 254 after 95 overs on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Big brands, better buyers. Great start to Sri Lanka today.
Are you wanting stylish, family-friendly flooring solutions without breaking the bank? Then now is the time. The Spaces for Living Affordable Sale is back at Choices Flooring, with savings across a range of carpet, timber, luxury vinyl and window furnishings. Visit choicesflooring.com and download the Spaces for Living Affordable Sale catalogue, packed full of savings and inspiration. Or visit your nearest Choices Flooring showroom to find out more.
9 for 254. SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. Call 1-800-646464. Matt Kuhneman now has the task of trying to wrap this up. Bowling to Kusal on 82. Will he try and go big and take him down this over? Hitting with the wind. Kuhneman round the wicket. Kusal tries to sweep the first ball. It spins to Smith at first slip. A sign of things to come. That's turned huge.
Well bowled. That was more overspin, slower, higher, shorter, so he had to reach on the sweep. That does bring in the top edges, and he missed it. And it took all the turn to first slip.
Kuhneman delivers, fires this one in, bit quicker, leg stump line, pushed out to Khawaja at cover, no run. 92 kilometres an hour.
No, you had asked the question if he'll take him on, use the breeze. Clearly he intends to do that. This one was slightly flatter and quicker, so decided to defend it, but he'll go for it again.
3 back on the leg side, a gap at cow corner. Bowls here, leg off stump, way outside the off stump, heaps of spin, and he just gets the bat out far enough to deflect it to Travis Head at backward point. Takes the single from the third ball of the over. Mendes 83, 9 for 255. Back to Kamara, he's 2 from 19.
Just the kind of morning that can shift momentum, can't it? In a what we expect to be a low-scoring test and a fast-paced test. It's the kind of partnership that can annoy Australia. They would have come here this morning. The openers, I'm sure, are already thinking about their batting. You could see Usman Khawaja was almost off the field when the DRS verdict came out on the field, and Travis Head wasn't too far behind him.
Well, Lyon had his baggy green, and he was about to. I mean, they worked out late that there was going to be nothing on hotspot, or nothing on sticko rather, or whatever we're calling it these days. Ultra edge, third time's the charm. Kuhneman bowls here to Kamara. 3 left in the over. Defends to Silly Point. These balls are so important when the number 11's on strike.
And for someone who averages 4 with the bat, come back into the side, Lahiru Kumar has shown all his experience. He's put a price on his wicket, so it's very impressive to see.
Kuhneman, 2 left. Bowls to Kamara, who gets in behind it. Well bowled. Plays to Silly Point. No single there. Travis Head does the fielding. Not Travis Head. Who's in there at Silly Point?
McSweeney.
That's McSweeney, McDreamy. There he is. 5 catching then. Last ball of the over, and he beats him on the outside edge with the slider. The quicker one from Kuhneman to finish. It means that Mendes gets the strike back on 83 at 9 for 255 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Big brands, better buys.
Why do active traders choose IG Online Trading? Because they want more. More insight from experienced market analysts. More flexibility for trading on the go. More live info, more simplicity, more human support, and more markets. IG has thousands. So why do active traders choose IG Online Trading? Because IG gives you more. Search more from IG. Trading involves risk to your capital. IG Australia Proprietary Limited, AFSL 515106.
Our first session is for Crown. It's happening at Crown. Not happening for Australia as yet. 9 for 255. Inglis off the field, so as we noted earlier, he'll have to wait a decent time to bat. Could well have to bat at 7.
Yeah. That will be quite the adjustment that Australia will have to make to their batting lineup. I wonder whether it'll be Cooper Conley or Bo Webster who gets the promotion.
Yep.
So I can't see them moving Alex Carey from 6.
Square leg.
Might well depend on who's batting out there to maintain that left-right thing.
So Nathan Lyon to continue. That familiar field and bowling to Mendes. They're plugging up one gap here on the sweep. So 2 back behind square on the rope. Bowls here. Reverse sweep. First ball is a deep backward point. So it goes straight to him. Doesn't quite get it square enough to bisect that pair and run away for 4. Stays on 83. So with the sweep plugged up, Bryce, time for some reversing against the spin. Partnership worth 31 from 60 balls. Critical runs. Line delivers wider on the crease, using his feet, smacking it, mowing it down to long on. There won't be one, though, not at the start of the over.
Well, he wanted to go aerial. It got a bit of an under edge on the angled bat. He wanted to hoy that over on big style.
Line bouncing up away from our city end. Delivers here. Kusal goes back to cut. Thumps it into the turf. Third ball of the over. They're comfortable taking ones from that delivery. 84 for him. 9 for 256 Sri Lanka.
Frustrates a lot of people, this type of cricket, doesn't it, where you try and get a batter off, coming through on the text machine is, why not try and get him out? Well, they're trying to, I'm sure, but they don't want him. They want to limit the damage, but the damage has happened. These are big runs for the last wicket, heading to stumps at 229.
Go on, guys.
Standard 32.
Remarkable. Yeah. 27 runs.
Yeah, 27 this morning. Yes, yeah. So back to 5 catches with Line bowling to the number 11 Kumara. He's on 2 from 22. Goes back and defends from the leg stump line to short leg.
Yeah, and what it does do, these extra runs, means that Australia would not have wanted to bat more than once. That would have been their plan A, because you don't know how the pitch will be in the second innings, or at worst not chase anything more than 40-50 in the fourth innings.
Line has to stay patient. Bowls to Kumara, leg stump line again. Well defended. Bat and pad glued together.
And now with 256 on the board, that'll mean Australia will need to get at least 400 to be in a position to do that. And that'll take some batting on this pitch.
Will it ever? Getting 400 on this will be the equivalent of the 650 odd they racked up last week, surely.
Last ball coming up. Critical delivery. It's Kumara and his party of 7.
So Labuschagne goes into gully on his hands and knees. The change in field. Line around the wicket and he defends from the middle stump line. Great batting from the number 11. Line hands on his knees. 2 from 25 Kumara. But the strike goes back to Mendes. He's on 84 at 9 for 256. Tyre Power scoreboard. Big brands, better buys.
Why do active traders choose IG Online Trading? Because they want more. More insight from experienced market analysts. More flexibility for trading on the go. More live info, more simplicity, more human support, and more markets. IG has thousands. So why do active traders choose IG Online Trading? Because IG gives you more. Search more from IG. Trading involves risk to your capital. IG Australia Proprietary Limited, AFSL 515106.
Our first session is for Crown. It's happening at Crown, a partnership of 32, the third biggest of the innings for Sri Lanka. Unbroken for the 10th wicket so far.
6 for 150 they were when Kusal Mendes was joined by Ramesh Mendes, and Kusal Mendes himself was still batting at 4 or 5 at that point. What an innings this has been from the now experienced wicketkeeper batter.
Yep, a guy who I've been fascinated with for some time. Kusal Mendes on 84. Will he try and take on Kuhnemann here? First ball gives him the stumps, cuts hard out to backward point. Travis Head does the fielding, no single. Not that they want a single.
That's the advantage of starting your career very young like he did. He's still just 30, so he could still have a second chapter to his test career where he bats to his potential.
Kuhnemann up, fort end, lights it up, sweeping, attempted sweep at least. His Kusal Mendes doesn't make contact. Balloons off Carey's wicket-keeping pads.
And he's shown us today that he's, or over the last couple of days now, that he's got different layers to his game, different levels to his game.
Kuhnemann up closer to the stumps, gives him the stumps again at the striker's end, Kusal Mendes, before opening up the blade and allowing it to trickle out to Travis Head at backward point. Takes one, he's 85. Back to that 3 balls for Kumara, 9 for 257.
Australia clearly would be getting frustrated now. It's not that Mendes has kept Kumara completely off the strike. He's offered Kumara at least 3 balls every over to them. They just haven't been able to break through his defenses. And Kumara, to his credit, has not swung at anything. Put a good old price on it.
Sorry, team. Bit of fuzz through the effects there. Kuhnemann up. Bowls here, 5 catching men. Oh, goes second slip. Nice take from Webster. That'll be that. Kumara is the final wicket to fall. Kuhnemann gets a third. They're all out for 257. A sharp chance at second slip. Mendes, unbeaten 85. They needed to make the most of bowling at the number 11, and at last they did. Bo Webster to his right. Sharp take. Sri Lanka have done very nicely this morning, adding 28 further runs, but the job is done for Australia. Sri Lanka all out 257, Bryce McGain.
Well bowled, sliding across around the wicket, sliding across the left-hander, and a really, really sharp catch. That was a tough catch, and he made it look simple, but it was not. It was far from simple. A real sharp one outside his right foot, low down, and Big Bo Webster got the big scratches around it and hung on. And, well, more than frustration, these are valuable runs, Bharat.
Oh, it's taken Sri Lanka's total from being a decent one to potentially one which may have even pushed them slightly ahead in this test match. 257 is a lot of runs, and especially in the position they were in just after the tea break yesterday when Dinesh Chandimal was stumped for 70. Kusal Mendes take a bow. It's tremendous innings, but it took a great catch. In my opinion, the best slip catcher in Australia currently, Bo Webster, to bring an end to it. And what Sri Lanka have also done is made Kuhnemann and Lyon bowl a lot of overs. Yes, it is spin, but it is tiring work out there. And Nathan Lyon, just the few deliveries he bowled down the leg side today, Bryce, looked a little tired as well.
He did. He looked a little weary, a little stiff, if you like, for the old fella. Now he's got 34. That didn't come out well at all. He's got 34 overs under the belt, and we were always concerned just with three specialist bowlers whether what was going to happen in that second innings. How were they going to perform? Could they hold it together? They're a little exposed now.
So Sri Lanka were 9 for 229 this morning, and they advanced their score to 257, a final wicket stand of 33. The not-out man, Kusal Mendes, made 85 for Australia, and he top-scored as well. The other half-century yesterday was Dinesh Chandimal. He made 74 for Australia. 3 wickets apiece for Mitchell Starc, 3 for 37. Matt Kuhnemann, 3 for 63. And Nathan Lyon, who got the first 3 yesterday, 3 for 96. Travis Head, the other wicket taker, 1 for 31. Bo Webster, none for 13. And Cooper Connolly on debut, none for 12. We'll take a break here at Gaul. Sri Lanka all out for 257 early on the second day. Our coverage is for Henley Holmes. Call 1-800-646464.
Love your footy? Make sure you head to your local club for the official NRL Vegas watch party. On Sunday, March 2, clubs across the state will be celebrating the start of the NRL season. Plus, there'll be 22 special event hubs hosted by NRL legends serving up Vegas-themed food and fun. Get to an official watch party to take part in 2 exclusive competitions where you'll have the chance to win one of 2 double passes to NRL Vegas 2026, among others. T's and C's apply. Head to yourlocalclub.com.au to find out more.
Hungry Jack's NBL is back.
The NBL is what dreams are made of. Greatness is within reach. No limits, only endless possibilities.
We grind, we hustle, because every moment matters, and big dreams demand it.
Gets the drive-by, knocks it down!
Watch live on ESPN, available via KO and Foxtel, and Sundays via 10 and 10 Play.
NBL, we dream big.
Sheen Panel Service.
If you've had a car accident, call Sheen first. We'll handle your repair process from start to finish and provide an accident replacement vehicle at no cost to you. Rest assured, we use genuine parts and provide you with a lifetime guarantee on all repairs. So remember, call Sheen first on 1300 Repair. We'll take care of the rest at one of our 27 locations across Victoria.
Sheen Panel Service.
T's and C's apply.
Have you or a loved one been injured in an accident that wasn't your fault? Bryden's lawyers understand the stress and uncertainty that comes with a personal injury claim. Whether it's a car accident, slip and fall, or medical malpractice, Bryden's lawyers have the knowledge and expertise to help you get the compensation you deserve. Call 1-800-848-848 today or book an online appointment at brydens.com.au. Bryden's lawyers. Who helps you in your time of need? We do.
Why do active traders choose IG Online Trading? Because they want more. More insight from experienced market analysts. More flexibility for trading on the go. More live info, more simplicity, more human support, and more markets. IG has thousands. So why do active traders choose IG Online Trading? Because IG gives you more. Search more from IG. Trading involves risk to your capital. IG Australia Proprietary Limited, AFSL 515106. Why do active traders choose IG Online Trading? Because they want more. More insight from experienced market analysts. More flexibility for trading on the go. More live info, more simplicity, more human support, and more markets. IG has thousands. So why do active traders choose IG Online Trading? Because IG gives you more. Search more from IG. Trading involves risk to your capital. IG Australia Proprietary Limited, AFSL 515106.
Round the wicket to Kusal. Field spread, catches the call, but he gets it wide of the man at cover. Out to deep mid off, parries it over the boundary. Mitchell Stark had a lot of work to do, wheeling around from long off. 2 left in the over. Kusal sweeps, gets it fine of Carey for 4. Got down low, just enough on it. Kuhnemann up. Bowles here, 5 catching men. Oh, goes to second slip. Nice take from Webster. That'll be that. Kamara is the final wicket to fall. Kuhnemann gets a third. They're all out for 257. A sharp chance at second slip. Well, it was hard work for the Australians this morning. Having resumed at 9 for 229, Sri Lanka made their way to 257. The last man to fall was Kamara, who was caught by Webster. Lovely take at second slip from the bowling of Kuhnemann for 2, but a final wicket stand of 33. So all out 257. Kusal Mendez not out 85, and they batted for 7.4 overs this morning. Stark 3 for 37. Kuhnemann 3 for 63. Line 3 for 96. Baz, your assessment of what we've seen so far?
No, morning that Sri Lanka would really have dreamt for after they found themselves in all sorts of trouble yesterday. 229 seemed, Adam, like a score which Australia would have still taken despite their expectation, their anticipation that this pitch will break up. It's just, you can say it's just 28 more runs, but the damage they would have done to just the Australian approach this morning, and the openers would have come to the ground saying, okay, fine, we'll just need a few balls to knock that last wicket out, and then we can get out there. And they've made both Khawaja head and the top order, Manas and Steve, think about their batting a little more. Some balls have turned square, even though they didn't do a lot of damage. So all of that adds up, doesn't it? So unfortunate for Kusal Mendez that his trust in Lahiru Kumara was finally broken. He kept giving him 3 balls every over, but what he was doing at his end was equally vital, and falls 15 runs short of a deserved 100.
And a different kind of challenge for Australia to last week, when they were able to walk out and set the tone with Travis Head making 57 from 40 balls, then Usman Khawaja taking over and making his highest test score, 232. So very much job done last week, but it was day one, different pitch preparation, desperately slow, and Sri Lanka started poorly. Now they have at least a little bit of scoreboard pressure to exert on a pitch that's going to immediately suit their tweakers.
Yeah, very much so. And also Sri Lanka have got an idea of how Australia are going to attack them. They looked a little shell-shocked in the first test, the way Usman Khawaja and Travis Head attacked them early on, using their feet, Travis Head hitting them to all parts, and tireder bodies as well. Yes, they weren't out there on the field for 160 overs like Sri Lanka were in the first test, but still, the 2 spinners have bowled a lot, but it's been hot, it's been humid. They've all been bending down in those positions, close in the top order especially. Usman Khawaja has had to chase a lot of balls around the outfield. Again, all of that adds up, and Sri Lanka now have some momentum, some confidence, having put those runs on the board.
All right, Baz, I'll leave it with you. Replacing me on commentary for Australia's reply to Sri Lanka's 257 is Tom Morris for the Cobram Estate, Australia's most awarded extra virgin olive oil. Baz.
Here, Travis Head and Usman Khawaja walking out to bat. Travis Head will be the one taking strike. Kusal Mendez tailing behind the rest of his teammates. Probably a quick shower. Something, maybe a quick bite as well for Mendez. He was out there for a a good half an hour just smashing the ball around this morning. So it will be Lahiru Kumara who will start proceedings for Sri Lanka, the quickest of the lot in terms of fast bowlers, the quickest they've had for a while, to be honest, since the retirement of Lasith Malinga. And he will run in. They call him the gas man in this part of the world. He never runs out of it. So he'll run in fast. He'll challenge Travis Head. Be surprised if he doesn't dish out a couple of short balls early on. You know, there'll be only one way Travis Head has shown as he likes to play, especially at the top of the order in the subcontinent. It'll be so vital. Probably even more vital this time around than what we saw in the first test that Travis Head comes off this morning. Tommy Morris.
G'day Baz, good to see you again. Looking forward to seeing Kumara bowl. 33 test matches, took a 5 against South Africa in 2017. He's only test 5 for us, so it's been 8 years since he's done that. Sri Lanka don't need that from him here. They just need him to take a couple of early ones ideally and hold up an end. Just do slightly better than what Asitha Fernando did in the first test match here in Gaul. 2 slips and a gully in place, a deep backward point, a cover for Travis Head, mid-off, mid-on, deep backward square and a fine leg.
Yeah, around the wicket straight away, the gas man.
The gas man.
I just like that nickname.
Tell us exactly why he's called that again, because he bowls quick?
Yeah, I think he's got a lot of gas.
The gas man.
In that sense.
I was going to say. Just correct yourself, son.
With ball in hand.
Yes. So here we are. Australia ready to begin their first innings. Travis Head on strike. Sri Lankans all out for 257. Kumara bowling to Head, and he cuts off the back foot to that man in the deep, square of the wicket on the offside. He's off the mark immediately.
And you will hear Lahiru Kumara grunt and groan as he releases the ball. It's just how he goes about his bowling. Always runs in at full tilt. He's not the youngest anymore, but he showed a lot of resistance. Full credit to him for the extra 29 runs this morning, even though they didn't come off his bat. He played his role at the other end, helping Kusal Mendis along. And he'll be feeling warmed up and be desperate to make a contribution early on. Can he break through Khawaja's defences early?
Kumara bowls to Khawaja. Khawaja defends on the back foot and sneaks through for a single into the onside. Excellent running, good intent from the left-handed opener to begin the innings.
Continuing on from the way he batted last week in the first test, just the way that he timed that ball and timed his call as well. It was in the gap, so there was always a run there. And so this is not too bad for Australia. Both openers off the mark, off the first deliveries that they've faced.
It's a stock standard field. Travis Head facing up. Kumara bowls. Head very similar to Khawaja the last delivery, tucks it off his legs and finds one to mid-wicket. The only field change is for Head. They've got a deep backward square. For Khawaja, that man comes in and stands next to the umpire.
Doesn't happen very often, does it, in Test cricket, where the first 3 balls are 3 comfortable singles? This is almost a throwback to, I'm going to say, 1998 and a one-day cricket match.
Wearing whites as well?
Yeah. It's the way they just tucked it around the corner for the Singer Cup. You remember those Singer Cup?
No, I don't. That's slightly before my time.
Fine.
The Singer Cup. Kumara delivering to Khawaja, who's defending on the front foot, and he's defending to mid-off with... It's come off the bat pretty nicely, actually. This is the easiest time to bat. If you're Khawaja or Travis Head, you're probably enjoying yourself, especially having faced Bumrah all summer. That would be fresh in Khawaja's mind, I'm sure, still.
Oh, very much so. He does walk and talk these days like a man who doesn't have to worry about Jasprit Bumrah probably ever again in his career.
Yeah. I actually saw just before on socials that it's, 26 years ago today that Anil Kumble took 10 in an innings. 10 for.
What a day that was in New Delhi.
5th ball of Kumara's first over. Khawaja flicks down to fine leg for 1.
I mean, there was a time I could reel off the commentary for all 10 of those wickets.
Give me one of them.
I mean, look, they were shared between Mr. Gavaskar and Mr. Shastri. So that's wrapped on the pads and given. That's number 9.
And how does you've never given us your Sunil Gavaskar impersonation? Is that a bit harder?
No, it's not that hard. Maybe the next over. Let me think of a specific wicket from that 10-wicket haul.
Yes, please. Australia's no wicket for 4. 4 singles from 5 balls. Travis Head on strike. Kamara bowling around the wicket. Head leading edge past Gully for 4. Ooh. He went to flick it to the onside. It got a thick outside edge just to the left of the outstretched Gully fielder, and it's gone for 4. 8 runs from the first over. Australia no wicket for 8 on the Type House scoreboard. Big Brands, better buys.
Why do active traders choose IG Online Trading? Because they want more. More insight from experienced market analysts. More flexibility for trading on the go. More live info, more simplicity, more human support, and more markets. IG has thousands. So why do active traders choose IG Online Trading? Because IG gives you more. Search more from IG. Trading involves risk to your capital. IG Australia Proprietary Limited, AFSL 515106.
Australia no wicket for 8 on the Type House scoreboard. Big Brands, better buys. There's a spin from the Fort end, Bharat. Who are we looking at?
Yeah, we're looking at the Sri Lankan captain.
Yeah.
So Dhananjay De Silva, who didn't bowl at all in the last test, is only going to have a bowl. He's going to start proceedings from the Fort end. And the one thing with Dhananjay De Silva, a bit like Travis said, he puts a lot of revs on the ball. He will get whatever there is to get.
Right, off spin around the wicket to Khawaja, who defends into the onside. Simon Katich, morning to you.
Good morning, Tom, Bharat, all our listeners. Yeah, a little bit of a surprise here. See the skipper on with the new ball.
De Silva delivers. Khawaja defends into the offside. Well, they had a few options to bowl with a new ball. One of them, of course, was Ramesh Mendes as well, who the last time he played out here against New Zealand didn't just open the bowling with a new ball in the second innings, bowled the first over ahead of Asitha Fernando. De Silva to Khawaja. It's pitched up and Khawaja's playing and missing.
Already signs that this pitch, it's beginning to get a little naughty.
That gripped nicely, didn't it?
De Silva, the captain. Khawaja back in his crease and whipping away, short arm jab to deep forward square for 1. He moves to 3, heads on 6. Australia no wicket for 9.
So important, Kat, that the Australian batters don't overthink about what the pitch is going to do and keep focusing on what's coming at them.
Yeah. I think they were surprised, yes, at the wicket playing the way it did. They thought it was going to be a bit worse. Talking to a few of them on the outfield this morning.
He's taken 40 test wickets in his 62nd match to Silva, so a bit more than a part-timer. Travis Head defends into the covers. Best figures of 3 for, so he's never torn through a batting order.
Well, it looks quite slow at the moment. That 80 Ks backs it up. It's on the slower side.
De Silva bowls. Head defends on the front foot. You're going to give us a Sunil Gavaskar impersonation, Bharat. It's a bit hard right now.
At the end of the over.
Oh, that's the over. Hold on. No wicket for 9 on the Type House scoreboard. Big Brands, better buys.
Sheen Panel Service. If you've had a car accident, call Sheen first. We'll handle your repair process from start to finish and provide an accident replacement vehicle at no cost to you. Rest assured, we use genuine parts and provide you with a lifetime guarantee on all repairs. So remember, call Sheen first on 1300 Repair. We'll take care of the rest at one of our 27 locations across Victoria.
Sheen Panel Service.
T's and C's apply.
Australia no wicket for 9 on the Type House scoreboard. Big Brands, better buys. Earlier today, Sri Lanka bowled out for 257. Kamara will continue here from the commentary box end. 2 slips and a gully in place for Khawaja, and there was a fielder out of position. Deep backward square, comes up to forward square leg, saving the 1. Here comes Kamara. He passes the umpire. He bowls. Khawaja, if the back foot is guiding it to the man at deep backward point for 1. So we're saying, Kat, that 26 years ago today, Anil Kumble took 10 for in an innings. And Bharat was saying that he, at a time in his life, you know, nostalgic bliss, he could have accurately reflected all the commentary each of those 10 wickets.
Well, because today used to show us, like, it was almost part of our school curriculum for a while. The highlights of those 10 wickets were shown on a daily basis on TV.
So half of it was Ravi Shastri, the other half was Sunil Gavaskar.
That's right.
Kamara bowling to Travis Head. 2 slips in a gully in place. Head drives through mid-on. Beautifully played. Balance, poise, and timing. Travis Head's hit 2 boundaries. I'm going to start. He moves to 10. The Australians are no wicket for 14.
Oh, just like he started in the last test as well. And if Ravi Shastri was on air, he would have given it the correct result. That went like a tracer bullet. So the 9th wicket was Saqlain Mushtaq. I remember very vividly. And that was Anil Kumble. So that wicket went to Ravi Shastri. So he went, edge then taken. Anil Kumble's got 9 wickets here at the Kotla.
There's more to come. Kamara bowling to Head. Head beautifully balanced again. He's punching that through cover point. He's hit that so well. 4 runs. Travis Head. He leant back. He loves staying leg side of the ball. And he's timed it to the cover fence for 4.
That was pure class. He got himself in a really strong position on the back foot, anchored that back leg, his left leg, and then just crouched down and punched it through cover point. And you'd think the sweeper would have been able to get around, but he's placed it so well and hit it that powerfully that he had no chance.
It's just an evolution of his batting, isn't it, Kat?
I think Travis Head will feel like he left runs on the table in the first test.
Definitely.
Yeah. And there's just something in the water with him today. Kamara bowls to Head down the leg side. Missed out another opportunity.
And also you want to make the most of Kumara. He's not going to bowl too many overs, so get as many runs as you can off him. There's really nothing on offer. But anyway, going back to it, so that was the 9th wicket.
So Shastri's number 9.
Yeah, Shastri was number 9, and then Gavaskar was number 10, Wasim Akram the batter. And then he goes, Anil Kumble bowls, Wasim Akram got short leg, and he doesn't say anything for a while, Gavaskar. And then you hear him go, that's it. Anil Kumble becomes the first Indian bowler to take 10 wickets in a test match.
Kamara to Head. Head defends into the off side for no run.
And I'm sure Harsha Bhogle would have been there as well. I just wonder, why will this day go down in the history of Indian Test cricket?
So Harsha's a whisperer.
He's a whisperer. I just wonder, is there a story in there?
And what's your best Ravi Shastri? If you had to pick one phrase that Ravi loves, what is it?
I mean, the tracer bullet thing has become cliche. The toss is... Yeah, he loves the toss, doesn't he? He's become a thing of late, the toss. But he had like it was always the hello and welcome, edged and taken, wrapped on the pads and given.
Kamara to Head. Head's punching it to mid-on for no run. End of the over, Australia, and no wicket for 18 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Big brands, better buys.
Why do active traders choose IG Online Trading? Because they want more. More insight from experienced market analysts. More flexibility for trading on the go. More live info, more simplicity, more human support, and more markets. IG has thousands. So why do active traders choose IG Online Trading? Because IG gives you more. Search more from IG. Trading involves risk to your capital. IG Australia Proprietary Limited, AFSL 515106.
SEN Test Cricket for the Henley Mainview collection. Prices your bank will love and your friends will envy. I envy the way that Bharat Sundaresan can just change his character. You can tell he's a WWE fan. To silver bowling to Khawaja, around the wicket, off spin, 1 to long off front foot. Can you do any impersonations, Kat?
I'll try to, but...
Who can you do? Come on.
No, not without a few under the belt. I'm not that... I'm a bit shy when it comes to that, Tommy.
Okay. What about under the belt? Who would you...
the 12th man comes to mind.
Of course. To Silver to Head, who's pushing forward and again finding 1 to long off. Australia no wicket for 20. It's a good start.
But no, Bharat has pulled those off superbly. The Indian commentators.
Ravi Shastri's an icon. I mean, the video of the kid eating the ice cream in the crowd, I've watched that 35 times, and Ravi Shastri's commentary gets better every single occasion. To silver bowling, Khawaja's back in the crease, whipping it to the leg side for a single. I mean, Richie Beno's commentary growing up's iconic, but at the time, with Beno and Greg and Laurie, even Ian Chappell, the 12th man was just amazing.
He was superb and
Billy
very
Birmingham.
clever in the way that he did it all.
Yeah.
Particularly with a lot of the touring party names as well.
Yeah, I'm not sure it'd be allowed these days. The silver bowler to Head, who gives himself room and finds 1 to the deep cover boundary. In fact, it definitely wouldn't be allowed these days.
Yes, the political correctness is through the roof.
I remember listening to Billy Birmingham, the 12th man, on a cassette, and just put it in my cassette player as a kid, and just thinking, this is just unbelievable humour. De Silva to Khawaja, defensive shot down the wicket, no run. There's a few DVDs and videos that just used to watch over and over again as a kid. I'm not sure if you were the same. Steve Waugh's perfect day. His 100th the last ball of the day at the SCG. Khawaja pull shot, that's a short leg killer. That would not be far away from the man under the helmet. It's fielded in the deep. They'll get one. Getting through his overs to Silva. The Australians have made an excellent start, though. They're no wicket for 23 through 4 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Big brands, better buys.
Living with diabetes? Ditch finger pricks with Freestyle Libre. Freestyle Libre is a small wearable sensor that monitors your glucose levels and trends and bangs them straight to your phone. Instant up-to-date feedback. No finger pricks. How good is that? And you can trial Freestyle Libre for only $15. Just head to freestylelibre.com.au to find out how. T's and C's apply. Follow directions for use. Read warnings before purchase. Free yourself from finger pricks with Freestyle Libre.
Australia none for 23 on SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. Call 1-800-64-6464. And already, after just 2 overs to Kamara, there's a change in bowling. Pearce will be coming on to bowl his right arm off spin, Cat.
Yeah, look, I was surprised that he probably didn't start with a new ball at the Gore Fort end. I understand why they started with Kamara, definitely, but surprised to see the Sri Lankan skipper bowling right from the word go.
So Kamara went for 17 from his 2. Pearce didn't have a fun time in the first test, bowled a lot to Khawaja. Khawaja played and misses. It might have even hit his bat and been dropped by the keeper. We'll have another look at it.
Yeah, it felt like there was a missed chance, judging by their reaction. Just fending at a ball outside off stump, and just waiting to see whether there was a little tickle on it.
And having a chat. It was nicely bowled. Khawaja survives. Pearce delivers on the back foot this time, just nudging the easiest of singles into the vacant mid-wicket region for 1. What did you make of the Sri Lankan batting overall, Cato?
It was mixed. I thought they had a good start yesterday and won that first session. I thought they were on top, but then they lost their way in the middle part of yesterday, basically because Australia suffocated them with shutting down the runs at both ends with the spinners after lunch. I thought Lyon and Kuhneman did a fantastic job.
Pearce bowls, Head defends into cover, no run.
And I think the way that Chandimal batted, it was pretty much what we saw in the first test. He looks in good touch, but he just wasn't well supported with partnerships at the other end. They kept losing their way and ended up being 6 for 150.
Pearce bowls this ball shorter, and Head jumps to the back foot and pushes to long on for 1. There's sweepers everywhere for Travis Head.
And then when you see how Kusal Mendes played late yesterday with Ramesh Mendes in that good partnership that they had late in the day when the ball got softer, you just feel like Sri Lanka left a few out there with their middle order batting yesterday.
Pearce delivers. It's driven through the covers for 1. Usman Khawaja leaning into it.
And a couple of them were good balls. The Australians deserve some credit for the way they bowled and how disciplined they were. But I think in terms of the dismissals of Kamindu Mendes against Travis Head, and then the dismissal first ball of Dhananjaya de Silva, the skipper, against Mitchell Starc, you know, they let themselves down a little bit.
Pearce bowls, Head defends to long on for 1. It's a very easy start for the Australians. They're none for 27 from 5 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Big brands, better buys.
Sheen Panel Service. If you've had a car accident, call Sheen first. We'll handle your repair process from start to finish and provide an accident replacement vehicle at no cost to you. Rest assured, we use genuine parts and provide you with a lifetime guarantee on all repairs. So remember, call Sheen first on 1300 Repair. We'll take care of the rest at one of our 27 locations across Victoria. Sheen Panel Service. T's and C's apply.
Australia no wicket for 27. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. Call 1-800-64-64-64. 5 overs into this innings. De Silva, the captain, opened the bowling from the Fort end. He's bowled 2 overs for 6. He's continuing now. Bowling to Head, who's pushing forward and defending. Just talking about Australia's bowling and Sri Lanka's batting.
Yeah, and so I think, you know, when you look at the end result, a couple of extra partnerships through the middle of yesterday, and they should have been able to get 300. I think that was a gettable target, and it would have been a good first innings score.
Tossed up, made into a half volley by Travis Head, who was down the wicket and couldn't get past the man at cover. Well fielded.
And the danger now is, was it 257 in the end?
Yeah.
It's a middling score if Australia bat like they did in the first test last week.
De Silva bowls. Head cuts to cover point for 1. Yeah, so what do you think of the score?
Below par, I think.
Okay.
I mean, there's been a lot made of the wicket, but I don't think it's played as badly as everyone probably thought it was going to play. Yes, it's spun a bit, but, I mean, you expect the ball to spin here, so it's not unexpected. And there's ways to counter it, as we saw yesterday. I thought Chandimal played beautifully for his 74.
Silver bowls. Khawaja, little leading edge, but they'll get one to long off. Nasanka, at first slip, thought it was just going straight to the man at cover. It wasn't.
What I don't get here is a deep mid-off in the first 6 overs of the day's play, or this innings, it just doesn't make any sense. It's too defensive from Sri Lanka here.
It's genuinely it's a middle of the innings sort of field. A first slip is the only catcher. There's a short mid-wicket as well. Travis Head pushes just wide of cover. And they'll settle for 1 to the man in the deep.
It's like a one-day containing field. That's all it is.
Yep.
Sweeper out deep point, deep mid-off. Nearly 3 sweepers on the leg side, because mid-on you get an easy single to him as well. So there's practically only 2 spots you can keep him on strike, cover and backward point.
Khawaja defends into the offside. They keep him on strike to the man of backward point. As Kat mentioned, the Australians are no wicket for 30, having faced 6 overs. On the Tyre Power scoreboard, big brands, better buys. Adam Collins is back in.
Why do active traders choose IG Online Trading? Because they want more. More insight from experienced market analysts. More flexibility for trading on the go. More live info, more simplicity, more human support, and more markets. IG has thousands. So why do active traders choose IG Online Trading? Because IG gives you more. Search more from IG. Trading involves risk to your capital. IG Australia Proprietary Limited, AFSL 515106.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. Call 1-800-646464. Adam Collins jumping in. Australia off to a flyer. None for 30 from 6. They've been helped along, though, haven't they, Kat? Plenty of opportunities to score early on. Field spread. Very spread. After developing a little bit of pressure with the end of their batting innings.
Yeah, it's been really surprising to see these tactics employed. I don't get it, personally, but they've obviously got a different opinion.
Shampiris bowling here, round the wicket, using his feet, Travis Head, and doing it comfortably. Up to 21 from 20, like it's not even a thing. None for 31, going at 5 and over. Pires, who has really battled in recent times. 4 wickets in his last 4 first-class games, conceding more than 400 runs, including, of course, a big old none for last week in the first test.
Yeah, I was surprised he didn't make way. Yeah. I was surprised Van der Sey missed out, because Van der Sey looked really threatening. He just didn't. I don't think he had the right fields to bowl to at times, particularly to the right-handers.
Nishan away from us to Khawaja, who worked in behind square here, as he did so many times last week. Khawaja 12, none for 32.
And they end up with having 3 right-arm off-spinners by bringing Ramesh Mendes back into the team. So in terms of wanting to have some sort of variety in your attack, it's always important to have different options for different players and different tactics you want to employ. So I thought it was a strange decision.
Bowling again, Nishan to Head, who adjusts in the crease and plays it off the back foot to cover where there won't be a single.
And particularly now, given that the skipper, Dhananjaya De Silva, has bowled himself with a new ball.
Yeah, interesting that. So round the wicket, Paris bowls. Edge gone, caught a first slip. Down the track. Head on the advance. Little bit of turn taken by Dhananjaya De Silva at first slip. They get the early breakthrough against the flow of play as well. 1 for 32, Head gone for 21.
Well, that was well bowled from Paris, but Travis Head will be disappointed with his shot, because it was a big shot coming down the wicket. Didn't quite get to it, and he's trying to go aerial, and as a result, just gets the outside edge straight to first slip. So he'll be disappointed with that dismissal. But Paris deserves some credit there for hitting a good length early on. And Travis Head pays the price for 21.
as we welcome Russell Arnold with Australia losing their first wicket just when we were a bit worried for Sri Lanka there. He's bowled a delivery that's turned, and it's the one that came down the head and it dipped on him a little bit as well, and it ends up with Dhananjaya at slip.
Carey has been bowling a lot slower. In the high 70s. That's the type of speed Sri Lankan spinners are used to bowling in. But in the 10 balls he's bowled, a lot of the deliveries have not got onto the right length. I think he got a couple up there. The first one he bowled to Khawaja, and this was probably the second where he went in the air and came down pretty quickly. Just making head play that shot, wait for it rather. And the result was head in the air. That was a difference we saw in that shot to the other attacking shots Travis Head has played. The breakthrough Sri Lanka needed, because I just thought they started poorly.
They did.
Lairu Kumara, you know what you get from him. He'll come and hit the deck hard. There was no movement at all. The ball was coming on nicely to the bat. I was surprised with Dhananjaya De Silva opening the bowling. He's left out Jeffrey Van Der Sade, the leg spinner. Bharat, he's picked another off spinner. And then he opens the bowling with probably the third option, which didn't make real sense to me and have given Australia a bit of breathing space. Now an opportunity to tighten things up.
Big opportunity against Marnus Labuschagne. Last Test century, 26 knocks ago. It's not been pretty reading for him over the last couple of years. Been retained this week. Facing Nishan here, the Australian number 3, inside out driving beautifully through the covers first ball. What a great start against the spin. Played a couple of shots like that last week before being dismissed for 20. Top shot, smothering any spin that was there, Simon Katich.
Yeah, and that's the pace you're talking about. That was tossed up, quite slow, wide outside off stump. And it's the better length. Probably just that one was a tad too full. You're right, Russell. When you're bowling that slower pace around the high 70s or 80s, you've got to be a full length, because otherwise anything short just sits up and asks to be hit. But Labuschagne's come out with good intent there.
It's still about giving yourself a lot of energy behind it.
So Nishan Perez to finish. Labuschagne well forward in defence. End of the over where Sri Lanka picked up the first wicket. Australia 1 for 36. Tyre Power scoreboard. Big brands, better buys.
Love your footy? Make sure you head to your local club for the official NRL Vegas watch party. On Sunday, March 2, clubs across the state will be celebrating the start of the NRL season. Plus, there'll be 22 special event hubs hosted by NRL legends serving up Vegas-themed food and fun. Get to an official watch party to take part in 2 exclusive competitions where you'll have the chance to win one of 2 double passes to NRL Vegas 2026, among others. T's and C's apply. Head to yourlocalclub.com.au to find out more.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. Call 1-800-6464-64. Our first session for Crown. All the action, it's happening at Crown. Prapath Jayasuriya is going to get his first crack of the Test match from the Gulfport end, where he does his finest work. 110 Test wickets at 30, the vast majority of them at this ground from this end.
Yeah, I like this from Sri Lanka, getting their main spinner into the game early here, with Labuschagne new to the crease.
Slipping a short leg for Khawaja. Jayasuriya bowls. He goes across his stumps, ends up at slip via the pad. Bit of interest from the bowler. Ping at the stumps as well, which means there'll be a run conceded unnecessarily.
Was unnecessary. Dhananjaya De Silva has to be very careful here, because to get caught into the trap of trying too hard. He's not made any runs at all. He's actually thrown his wicket away on 3 occasions. I just wonder whether that prompted him to open the bowling to get himself into the game. And here, he just throws it away. So he's trying to create things, trying too hard to be individually involved. Can be a trap.
Yeah, spot on. There was no need for that. Marnus Labuschagne was in his crease.
Jayasuriya just takes a pause. 3-step run up. Walk up. Bowls to Labuschagne for the first time and beats the edge. Slow spin. 81 kilometres an hour, but considerable spin.
Kat, I'd like to go back to the point where we're discussing the speed of the bowler. We talk about energy, where you use your sides and then bowl with energy into the air. The slower you try to bowl...
Jayasuriya bowls. Labuschagne leading edge. Out to cover along the ground. No run.
there's a tendency to feel that if you do push with energy, that will be too quick. And hence, you end up just pushing it there. Then the ball doesn't dip.
Jayasuriya up, bowls, Labuschagne defends to cover. Out to Nasanka. He's doing the work out there with this week the reconfigured catching setup with Kamindu under the lid.
And becomes easier for the batter to judge when he doesn't dip and that energy is not behind it. So it's a very hard task, skill to get that balance, the energy.
2 left in the over. Prabhat bowls and back. Labuschagne leg before, back on the stumps. Umpire Holdstock says no. Jayasuriya is convinced it was going on with the arm and Labuschagne was back. Decision to make here for the captain, Dhananjaya.
He went leg side-ish. So he feels it went on with the arm.
And up we go.
Kusal Mendis was reluctant though.
Yeah.
Everyone else was excited, only the wicket keeper.
So the pitch has helped him here, Kat. It's gone shot straight through off the surface and Labuschagne was deep in the crease. So first replay, talk us through it, fellas.
Well, it's good length, but Marnus Labuschagne presses forward, then goes back. Oh, that looks like it should be out.
Back pad in line with leg stump.
Oh, yeah, that's out.
Feels out on face value given how far back Labuschagne is playing from the crease. Acknowledging that it'll need to be more than 50% of the ball. He was not out on the field, but a big moment, tense moments for Marnus Labuschagne.
Well, we did expect this. We compared the pace of the pitches earlier on. There was a little bit more pace off this pitch, and hence back foot play would be slightly more challenging, and that's what we're seeing right now.
Yeah, and that was a ball that he had to get forward to. He had to force himself to play forward to that because that wasn't short to be pushing back to.
Here's the projection. It'll be 2 reds for sure at the start. That's confirmed. All the way back and hitting leg stump. Sri Lanka have gone bang, bang. 2 for 37. Jayasuriya having an impact right away. Labuschagne confirmed as leg before wicket for 4. All happening at Gaul.
Great review there. You know, they deliberated for a long period of time there. Just saw Marnus Labuschagne, the body language. He's down on his haunches. He is absolutely shattered with that. It's just a moment of indecision, and that's all it takes. It's a fraction of a second. You see the length, you're tracking it, and then you think, oh, I better press back and play off the back foot. Well, you can't trust the surface here with a new ball because some skid through, and that did. Pinned him in front for 4. And Australia now 2 for 37.
Well, what a moment for the acting captain, Steve Smith, to be walking out. Ever so different to a week ago when he was on 9,999 test runs and so much positivity. Well, here, so much work to do on the cusp of becoming Australia's highest scorer in test cricket in Asia. 27 away from ponting on that mark. He's been a machine in this part of the world. Loves playing in Sri Lanka. 200s on this ground in his last 2 test matches. But with Prabhat Jayasuriya on a surface that suits, and this absolutely suits, it's a completely different story to a week and a bit ago, Simon Katich.
Well, it certainly is. The other factor too is Australia have spent a full day in heat yesterday in the field compared to batting for nearly 2 days and then having the Sri Lankan batsmen come out and be really tired to bat in their first innings. So I wouldn't say the roles have been completely reversed, but in a way Australia are going to find this a lot more of a challenge than they did in the first test.
Jayasuriya gets 1 ball at Smith, 2 slips, bowls here, first delivery forward, hits him on the pad again. Jayasuriya likes it, but not quite so much support from behind the wicket. Was there an inside edge? Was it going on with the arm? Dhananjaya, eyes on him again. It's Smith, waits and looks at the opposing captain. Dhananjaya takes a sounding from about 12 people before sending it upstairs. Everyone was involved in that chat. Second ball in a row, the third umpire, Chris Gaffney, is in the action. Huge moment, this, Cat.
It certainly is. Massive if they got Steve Smith first ball.
And no Josh Inglis at 5 either. He'll be batting at 7. He's been off the field too long. We'll see the replay first. It's pitched in line with middle. Left arm around. It's hit him on the back pad, but that looks a lot better than it did for Marnus a couple of moments ago. It might have clipped the front pad, actually. The point of impact will be of interest.
Yeah, just missing leg, I think.
Yeah, feels that way. Russell, missing leg or?
It does look like it's leg side-ish. At best, it would be umpire's call, I would think, because it's got a long way to go. He's on the front foot, unlike Manas, who was on the back foot. The short leg fielder was immediately indicating to Dhananjay De Silva that hit him on the back foot and where it was. It's not going to be height. That's the issue. It's the angle.
Funny situation where all the players have seen the replay. They've gone to their positions for the next over, and we have to have the projection. So we won't be taking an ad at the end of this over because we'll be right to go again. So it's clipped the pad on the way through, but just waiting for DRS to populate. First session for Crown. All the action that's happening at Crown, it sure is happening here at Gaul. At last, we get the projection. Hits in line with leg and sliding comfortably down the leg side. So they lose a review for that. I understand the ambition. Smith gets through his first delivery. A wicket maiden for Jayasuriya to start on this high power scoreboard. Big Brands better buys. 2 for 37. And this is going to be a really tough passage of play. Still a relatively hard new ball. Challenging both edges with these skillful Sri Lankan spinners.
More so the fact that the ball skidding through is the challenge, where a batter will struggle to maneuver the bowler's length as they did in the first test. Getting onto the back foot, getting him to bowl fuller. We still haven't seen the sweep come out, so...
Nishan Paris bowls to Khawaja, who's forward in defence.
So the batter is trying to figure out the best method forward. That's what they will... What will be the real challenge.
Nishan up to the crease, bowls to Khawaja, inside edge, no short leg. Kamindu collects at mid-wicket, still wearing the lid.
Watching what happened to Manas, straight away the message is our senior players who take note of everything that happens on the pitch. They'll be, okay, right. We've got to be very careful in getting onto that back foot here.
Nishan bowls to Khawaja, has time to pull and pull hard and pull well for 4. Deep in the crease. Nicely put away. He's up to 15, 2 for 41.
A loose ball and over. Just not going to help your cause. You only have 257 on the board. But from a bowling point of view, in these conditions, this heat, you will tire as well. You need to put revs on the ball. You need to get behind it. And that will wear you down. So you cannot allow the batter to ride this period where the ball is hard and a period where he's guessing what exactly is happening off the pitch. So you've got to make it count, and these loose balls just ease the pressure.
Nishan bowls to Khawaja, fuller, Yorker length, pushed out to point, easy single. Khawaja keeps the ball ticking over, 2 for 42, 5 fours in that already for Australia, but 2 wickets in the last 2 overs. I welcome Bryce McGain, the good oil for the Cobram Estate, Australia's extra virgin olive oil. Hello, Bryce.
G'day, Colo. Russell, how are you?
Good, sir.
You're looking very buoyant at the moment. What have I missed? It's all happening, literally, at Gaul.
So Smith, who batted so beautifully on the first day at the start of the series, well, Australia have bowled 3 times since then. Very different surface. Over the wicket, and Nishan doesn't quite get to his load up before he pulls out. Australia trail by 215. A reminder, Inglis has been off the field for such a long time, he'll have to bat at 7, so unclear who'll bat next. Paris bowls to Smith, dancing and kicking away.
Dhananjay De Silva, he
leg by.
Kind of protests with, as you said, kicking it away. Was he playing a shot?
I don't think he was.
Was the question from Dhananjay De Silva. But the fact that he made an effort to get out there, could say that he was trying something. Leg by, those signaled.
By the way, if you want to listen to SEN Sync, hit the free-to-air button. Then press the plus button to push out the delay to 19 seconds, I'm told, from back in Melbourne. So 19 seconds is the sweet spot. Free-to-air button. Nishan's got 1 left in his over. Back to Khawaja. Khawaja averaging 62 in Asia after his double last week. Faces up here, beaten on the outside edge. That gorgeous drift in with the breeze. Ends the over. 2 for 43 after 9. Khawaja 16. Smith yet to score on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Big Brands better buys.
Why do active traders choose IG Online Trading? Because they want more. More insight from experienced market analysts. More flexibility for trading on the go. More live info, more simplicity, more human support, and more markets. IG has thousands. So why do active traders choose IG Online Trading? Because IG gives you more. Search more from IG. Trading involves risk to your capital. IG Australia Proprietary Limited, AFSL 515106.
Prabhav Jayasuriya, 85 test wickets at 24.8 here at Gaul. At home, he's been a phenom, bowling from the Fort end.
He's played a lot of his test matches, test cricket here in Gaul as well.
Indeed. Two slips, Jayasuriya bowls to Smith, lunging forward, defends off the stickers.
Since making his debut, Sri Lanka have also opted to go with this option of 2 test matches in Gaul. Out of the last 18 in Sri Lanka, 14 have been played here.
Jayasuriya up and bowls, and Smith defends. There's been some consternation about that, about no longer having test cricket outside of Gaul. What are your thoughts on that?
I'd like to see it being played in different parts of the island, and I think we will move to doing that. A 3-test series generally starts in Gaul.
Smith facing Jayasuriya, darts this in, defends.
Moves to Colombo and then Kandy. Those are the 3 preferred venues for test cricket usually. But with COVID was when this change in balance happened, but now we've been out of it over the last couple of years.
And I suppose the other thing is that Sri Lanka simply aren't playing 3 test match series at home anymore, are they? Owing to the World Test Championship provisions. Jayasuriya to Smith. His first run driven down the ground to mid-off, 2 for 44.
I think they've had a 3-test series against England in England last summer, but other than that, you've got to go back 3-4 years.
Well, it's 2 over here in Sri Lanka, especially.
No.
It might be you have to go all the way back to 2018 when England came for 3 test matches, and Australia in 2016 before that for 3.
So it's been a hard grind in that sense, but on Prabhat Jayasuriya, a lot of his numbers or better numbers are here, and he's known as the Gaul dozer for that reason, because he has his own way.
Khawaja facing Jayasuriya, reversing for the first time against him, out into the gap, gets himself a boundary. He trusts that shot, Khawaja, so implicitly. Every time he gets into position, he knows that he's going to be making nice contact more often than not. 20 for him, 1 for 40. Let's make that 2 for 48 Australia, still trailing by more than 200.
Can I ask you, Russell, just with the field settings, it's obviously the in-out type style, different for Khawaja. I'll pick it up after this.
Jayasuriya pulls out.
But right from the very start, having the guys out, particularly straight, it's very hard to hit straight.
Last ball of the over, Jayasuriya to Khawaja, a fraction short, goes back and works it out just in front of the square leg umpire, moves to 21. 10 overs gone. Australia 2 for 49. Tom Morris will take over commentary through to lunch. Our coverage is for Henley Holmes. Call 1800 646464.
Why do active traders choose IG Online Trading? Because they want more. More insight from experienced market analysts. More flexibility for trading on the go. More live info, more simplicity, more human support, and more markets. IG has thousands. So why do active traders choose IG Online Trading? Because IG gives you more. Search more from IG. Trading involves risk to your capital. IG Australia Proprietary Limited, AFSL 515106.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. Call 1800 646464. Thanks to Colo. It's a drinks break here in Gaul. Bryce McGain and Russell Arnold are alongside me, and well, this is game on. It's great to watch. It's spinning. There's a puff of dust when Jayasuriya bowls occasionally, and Travis Head, who's so dangerous, is out, and Marnus Labuschagne, who is he just looked completely disconsolate when he was dismissed, has also been sent on his way.
Yeah, the sliding delivery played for a little bit of spin, beat the inside edge, and he was on his way. And could have been an umpire's call. It was so close to that leg stump, and whether it's 50%, 49%, 51%, it could have been either way, but he's on his way. Russell, just picking up on that question I asked you before, just around the in-out type fields right from the very start, having those fielders out, there were 4 out, 2 out on either side for the left-handers opening right from the very start. Is that a normal strategy here to have that, or is it just the way to protect the boundary as much as it is to keep the pressure on the batsman?
Well, let's not talk about Dhananjay De Silva, who opened the bowling in the field he had. I was a bit surprised with that ploy when you had two frontline offies. Why Dhananjaya bowled. But to Nishan Pires and Prabhat Jayasuriya, if you're talking about them, there are a couple of factors here. Sri Lankan spinners bowl, they're really good when they get it right around the high 70s to the low 80s. That's the speed. You go up and come down, get batters to play their shots. But these are relatively slower pitches. Just like the Travis Head dismissal. But what happens on these pitches is they become really dangerous when the good length delivery starts skidding through. Like what we saw from Manas. That's when the real balance in the games starts out here, the challenge. And it is happening on this pitch, just as in other goal pitches. So the in-out field is because you're trying to get them to play shots. And coming out or coming at you and playing those big shots, there's a chance with the big bats and the power that they use nowadays that you do get it to clear the fielders. So you have the deep fielders to stop the big hit. And the risk comes in when you're trying to work it into gaps, drive, getting them to drive, push it into gaps, but off the front foot. When the ball can hold up a bit, spin a bit, bounce a little bit extra, and the miss hit comes in. So then the short leg or that short mid wicket, the short extra cover, they come into play. So the in-out fields do tend to work for that reason. But if you're bowling slightly on the slower side and dropping it 6 inches or 1 foot shorter, the opportunity for the batter to play it off the back foot is there. But if you're letting that happen to you, you're not going to dictate terms and get the batter to do what you want, the threat.
We saw early on, well explained, Russell, and I think early on we saw Travis Head wanting to use his feet, and I think part of the reason of using his feet was actually to be able to then get on the back foot, force the bowler to bowl short and then play comfortably, but he was deceived trying to come down. It was a beautifully drop-in delivery. It was so clever.
We're ready to get going here again. Australia 2 for 49. They've only been batting 10 overs, plenty of action. Run rate is good, but they've lost 2 important wickets. Pires to continue. He's taken one of them. Bowling to Usman Khawaja. From the commentary box end here, Khawaja batting at the fort end is defending on the back foot, waiting for it to spin.
But had all the time in the world to adjust because it was a little bit more on the shorter side. Another thing I'm noticing, Bryce, there's a little bit of uneven bounce, unlike in the first test.
Pires bowls around the wicket. Khawaja drives. He meant to go to long off, but inside edge back to the bowler, no run.
Does that happen just because it's extra dry? Or is that the nature of the surface, that it is a bit of a dusty, powdery top to it?
I wouldn't say extra dry.
Pires again. Khawaja inside edge. No run into the leg side.
Because to me, this is a normal goal pitch. Not the one in the first test. The first test, again, the reason for it to have been different was there was a lot of rain. 3 days leading up to the test match, it was kept close, so there was moisture that held it together, and it was very difficult.
Pires bowls, Khawaja plays and misses. That's beaten the outside edge by half a metre.
To get it to dry. And hence, the first 2 days, it played very, very different.
And that's when Australia were batting. It was comfortable batting conditions.
Yes, these are dry conditions. It's been burning for the last week, so it's hard.
Pires bowls, Khawaja defends the leg stump very watchfully.
To maintain any moisture or have that saturation levels at the levels you would like it to be. So so these are the natural goal pitches. So I don't know whether I can add that word extra.
Pires bowls, Khawaja defends into the offside. End of the over, Australia. That was a maiden at 2 for 49 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Big brands, better buys.
Living with diabetes? Ditch finger pricks with Freestyle Libre, the wearable sensor that monitors glucose levels straight to your phone. Trial it now for only $15 at freestylelibre.com.au. T's and C's apply. Follow directions for use.
Did you know that Cobram Estate Extra Virgin Olive Oil supports heart health when consuming 2 or more 15ml serves per day as part of a balanced diet? Cobram Estate, premium quality, great tasting, and the most awarded Australian extra virgin olive oil.
Australia 2 for 49. Crown, all the action is happening at Crown, and there's plenty of action here in Gaul. Jayasuriya wheeling away from the fort end. He's had 1 for 6 of 2. Got Marnus Labuschagne LBW. There's a short leg in play. Steve Smith on strike. Inside edge. A bit more round arm from Jayasuriya, the left armour, who loves bowling in these conditions.
Interesting field, deep mid wicket. There's no one on the sweep except the fielder just behind square for that inside edge, trying to keep the right-hander on strike.
Jayasuriya delivers. Smith very watchful again on the front foot, defends.
Exactly like that ball before where he just took the inside edge, kept on strike. They really want him to try and sweep early in his innings, don't they? This is high risk if he tries it. This reward if he can beat that backward square.
Jayasuriya approaches now. Smith's down the wicket. He's flicking through mid-wicket. He's hit it beautifully.
Crikey.
For 4. He's hit that so well. The man in the deep only had to move a couple of metres to his left. Smith, against the spin, has picked up his first boundary.
Amazing batting. You've got to applaud the mindset. He's used his feet and hit it to mid-wicket. I mentioned the deep mid-wicket fielder, maybe 10 metres to his left. Just couldn't get near it. So well timed.
Jayasuriya again. Smith playing from the crease, looking to cover drive through the vacant cover region. There's an appeal from backward point. The keeper in the first slip, one of whom is the captain, aren't too interested, and neither's Jayasuriya. They'll have a chat for a caught behind. The DRS timer ticks down. 4, 3, 2, 1, and they'll let it go.
The timer has been timed out.
Yeah.
Well, tossed up outside off stump. Now, I'm not too sure that's an option here. The rough's available, so I'm surprised Smith played that, especially after getting that boundary over there. So those are the type of shots you're trying to get the batter to play. Going back to how you want to bowl and those fields.
Driving off the front foot.
If you're not giving him anything else, he'll be trying things like that.
Jayasuriya bowls Smith on the back foot, plays it in front of his right shin.
And when you're playing off the crease, that's when the risk comes in.
Yeah, the risk meter was off the charts then. Right up in the red, that drive out of the rough, outside off stump.
Last ball of Jayasuriya is over. Smith defends. Very soft hands into the offside. Thanks to Russell Arnold. Fantastic insight. We'll see you later in the day. It's so good to have him with us on SEN Test Cricket. Australia 2 for 53 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Big brands, better buys.
Living with diabetes? Ditch finger pricks with Freestyle Libre. Freestyle Libre is a small wearable sensor that monitors your glucose levels and trends and bangs them straight to your phone. Instant up-to-date feedback. No finger pricks. How good is that? And you can trial Freestyle Libre for only $15. Just head to freestylelibre.com.au to find out how. T's and C's apply. Follow directions for use. Read warnings before purchase. Free yourself from finger pricks with Freestyle Libre.
The good oil from Russell Arnold for Cobram Estate, Australia's most awarded extra virgin olive oil. Australia 2 for 53. Khawaja's on strike to Pyrrhus, and he's defending down the pitch. Bharat Sundaresan. This is what I imagine cricket in Sri Lanka is. The puffs of dust, the ball turning square at pace, men around the bat. 250 is a reasonable score. It's great to watch, engrossing stuff. The trophy is Australia's, but the series is very much on the line. Pyrrhus bowls. Khawaja lap sweep. It's hit the pad. There's an appeal from Pyrrhus. He'll go down the pitch and talk to the keeper and the captain, and they say, don't worry about it, go and bowl.
Sliding down leg side. Khawaja, right arm off spin around the wicket to the left-hander, was sliding down, a quicker ball.
Yeah, Tommy, Test cricket in Sri Lanka. The curry's hot, the pitches are spicy.
Pyrrhus bowls, pitched up. Khawaja makes the most of it, drives the half volley to long off for 1. So he's 22, Khawaja. Smith is 5. Australia 2 for 54.
Have you written that somewhere, Bharat?
Not really.
Oh, you should.
Write that today.
You should write it.
That should be one.
Actually, that might have hit him outside the line.
Outside off is what I thought, the way he went down. Just always follow my body language as an umpire. I can't help it, Bryce.
Yeah, just
only just. Umpire's call outside off, so if it was given out, it would have remained out.
That's correct. That would have been unfair.
That's a really tight one.
Yeah. Smith now facing the right arm off spinner. That ball doesn't spin. Smith plays it out towards backward point.
Oh, no, it was fascinating listening to Russell Arnold and Bryce McGain, two fabulous cricketers, talking about the conditions and just thinking about it while knowing that I was in next.
Down the pitch. Smith over mid-wicket. He didn't quite get it as he would have liked. They'll still pick up a couple. Angelo Matthews, the fielder in the deep here on the leg side.
Yeah, a couple of loose ones by Smith, isn't there? The drive out of the rough in the over before, Jayasuriya from the forward end. Now he's tried to lift him, and there's a long on deep mid-wicket as well, so it's just lobbed into that no-man's land in between. He was beaten in the air then.
Just decided he's going to use his feet as much as he can.
Pearce to Smith. Smith back to Pearce, all the way along the ground. Smith desperate for that single to long on. He can't get it, and he won't hold on to the strike. Australia 2 for 56 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Big brands, better buys.
Hungry Jack's NBL is back.
The NBL is what dreams are made of. Greatness is within reach. No limits, only endless possibilities.
We grind, we hustle, because every moment matters, and big dreams demand it.
Gets the drive-by, knocks it down!
Watch live on ESPN, available via KO and Foxtel, and Sundays via 10 and 10 Play.
NBL, we dream big.
Australia 2 for 56 here in Gaul. Earlier today, Sri Lanka were bowled out for 257. They put on 28 runs for the last wicket this morning. Handy 28 runs based on what we're seeing now. Khawaja is 22. Smith is 7 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Big brands, better buys. Jai Surya bowling left arm over the wicket to the left-handed Khawaja. Smith batting in his baggy green, which you know I love. It's called for a new bat, I think. Maybe a new pair of gloves. Anyway, Khawaja's facing now. He sweeps conventionally under the bat, straight through to the keeper.
He already doesn't look like it's a pitch where you can sweep without any risk. So the ball can slide under your bat. Like Russell said, the bounce is uneven. Or it can just jump on you and you can get a top edge.
Jai Surya from the fort end. That's a proper sweep shot. It's in the air. It'll land safely in between the two men in the deep. Oh, exactly as Bharat said, you can't sweep safely. Angelo Matthews, the fielder, they'll settle for 1.
No, in the first test, Steve Smith had a fielder at that distance. That I called it a mid-square leg, in that it wasn't a fielder right back on the boundary for the sweep shot, and it is exactly that. It can jump off the pitch, it can slide. That one jumped, he got a top edge, and it ballooned to that halfway between the boundary line and where a fielder would be on the single. It's nearly worth putting a fielder there. It is exactly where that's going to go.
Change of bat for Steve Smith. Tanvir Sangha has come out with bat. Just to finish my point.
So Tanvir Sangha's bought 1 bat out, and then Todd Murphy's bought 6 more.
Yeah. So Tanvir Sangha clearly has spent some time in the Australian dressing room, but not enough. And just to finish on Russell Arnold and how wonderful it was listening to him and you two talk about spin bowling and everything else. I did wonder about our listeners. You know, when you're in school, there's that one class where you learn a lot, you feel enlightened, and then the teacher leaves and then the fun teacher comes in. That's what it felt like when I walked in for Russell. Everybody can relax. There's nothing to learn here. There's no insight.
You're the fun teacher. Bharat, that's wrong. You give great insights. The good thing about Russell and Bryce, and we understand this because we're not former professional cricketers, is the nuance in which they speak about the specifics of the game. Jai Surya bowls, Smith defends, and it's so specific around field placings and bowling changes, and you're asking him as well about in-out fields like that. That's the real cricket chat that you get from these two.
Absolutely. Wonderful to listen.
I would like you as a teacher, Bharat. Jai Surya bowls, the man on the offside under the helmet now. Smith makes the most of it and pushes to the leg side for 1.
And Smith and Khawaja were able to do this in the first test. They could solve the problem as it gets presented. So immediately, short leg comes out. Smith goes, I've got a solution to that. That gives me 1. I can push through that little spot with minimal risk and get 1. And I think the Sri Lankans, their shoulders just sort of slumped and went, he solved it straight away. He didn't push to that catcher.
Tries to read a Khawaja to reverse, and he's hit it really well.
4 more.
And that'll go for 4. De Silva puts his hand up at first slip and says, why is there not a fielder there? Well, you're the captain. You can do it if you want. Khawaja loves playing that shot, and he picks up a boundary. He moves to 27.
It's the kind of pitch where the reverse sweep might have lesser risk value than the conventional sweep, because you get into position quickly and you more often than not play it just under your eyes.
Yes.
Like Khawaja did that time.
I totally agree. So left arm over the wicket to the left-hand bat, the reverse sweep. The ball's way outside his off stump. He gets himself outside the line, protects the stumps, and it's less of a risk. If he's sweeping conventionally, he's dragging it to the onside. Top edge happen. Learnt quickly.
And there's a change in the field as a result. Khawaja back and across, defending. That's the end of the over. Australia 2 for 62. This is SEN Test Cricket for the Henley Main View Collection. Prices your bank will love and your friends will envy.
Yep. And, well, we talk about the learnings and how quickly these two are solving problems. Fortunately, I have to say Marnus Labuschagne, it's a problem. His average still impressive. It's dropped to 46.448. That's his live test average. November 2020 was the peak, 63 it was.
Number one test batter in the world.
He was. It was a steady decline in recent months. The only time it's jumped up was after the Melbourne test when he got those two crucial half centuries.
Yep.
Went back from 47 to 48, but now it's the lower 46s. So, yeah, just his body language after he got out. We spoke a lot about his body language before play, Bryce.
Indeed, we did.
Yeah, he just looked forlorn, didn't he, as he walked off. Classic Prabhat Jayasuriya wicket, but played all over it. And here comes Ramesh Mendes.
62 of his 69 test wickets here at Gaul. The off spinner is bowling Mendes to Smith, who's back in his crease and working one square the wicket to the leg side. The Marnus body language discussion is a really interesting one because he's such a bubbly, effervescent character. But it looks like he just is out of options. There's only so long you can be positive like that for. I've got a feel for him. I mean, anyone can get out LBW to Jayasuriya, but over the pattern since the start of the 2023-2024 Australian Test summer, he's made 581 runs at 25 for a Test match number three, who should be in the prime of his career based on other careers at that age. Mendes bowling to Khawaja, defending off the front foot.
And what's happened is there are so many new options Australia have. Constis, who's not here, but okay, you can say he's an opener, but he could play in the middle order in these conditions, you'd assume. McSweeney's right up there.
Like that's his prime spot.
Mendes bowls to Khawaja at short, and he decides against a pull shot with it turning away from the left-hander. Josh Inglis is another one as well.
Yep.
Could he bat at number 3 in this
or they could
batting
just,
order?
Steve Smith could just go up, and Cameron Green's coming back.
Yeah.
It's like one of those wrestling returns, right? Like, you know, when a wrestler gets injured in WWE and they're coming back 3 months out, Cam Green returns at WrestleMania.
He's a good guy. Khawaja will decide against the pull shot again there.
It was short enough and he went to go for it, but it spun so big. That pitched in line with the stumps. Just looking at the replay, Tom, don't underestimate how big, complete different off-spinners. Peris is more of a slider and a bit of a roller. This is big rip. Huge spin on that delivery.
And this is why they brought him back into the side.
He's bowling to Khawaja now. A little lap sweep in the air, but very safe. It's a short fine leg for one. Khawaja moves to 28. Labuschagne's in a bad situation partly because he can't make runs, but also because now there's actually proper pressure on that position.
Yep.
And it's not necessarily from dominant shield form. It's from players
in the dressing room.
Yeah, in the dressing room, working their way into the Test team through other means, and then there being other options where there hasn't been the case for the last few years. It's sort of the new age to get into a team. You get filtered in, you filter out, then you find a spot. Mendes to Smith. 1 to deep forward square. Australia 2 for 65. This is SEN Test Cricket for the Henley Main View Collection. Prices your bank will love and your friends will envy. And he would know that. He's a realist, Marnus. Wouldn't he, that there's pressure on his position?
Oh, absolutely. And like I said, there is that change in the body language. You can see when he's getting out now, he realizes that, and we saw him during the first test. He was the only one first thing in the morning going to have a hit against spin. And there was the curiosity around which I put out on social media, and then it made the news everywhere, Tom, on the 2 days out from the test where he did not face any spin in the nets. Instead, the suggestion was that he take it a little easy, so he's facing Scott Boland and Sean Abbott in the center wicket. I'd never seen that happen before. Marnus not padding up to start with. In the first 45-50 minutes of a main net session, him not having a hit, and then him not having a hit in the main nets area where the proper spinners were bowling. So it's all adding up.
Well, maybe they're just trying something different with him.
Yeah,
like try something else.
Like. Yeah.
Do something else.
Jayasuriya to Smith. Smith defends outside half of the bat, covers it nicely. No run.
It gave you the impression that he may not even be in the team because it was that unusual. But maybe that's the coaching staff going, hey, I want you to do something different. Don't just get so caught up in what your little factor here. And the body language is interesting.
Tries through to Smith down the wicket. It's a bit of a loose shot, but there's no fielder there, and they'll get one to deep mid-wicket. He's looking to attack Jayasuriya and looking to attack him crucially against the spin, which is bold.
Yeah, very risky putting that over mid-on. He knows if he can get it on half volley, it's better, but no, that was another miss-hit. So there's been a few instances here with Steve Smith, who has been ultra proactive. So credit for him for doing that. But there was a huddle this morning, and Manos was just sitting down. He just wasn't engaged in the what was happening around him.
Khawaja, reverse sweep. It's a lovely shot. They'll get one. There's a sweeper now at third man for the left-arm finger spinner.
So there's a discussion, some applause, some acknowledgement, some congratulations. There's all that happening within the group, and it was quite buoyant. But he was sitting down.
He was the only person sitting down.
Yeah, sitting down and just looking absorbed with what lay ahead. Like, it's all on the line today. This is my moment. It's all on the line, and didn't seem to be engaged in the joy of what they were experiencing out there.
Drives through to Smith. Smith defends. Sometimes it is possible that it can mean too much to a batter. You have to care, but if you care too much, then you get tense.
It can be
that can be difficult.
Yeah.
No, but I think that then you turn to stats, and the stats show that he's been on a proper decline, unfortunately.
Yep. With some good moments in between, like at the MCG, Smith defends. So it's shown us that he can bat a bit.
No, I mean the contribution in Adelaide, his partnership with Nathan McSweeney in the half century set up Travis Head, and the two very crucial half centuries in Melbourne. So he contributed in victories.
Yep. Last ball, drive through is over. Smith's on the back foot defending. This is SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. Call 1-800-646464. The Aussies are 2 for 67 with 15 minutes before lunch.
Yeah, I don't know about you, Bryce, but I don't think cricket selection is based so much on credits. Like, I mean, it's something that we like to talk about on the periphery, but I'm sure the selectors are not always thinking, oh yeah, but you remember he did that 3 years ago, so he's got credits in the bank. I think what this selection committee has also shown that they will take some brave decisions. The way they dropped Mitchell Marsh in Sydney was a huge move, I thought. The way they, after 3 tests with Nathan McSweeney, said, look, we're not dropping him, we're not saying that he's not good enough at this level, but we need something dramatic. And the drastic change happened, and even playing Cooper Conley ahead of a specialist bowler here. So now with so many options, Nathan McSweeney is a very good one, Bryce, because number 3 is his position. He was promoted to open the batting, and, against Jasprit Bumrah, obviously it didn't work out. So Nathan McSweeney, who ironically was mentored by Manas Labuschagne, so very close to each other as well. Could he be the guy who comes in if Manas fails again?
Ramesh Mendis, right arm off spin to Khawaja. Very slow spin, and Khawaja works with that spin to deep cover point for 1. He's on 30.
Because using the wrestling analogy, because I love using wrestling analogies.
I love it. The same, I sort of.
So when Cam Green comes back, he's back in the hunt for the title, right? And in this case, it's that number 4, number 3, because don't forget, he'd done well in New Zealand, done very well in New Zealand the last time he played Test cricket when he was handed the number 4 role.
Ramesh bowls, Smith defends to mid-wicket.
And then Steve Smith has come back down. So when Cam Green comes back, you'd assume he'll bat number 4. If he does, or, well, where does he go? Because Head is number 5. That's fixed.
Head's 5. Khawaja's 1. Smith flicks to deep mid-wicket for 1. It's not the top priority, but I think they have to find a way to get Josh Inglis in this batting order. And I'd be playing Josh Inglis ahead of Nathan McSweeney.
No, I'm saying even without Nathan McSweeney or Josh Inglis, I mean, they might stick with Bo Webster at 6. He's done nothing wrong either.
No, but I think it's Green or Webster, really.
Well, yeah, potentially. I know you're a Josh Inglis fan.
I'm a big Josh Inglis fan.
But, I mean, Webster in his test opportunities has done...
He has. Khawaja defends to the onside and picks up a single to the vacant mid-wicket position. Australia 2 for 70.
So I wouldn't go as far as saying they'll have to find a way of keeping him in the side, in the playing 11. Josh Inglis, that is. But the thing is, when Cam Green comes in, the only batter under pressure now is Manas.
That's right.
He could play a match-winning innings in the second innings and take Australia home to a famous win, yes. But if that doesn't happen...
He's vulnerable.
Yeah.
Smith down the pitch, drives to the man at wide bit off. He's frustrated with himself. He wanted to go aerial, picks out the only fielder in that region.
He's too quick with his feet, got to the pitch, turned it into a half volley, not the step hit that he was maybe looking for to get it over the top, but he looks sharp. proactive batting by Smith. I think he loves batting in these conditions.
He's 12 from 27. The problem solver defends down the pitch. End of the over. Australia 2 for 70. There is 12 minutes to go before lunch. This is SEN Test Cricket for the Henley Mainview Collection. Prices your bank will love and your friends will envy.
Yeah, I mean, we always talk about Steve Smith's captaincy in these conditions as a game of chess. This is rapid chess or fast chess. You know that version of chess where they play against...
Yeah, time chess.
Time chess, or whatever it's called, with the clock. They play against the clock, yeah. That's what this is like, making fast decisions. Because the game moves so quickly, we can see 17 overs. The game has already progressed. Australia have 70 runs on the board, 2 wickets down.
With a run rate of over 4.
Yep.
They haven't just tried to survive. They've been super proactive. I'll hit you off the length.
Yep.
Kawaja's got his way, reverse sweeping Merchant. So he really likes that. And they've adjusted the field again. So there is a deep backward point and a backward point for Kawaja. The change of line is going to be the key here. And it's actually change of bowling, I think. Oh, no.
No, still Jaisurya. Left arm around the wicket to Kawaja. Kawaja stepping back and across the crease. And he's a big appeal for LBW. He was looking to paddle it around the corner. Questions where it pitched. How high was it?
Yeah.
It will be a leg by.
You know, both the captain and the wicketkeeper indicated pitched well outside leg stump. I mean, Prabhat Jayasuriya is going to get into trouble with the umpires.
He just runs down the wicket, doesn't turn around. It's not asking. He's just running down with his arm in the air, running down at the batsman, really.
Yeah, doesn't count as an appeal, Prabhat, if you do that.
And then he turns around.
Yeah. It's like the boy who cried wolf. When one actually is out, it's going to look like it's just another one that he thinks is like as in any of the others. Shane Warne was big on that.
He just took off down the pitch with his hand above the head.
Jaisurya to Smith. First slip, just short. Wow. De Silva was diving forward. It didn't carry. Soft hands from Smith. That was ever so close.
He dragged him out, didn't he? Steve Smith wasn't very happy with himself. He was lured into the trap. It was wide outside off him. Look how far away from his pad he plays at that one.
Oh. So he's not sure whether it's spinning or sliding on with the arm. In this case, it spins outside the off stump and Smith lets it go.
It's a similar delivery, the previous one that he played at. This time, you saw how his front foot didn't go all the way out.
Two short covers in place for Steve Smith, who's been attacking so far. Cut shot, didn't time it to one of those short covers. Shane Warne would always say that the key to getting his LBWs was when it wasn't out, he'd ask a polite question, acknowledge that it wasn't out, and then appeal properly when it was, so the umpire thinks, well, he knows what he's doing.
Yeah.
Subconsciously even. Jaisurya bowls to Smith and Smith defends.
So important to have the umpires on your side.
Yeah.
In friendly games, what do? I go a little early and sweep off the umpires like I did.
Didn't help the other day, Baz.
Well, it did actually. A couple of them could have been given whites.
Yeah. Couple of bump ball controversies. Jaisurya bowls to Smith, who dissects the two men at short cover. They should get at least two. Running away in this outfield, the two fielders look at each other. In the end, one of them decides to field it, and Smith gets a couple. He's in a positive frame of mind, Smith. He's on 14, Kawaja 31. Australia 2 for 73. SEN Test Cricket for the Henley Mainview Collection. Prices your bank will love and your friends will envy. And that's the Type House scoreboard. Big brands, better buyers.
But that last delivery was really full. That's the only time batters have looked comfortable against spin. Every time it just landed on that Jayasuriya length. He's always in the game. And one of the reasons Ramesh Mendis was left out of the side was mainly because they felt that he wasn't giving them enough control at the other end. He bowls some big ripping off breaks that we saw in his first over. Yep. He bowls a lot of wicket-taking deliveries, but they felt like they needed someone like Pires who can tie one end up as well.
Ramesh Mendis made some runs, and now he's bowling to Kawaja, who's working to short square leg for a single. Kawaja happy to get Steve Smith on strike. 8 minutes to go before lunch. It's been an engrossing first session. An engrossing test match, really. It's all set up.
I think Usman's quite happy to be at the non-strikers end as we zero into this sort of phase of the game. And he's been able to get off strike pretty straightforwardly. Like, his strike rate is good, 32 or 48, but he hasn't stood there belting the ball around. He just gets it in the gap, gets up the other end.
Mendis bowls. Smith almost caught at short mid-wicket. He tried to drive it through the covers and it was an inside edge.
That's just 101 off spin to the right-hander. You get them driving you through the offside with power, and those catches are so much in play.
Smith on strike again. That's tossed up, and this time he gets through the covers. Has he got enough on it to go for 4?
Yep.
He does. Yeah. There's a gap between deep cover and mid-off, and he's picked it perfectly, Steve Smith. He's in some sort of mindset today, and the Australians move to 2 for 78.
So how he adjusted this time, the ball before was with a straight bat, a vertical bat. This one on the drive, he reached out and had an angled bat, so if it spun a bit, it still spins onto the blade. He played that to perfection.
He's happy to take the bait, Steve Smith. He backs his eyes, he backs his hands, and this time he defends.
A little straighter that time.
What's that fielder there, Bryce? Short square leg, short forward square leg. He's standing in an interesting position to Steve Smith, trying to block the 1. And he does it right then.
Yeah, go straight for
That's
him.
what he's there for.
Straight there.
Yeah, that's...
It's just a 1 saving position, isn't it, really? Stops him just pushing 1 to the leg side, closing the face of the bat.
It is, and they want him driving through the offside. There is no doubt. That's what they want to do. They stop the easy single to get off strike. The catcher at mid-wicket's there for the trap.
Mendes to Smith. Smith defends off the back foot. That's the end of the over as Smith hands the ball back to the Sri Lankan team. Australia 2 for 78. This is SEN Test Cricket for the Henley Mainview collection. Call 1-800-64-6464.
Well, Smith on that one just played it back, and it just rolled to where, right next to the pitch, on square leg line. And he shaped up that you're going to belt it to the boundary.
Double hit.
I think he's really enjoying this. I think this just lights him up so much. The problem solving. He's one of the fastest thinkers and solvers. He doesn't try and work it out. Immediately, he is just onto it. This tempo of the game, how fast it is, suits him. It suits his mind and how rapid he can keep up with the challenges presented.
Yep, yeah, and I had a little chat with him on the sidelines of his press conference the other day, and he's checking in with me as to what I thought the pitch would do, and I said, look, it's going to rag, you know, it just looks like it. Yeah. I said, more fun for you. He said, yeah.
It's good. Loves to problem solve. SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. Call 1-800-64-6464. Kawaja 32, Smith 18.
5 minutes before the break.
Yeah.
A critical phase in the game. Another one of these definable moments.
Jayasuriya around the wicket to Kawaja. He's back on his stumps and working almost exactly to where the square leg umpire, Bharat's friend, Joel Wilson, is standing for 1.
Good old Joel.
Is he one of your best mates as an umpire? You get along with him, don't you?
No, Richard Kettleborough is
Kettleborough.
one I get along with, if you want to call it that. What a great bunch of umpires they are at the elite level. It's really interesting people. Ian Gould used to be amazing back in the day.
Gunner
Gould.
Yeah.
Punch you in the face. Punch you.
Oh, there's another impersonation. We've got more coming. I want your Richie Beno one after lunch.
That's right.
Yes. Jayasuriya to Smith. Smith defends.
The great Richie Beno.
Well, give it to us now if you want.
No, I mean, it's always moments, right? Like one of my earliest memories of life is the 92 World Cup.
Oh, yes. Jayasuriya to Smith. Smith plays inside of it on purpose.
And I still think it's one of the... I in fact, wrote an obituary when the great Richie Beno passed away 10 or so years ago, and for the Indian Express was writing for that. And my intro was that piece of commentary.
Oh, it's great. Jayasuriya wanders up, he bowls. Smith drives through the 2 men in the short cover region for 4. He's picking that gap like a surgeon. Oh, he's dissecting it beautifully. It's great to watch. It was tossed up. Jayasuriya asking the question, and Smith answers it with aplomb.
Yeah, those 2 fielders at short cover, it's like they stood on either side of a railway track. They just keep seeing this train going past them. There's nothing they can do about it. And in this case, it's a round spherical object. It's just flying through that gap. There's nothing they can do about it.
Precision batting.
Jayasuriya to Smith. It's pitched up again, but Smith is happy to defend this one.
We'll leave Richie to the end of the over,
yep.
Tommy. He's setting him up for that quick, fast slider, though.
Last ball of the over, close to the umpire. Smith defends. That is the end of the over. There'll be one more before lunch. Australia 2 for 83. SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. Call 1-800-64-6464.
Yeah, so my favourite piece of commentary ever from Richie Beno is the 2 balls from Wasim Akram in the 92 World Cup final. The first one obviously gets Alan Lamb out. And then they go for a break and they come back. And Chris Lewis is the new batter. He walks out and you have the great Tony Cozier, who I had the honor of calling a good friend towards the end of his life. He goes, well, they still have Chris Lewis. He can still... Some batting left for England. Chris Lewis and Phil Defrett is still to come after this. And then nothing. And then it goes back to Wasim Akram at the top of the mark. Richie Beno says nothing, and you can hear Wasim Akram running in. Classic stump mic.
Yep.
Shalanak.
Stumps everywhere.
Stumps everywhere. and so the last thing that you've heard is Tony Cozier saying, there's still some batting left. Chris Lewis, handy batter coming in at number 8.
Yeah.
And the next piece of commentary after the stumps are broken, you hear is, you can shaprak lush from that list.
Ramesh bowls, Khawaja defends. You can subtract Lewis from that list. Give us that again.
You can subtract Lewis from that list.
Oh, it's great stuff, Baz. Mendes to Khawaja defends. 4 balls remaining before the main break. That's good stuff.
It's just the precision, because there's at least a 1.5 minute gap between Tony Cozier mentioning Chris Lewis and then him being subtracted from the list.
Yep. Mendes delivers. Khawaja defends again, and this time the outside half of the bat into the offside.
And Khawaja reading all this, he's taking it all in. He's batting for the situation here. Let's just get to the break. But he just was saying that's right over the top. He's ripping his spinning finger up the back of the ball. This is where he's going to get maximum spin.
Big moments. 3 balls till lunch. Khawaja back and across and pushes into the gap for 1. Bringing Steve Smith on strike. Khawaja 34. Australia 2 for 84. This is SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. Call 1-800-64-6464. And there's 2 deliveries remaining before the main break.
But you can kind of see in this brief spell, Bryce, why they might have left him out. Ramesh Mendes does give them a scoring opportunity, doesn't he? Just misses his length often enough for Smith and Khawaja to just push him into the gap without taking any risk.
Indeed. Big gap on the offside. So it's a long off, a point, deep point, and no one in saving one.
Mendes bowls to Smith, turns his hands on the ball and is happy to defend it. So 1 ball before lunch here now. The Australians are 2 for 84. They've gone along at a reasonable pace, more than 4 runs per over. That's Steve Smith's come out with great intent. Khawaja's ticked the scoreboard over. Mendes bowls. Smith works wide of the man at short mid-wicket to the man at deep mid-wicket for 1. He'll hold on to the strike. And that'll be lunch here on day 2 at Gaul. Khawaja 34. Smith 23, Australia 2 for 85. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. Call 1-800-64-64.
Well, if for the first day and a bit this Test match was just cruising along on a back street, it's on the motorway now. It's full speed ahead. The pitch is starting to play a lot of tricks. The ball is turning, it's bouncing, it's keeping low. It's not easy batting out there, but these 2 veterans, just like they did last week on a different kind of surface, Usman Khawaja and Steve Smith have found ways, solved problems, and they also scored very quickly after Australia lost Travis Head and Marnus very early on in their innings.
Well, they've done it. They've made it look easy. It's not. It's far from easy. They're going at 4 and over, and they are ticking along really nicely here. 21 overs of their innings so far, and Smith and Khawaja, they are the keys. A wicket can turn things very, very quickly. I can't wait for the next session.
It's all set up here in Gaul. Hope you're enjoying SEN Test cricket. In the lunch break, you can listen to Bobby Quiney, former Australian Test opener, a teammate of yours and mine, Bryce. He's alongside the great Matty Cox to take you through the lunch break. 1300-736-736 to give those guys a call. And then we'll be back from Gaul for the second session after that.
25k off selected Henley completed homes ready to move in. Homes from under $600,000. Live from Gaul. This is the second test between Sri Lanka and Australia on SEN Test Cricket.
The Women's National Basketball League is back. The season is underway and it's bigger than ever. Featuring 7 of the Opals bronze medalists from Paris, including Jade Melbourne, Izzy Borlase, Amy Atwell and Sammy Whitcomb, as well as talented imports from the WNBA. The league's brightest stars are ready to light up the court. WNBL, the future is here. Grab your tickets at WNBL.basketball or watch live on ESPN, 9 Go or 9 Now.
Love your footy? Make sure you head to your local club for the official NRL Vegas watch party. On Sunday, March 2, clubs across the state will be celebrating the start of the NRL season. Plus, there'll be 22 special event hubs hosted by NRL legends serving up Vegas-themed food and fun. Get to an official watch party to take part in 2 exclusive competitions where you'll have the chance to win one of 2 double passes to NRL Vegas 2026, among others. T's and C's apply. Head to yourlocalclub.com.au to find out more.
Why do active traders choose IG Online Trading? Because they want more. More insight from experienced market analysts. More flexibility for trading on the go. More live info, more simplicity, more human support, and more markets. IG has thousands. So why do active traders choose IG Online Trading? Because IG gives you more. Search more from IG. Trading involves risk to your capital. IG Australia Proprietary Limited, AFSL 515106.
If you have been the innocent victim of an accident, let Bryce Sawyers help you recover the compensation you deserve. At Bryce Sawyers, we understand the physical, emotional, and financial toll that personal injuries can have on you and your loved ones. That's why we are committed to achieving the best outcome for you and your family. Contact Bryden Lawyers today at 1-800-848-848 or visit brydens.com.au to book an appointment. Who helps you in your time of need? We do.
Did you know that Cobram Estate extra virgin olive oil supports heart health when consuming 2 or more 15ml serves per day as part of a balanced diet? Cobram Estate is made from olives grown in northern Victoria, which are harvested and first cold pressed within 4 to 6 hours to create a premium quality oil. This is why every bottle is fresh and full of flavour, making your food taste even better. Cobram Estate, premium quality, great tasting, and the most awarded Australian extra virgin olive oil.
Installing or upgrading an irrigation system? View the latest from Nutrien Water. Trusted for over 25 years, the Toro 570 series sprinkler provide everything needed for residential and commercial contractors, offering hundreds of combinations with an unparalleled range of flexibility. 2500 series control valves for light commercial and residential use, and 2400 series control valves for residential use offers solid construction, reliable performance and convenient operation to suit the specific needs of homeowners. Visit your local Nutrien Water store or nutrienwaterstore.com.au.
What do you have for me, Q?
A watch, so you're punctual to get your Spectre tint installed.
Spectre, eh? The highest infrared heat rejection. Perfect.
And for backup, you'll also need Nano Ceramic Elite X paint protection. Extra shine, repels dirt, and the odd crossfire.
Very nice.
Could come in handy if you get shaken or stirred in the field.
Spectre Tint and Elite X paint protection. $200 off this month, only at Tintercar.
Bring it back in one piece, James.
Living with diabetes? Ditch finger pricks with Freestyle Libre. Freestyle Libre is a small wearable sensor that monitors your glucose levels and trends and bangs them straight to your phone. Instant up-to-date feedback. No finger pricks. How good is that? And you can trial Freestyle Libre for only $15. Just head to freestylelibre.com.au to find out how. T's and C's apply. Follow directions for use. Read warnings before purchase. Free yourself from finger pricks with Freestyle Libre.
25k off selected Henley completed homes ready to move in. Homes from under $600,000. Live from Gaul. This is the second test between Sri Lanka and Australia on SEN Test Cricket.
Kuhnemann up. Bowles here, 5 catching men. Oh, goes second slip. Nice take from Webster. That'll be that. Kamara is the final wicket to fall. Kuhnemann gets a third. They're all out for 257. A sharp chance, a second slip.
Head beautifully balanced again. He's punching that through cover point. He's hit that so well. 4 runs. Oh, Travis Head.
Paris Bowles. Edge gone. Caught a first slip. Down the track. Head on the advance. Little bit of turn taken by Dhananjaya de Silva at first slip. Here's the projection. It'll be 2 reds for sure at the start. That's confirmed. All the way back and hitting leg stump. Sri Lanka have gone bang, bang. 2 for 37. Jai Surya having an impact right away.
Jai Surya wanders up, he bowls. Smith drives through the 2 men in the short cover region for 4. He's picking that gap like a surgeon.
The lunch break.
And welcome back to SEN Test Cricket for Henley Homes. Henley Mainview Collection. Prices your bank will love and your friends will envy. Matthew Cox and Bobby Quiney taking you through the lunch break on SEN. Australia 2 for 85, trailing Sri Lanka by 172 runs. After the home side was all out for 257. Bobby, it's been an entertaining first session. Good afternoon to you.
Yeah, good afternoon to you, Coxie. Good afternoon to everyone tuning in as well. And I'll tell you what, please do yourself a favour. Listen in, or if you're at home, watch. Do both if you want. These next two sessions will set up this test match. It's game on. If we think back to Sri Lanka at, what were they, 6 for 150 at one stage, and to pump out 257, that would have gone into that break going, thank God for that. But, hey, we've got something to bowl at. And looking at the way that wicket has played after the first couple of overs, it looked okay. The roll has worn off a little bit. And I'll tell you what, not many of those batters know when the ball is actually going to turn, and it's only getting worse.
Yeah, it's a fascinating stage of the test match. And I agree with you. We're encapsulated already with what's unfolding, but this evening, primetime viewing, gee whiz, and you can watch it on the TV. SEN Sync is up and running, so you can use that as well on the SEN app to tune into our commentary as well as you do watch it unfold. You can get in touch with us as part of the lunch break, 0433 98 11 16, or you can also send a text through on 0457 736 736 to join in our conversation during the lunch break, Bobby. But the big item to come out of that first session this morning, Marnus Labuschagne, and he's failed again, unfortunately. Maybe not. He had a little bit of luck on his side originally with not getting the not-out call, and then it went upstairs and it all went the other way for him. What do you read into that dismissal this morning?
Yeah, I don't read too much into it. I think it's one of those ones where, look, he's got a lot of work to do. Maybe Usman Khawaja from 4 years ago, a fair bit of work to do in the subcontinent. You think about his numbers. I tried to read something out before. He's got 100 in the last, 44, 46 innings, test innings for Australia, which, again, it's not dire. He's still averaging sort of low 30s at the most. Yeah, low 30s, high 20s. It's not dire, but he's in number 3, and he's that, meant to be that driver of us. So thinking ahead, though, for the World Test Championship, I still think the side only has one change in terms of what it should be. You've got Khawaja, Constance, Labuschagne, Smith, Head, and then Green comes back in. And that's all dependent on how he goes, if he can bat through the Shield team at the back end.
So Labuschagne made 4 off 6, and that 4 came from one boundary. So
best way to do it, Coxie.
Well, yeah, that is true, but we would have liked him to have made a few more runs there. If you were providing some advice to him, because there's this groundswell of pressure that seems to be developing around him. It was there before the summer started against India. It's present again during this Sri Lankan tour, and it feels like this is going to be the narrative to lead into the World Test Championship, to lead into the West Indian series that's on the horizon as well, and, of course, the Ashes next summer. So if you were sitting down at a cafe with him, what would you be saying to him to try and drag him out of this poor run of form that he seems to be in?
Firstly, I'd be just confirming that he's paying for coffee, potentially a bite to eat as well.
And smart from you.
Yeah, but secondly, I think it's more on him and how much he's thinking about his game. Now, I'm very confident that the communication within the selection committee, Andrew McDonald within the Australian Test team, is you're playing or you're not. Like, he's going to know. And most likely he's been told, hey, you're in. Similarly to the way Usman Khawaja got told, hey, Uzi, we want you in Sri Lanka. I've got no doubt that Ronnie would be saying, hey, we need you to step up here for this World Test Championship. To go back-to-back World Test Championships would be phenomenal. The competition is in its infancy, but, that'd be a great way to start. So, but in terms of chatting to him, it'd be, he's a heavy thinker of the game. The reason him and Steve Smith get on so well is because they're good problem solvers. They think about things. They try and be one step ahead. And maybe, to both their detriments over the course of the last 18 months has been maybe overthinking things a little bit. And you hear sometimes the way Steve Smith has talked is like, I just went back to what I know and it seems to work. And I'll tell you what, he looks amazing at the moment. And you mentioned off air before, we thought we might have been seeing the end of Steve Smith here, but, is that second win coming? So for Marnus would be going back to, trying to enjoy batting again, enjoy the challenges, but let's not try and complicate things too much. So how he unpacks that is completely up to him.
Does it depend for his position looking ahead to the World Test Championship? Does it become a question about what's the risk to Carey? So if he's failing to make runs at number 3 and is the 4 off 6 in today's innings, yes, he'll get another chance hopefully as part of this test match. But does the question come down to how much risk can we have for our number 3 not to be scoring in that World Test Championship final at Lords? And dependent on how big that risk is that when you start to manoeuvre the levers?
Well, I think it's almost too late. So my big question is, so let's say for all the people that like dropping people, you hear people out there saying, no, he's done, get rid of him. And there's always a time and a place for that. Who actually replaces him at number 3? Now, we spoke about Cameron Green. Phenomenal. He's an amazing talent. He's pumped out a couple of runs already at such a young age and seems so level-headed. Now, he's already doing ads. There's all these things happening off the field. He's been away from the game for a long time now, since October, I think it was. So would the best thing for him to be is to slot in at, 6 behind Head? That's his re-entry back into the test team. Do you throw him to the Wolves at 3? Who is the 3? Does Josh Inglis just go and bat 3? We don't necessarily have this out-and-out number 3 like for like ready to go. So many batters can bat 4 down, and we've gone all summer about the opening spot, which, McSweeney had and now Constas has. So they're open to having different ideas. Smith opened the batting. So, but I think that number 3 spot is super important for sure. So, yes, he's struggling for runs. I would have him in the World Test Championship side and say, there you go. They're actually off to the West Indies not long after that. Now, I actually think that that's a really good time to say, big fella, you go home, see your family. You stay there. We'll continue our march on, McSweeney. Maybe McSweeney can be the best number 3. Maybe he's the one. But do you expose him in such a big game? We saw he got rattled a little bit in the Indian series, and, geez, they all did, with the wickets doing a bit more. And Jasprit Bumrah, Jesus, he looked hard to face off the field, let alone facing front to front. So maybe that's McSweeney's opportunity to step up in the West Indies tour. And then the Ashes say, look, another kettle of fish. There's so many more hurdles coming his way.
It's too much to think about. It's still almost 12 months away. Less than I know that. Maths has never been my strong point. Looking at the scorecard from an Australian perspective, to repeat the score, 2 for 85, Australia is at lunch on day 2 of the second test in Gaul. Travis Head has also departed this morning, 21 off 22, 3 boundaries to his name. This was the gamble, wasn't it, of putting someone who wanted to score fast, who wanted to be aggressive and wanted to take it on. It worked well in the first test. It hasn't worked as well in this second test for Travis Head.
It hasn't. He's batted at the best time. As I said, the roll had started to wear off a little bit. He played exactly the same way. And I guess sometimes for those sitting at home going, oh, geez, he's just a bit of a slogger. He's getting lucky. Like he played some beautiful shots. He played a beautiful on drive, a nice square cut in amongst that 21 runs. And his OM to spin was, I'm going to get them before they get me. And unfortunately, Nishan got him in the end, but he gave it the kitchen sink, that's for sure. Did it come off? If you look at the overall picture, he's 40 in the first test, he's 20 here, run a ball. We're sitting at 4 runs and over. And Usman Khawaja's going a strike rate of 64. So it just enables Uzi to bat the way Uzi wants to bat. And we know that he loves doing that. So, Smith's come out and he's easing his way into it. And he's at 50.
Easing? He's had a couple of ripping shots.
Oh, and that's what I mean. That's him. He's so good on the eye. But he's also, we've been watching, and there's been some balls that have just turned dramatically, and he's just leaned back and laughed. Like he's balls that he's got this temperance, right, that if he's not sure, he'll lock in. There was an LB decision early in his innings that Sri Lanka reviewed. It was not out. It was going down leg side. That's his setup. He'll bat slightly leg side of that ball so that if he does miss that straight one, it's going to be going down leg side. So as soon as the length comes a little bit fuller, he feels like he can drive. They've got 2 catching covers in there specifically for that reason. They've got a hole in the middle of them going, off you go, Smudge, you have a crack. He went on one and he missed it by half a metre and he just laughed. So that's the way the wicket's playing. You know, we heard on the commentary with Bryce and Tom there that, you know, these guys are making it look relatively easy. Right? It is bloody hard work out there and only getting ridiculously harder. So, you know, I'm thinking here, to go back to that Travis Head point, he's just ticked off 21 off 22. The run rate's at 4. Things are going okay, 2 for 85. If there's a way that Australia can get a lead north of 80, 100, anything more than that, and 2 early wickets in the Sri Lankan camp, I'll tell you what, this could be done and dusted pretty quickly, pardon the pun.
0433 98 11 16 or 0457 736 736 to send through a message on the text line this evening and join in our conversation during the lunch break. We'll take you back to Sri Lanka very shortly for the second session. So Sri Lanka's 257. They started the day 9 for 229, all out for 257. That actually looks very respectable considering the way this wicket is deteriorating.
100%. And listening to people who are actually over there, and the way they're talking, yes, they're going, it's going to break up, but there's still elements of the unknown and runs on the board. A lot of people talking about, I heard Chuck and Whitey yesterday talking about you win the toss, you win the game. You know, that's the narrative at the moment. If Australia win this and they do it by batting bulk and they get 100 in front in their first innings, like that's a huge win. There's times where I watch the Aussies right now that they're having fun. There's times where it looks like it's like they don't care. It's like, oh, whatever. We'll just do what we need to do respectfully. But it's like it looks like if they don't win, it's not the end of the world. It helps that they've already qualified for the World Test Championship. But I'll tell you what, this would be a huge, huge win. And you think about the people that aren't playing. You know, Webster's in as a medium. Cooper Connolly, Inglis just sliding in on a nice wicket, but he's still got to make them, and that'd do heaps for his confidence, but also his CV.
So there's a question here regarding Inglis off the text of they're asking whether he's crook or he's injured. He's got a back issue, and the boys on the ground will be able to give a clearer update following the lunch session. But from what we've heard so far is that he's been off receiving treatment, spent a lot of the day yesterday off the field, similar again today. So we're not entirely sure what exactly is causing the discomfort, apart from the fact that it is some sort of a back issue.
Yeah, probably a dodgy bed, dodgy sleep. Who knows? Hopefully he pulls up all right. We saw some footage, I reckon, about half an hour ago, 45 minutes ago, about Bo Webster had the pads on and Alex Carey had the pads on. So no Inglis just yet. There are also requirements around him. He's been off the field as well. So the elements as to he can't bat straight away, whether it's overs or, you know, stage of the game. My question when I saw Webster and Carey with the pads on, I wonder, and this is the way the Australian side are operating, a little bit of horses for courses. If Khawaja goes out, do they send Carey out left-hander for left-hander? Or, you know, do they send Webster out if Smith goes out?
So what are you predicting to unfold, not just in this second session, but for the rest of the evening on day 2? Given where Australia currently sit, 2 for 85, what are you predicting they're going to try and attempt to achieve? And also, to back in that question, what about Sri Lanka? We spent a lot of time talking about the Aussies so far on this lunch break, but what about Sri Lanka? And do we need to give them a bit of credit for posting the total that they have to now create a game?
Well, you give the credit when both sides have batted on the wicket, I think. You know, Kamara just seemed like cannon fodder with the new ball, who's their opening quick bowler. We saw Mitchell Starc have an impact with reverse swing. So if there's a way, clearly we're thinking spin, spin, spin for everything. Is there a way that Kamara can bring something different to the table here and provide an opportunity to open up some wickets here? I'm thinking that Australia might lose 3 wickets in this session, but they're going to do it at a good rate. I think they're looking at this going, we can't just be stuck on the crease. Khawaja's strike rate 60, Smith's strike rate 50. I think they'll look to play their own games. That's the way they like to do. But then if you look at Carey and Webster, they're not going to stuff around at all. And Connolly, well, hopefully he gets the bat for a while and we can see him maybe get a 50 on debut. That'd be nice.
Your thoughts on his selection over Todd Murphy? We've heard everyone else's, so we may as well get yours.
Yeah, I was hoping that they would play McSweeney. And, you know, all the chat we've heard about Vittori saying, and it's a balance of it. And Australia have got most of these decisions right. But, you know, they've gone with the extra left arm spin option. So they're talking about going heavy batting, but still be able to bowl that spin where you've got McSweeney and Head who can bowl off spin as well. We saw Head, you know, he's shaking his hand out like it's on fire. Like, you know, I would have liked to have seen McSweeney have that chance. Albeit, it's a hard one because I'm loving seeing people give opportunities, and we keep hearing about 4 first-class matches, no wickets, done all right with the bat. He's played for Australia in the white ball game as well. But it's sort of like, well, McSweeney's done the hard yards here. Let's get him back in. So where do you put earn the stripes and horses for courses? How do you strike that balance right now at the moment? Or is that just the way the modern cricket is? We saw Jacob Bethel get a gig for England without playing a hell of a lot of first-class cricket.
Yeah, it's a fascinating situation, isn't it? When you even look at how our Australian team has evolved just over the course of the summer and the question marks that we had around the top of the order, yes, they still exist. But now we've got players there that we can go, are we ready to put them in full-time, or do we give this bloke a chance?
Yeah.
And it's a fascinating debate that's unfolding.
Well, Andrew McDonald and the selection committee they're thinking beyond Ashes next year. So I'm pretty confident that once the Ashes is played out next summer here in Australia, there will be 2 retirements, maybe more, who knows, or people who might step away or might be really under the pump. So you need that transition. People are talking about when's the transition, the same bowlers. So, you know, the same 3 bowlers. Scotty Boland's had to work his absolute backside off to get into the side. So they're working on transition as we speak.
And it's giving us an opportunity to assess and fall in love again with the game of cricket.
Correct.
That's the way I can sum it up. SEN Test Cricket for Henley, main view collection. Prices your bank will love and your friends will envy. That's it. Our little cameo here for the lunch break. Bobby Quiney, thank you very much.
No, thanks for having me. It's been great.
And Matthew Cox guiding you through the lunch break. We'll take you back to Sri Lanka on the other side of this. Australia to resume 2 for 85. They trail Sri Lanka by 172 runs. Usman Khawaja will return 34 not out. Steve Smith 23 not out. Enjoy the second session after this.
$25K off selected Henley completed homes ready to move in. Homes from under $600,000. Live from Galle. This is the second test between Sri Lanka and Australia on SEN Test Cricket.
What do you have for me, Q?
A watch, so you're punctual to get your Spectre tint installed.
Spectre, eh? The highest infrared heat rejection. Perfect.
And for backup, you'll also need Nano Ceramic Elite X paint protection. Extra shine, repels dirt, and the odd crossfire.
Very nice.
Could come in handy if you get shaken or stirred in the field.
Spectre Tint and Elite X paint protection. $200 off this month, only at Tintercar.
Bring it back in one piece, James.
In golf, all drivers claim they have great performance, but it takes game-changing leaps in innovation to create one that's truly elite. With an advanced new shape, revolutionary thermoforged carbon, and a breakthrough AI-10X face, the new Callaway Elite driver delivers incredible distance that's up to 8 yards longer with even more forgiveness. The future of performance is the new Elite driver from Callaway. Learn more at callawaygolf.com.au.
Did you know that Cobram Estate Extra Virgin Olive Oil supports heart health when consuming 2 or more 15ml serves per day as part of a balanced diet? Cobram Estate is made from olives grown in northern Victoria, which are harvested and first cold pressed within 4 to 6 hours to create a premium quality oil. This is why every bottle is fresh and full of flavour, making your food taste even better. Cobram Estate, premium quality, great tasting, and the most awarded Australian extra virgin olive oil.
Why do active traders choose IG Online Trading? Because they want more. More insight from experienced market analysts. More flexibility for trading on the go. More live info, more simplicity, more human support, and more markets. IG has thousands. So why do active traders choose IG Online Trading? Because IG gives you more. Search more from IG. Trading involves risk to your capital. IG Australia Proprietary Limited, AFSL 515106.
Are you suffering from an injury that wasn't your fault? At Bryden's Lawyers, we understand the challenges you face. Our team of experienced personal injury lawyers are here to protect your needs and provide guidance and support every step of the way. For a risk-free, no-obligation assessment of your claim, contact Bryden's Lawyers today at 1-800-848-848 or visit brydens.com.au. Who helps you in your time of need? We do. Terms and conditions apply.
Looking for a reliable stormwater solution that is resistant to corrosive ground conditions? Manufactured in Australia, Iplex Black Max pipes and fittings stand the test of time. Your drainage solutions demand exceptional hydraulic and structural performance, and Iplex Black Max pipes and fittings are your number one stormwater solution. For performance, durability and resistance to corrosion, choose Iplex Black Max pipes and fittings, the reliable solution. For a great range of Iplex pipes, drop into your local Nutrien Water store or visit nutrienwaterstore.com.au.
Are you wanting stylish, family-friendly flooring solutions without breaking the bank? Then now is the time. The Spaces for Living affordable sale is back at Choices Flooring, with savings across a range of carpet, timber, luxury vinyl and window furnishings. Visit choicesflooring.com and download the Spaces for Living affordable sale catalogue, packed full of savings and inspiration. Or visit your nearest Choices Flooring showroom to find out more.
Love your footy? Make sure you head to your local club for the official NRL Vegas watch party. On Sunday, March 2, clubs across the state will be celebrating the start of the NRL season. Plus, there'll be 22 special event hubs hosted by NRL legends serving up Vegas-themed food and fun. Get to an official watch party to take part in 2 exclusive competitions where you'll have the chance to win one of 2 double passes to NRL Vegas 2026, among others. T's and C's apply. Head to yourlocalclub.com.au to find out more.
25k off selected Henley completed homes ready to move in. Homes from under $600,000. Live from Gaul. This is the second test between Sri Lanka and Australia on SEN Test Cricket.
Bells here, 5 catching men. Oh, goes second slip. Nice take from Webster. That'll be that. Kamara is the final wicket to fall. Kuhneman gets a third. They're all out for 257. A sharp chance at second slip.
Head beautifully balanced again. He's punching that through cover point. He's hit that so well. 4 runs. Oh, Travis Head.
Paris bowls. Edge gone. Caught it first slip. Down the track. Head on the advance. Little bit of turn taken by Danajaya de Silva at first slip. Here's the projection. It'll be 2 reads for sure at the start. That's confirmed. All the way back and hitting leg stump. Sri Lanka have gone bang bang. 2 for 37. Jayasuriya having an impact right away.
Jayasuriya wanders up, he bowls. Smith drives through the 2 men in the short cover region for 4. He's picking that gap like a surgeon.
The second session for Work Locker. Get back to work in style with Work Locker, Karen Downs and Pakenham.
This test match is so delicately poised for both teams. Australia 2 for 85 in response to Sri Lanka's 257. They were bowled out this morning. A nice little 10th wicket partnership for the Sri Lankans. Managed to get them up to that score of 33. In the end, Kamara, the last man out. Kusal Mendes, 85 not out. Batting at number 7, batted beautifully and allowed the Sri Lankans to make a score, which Bryce McGain and many other experts believe is more than competitive. This session is crucial. It is the 5th session of the test match. The Australians will be looking to hammer home this probably small advantage that they have. The Sri Lankans will believe, based on what we've seen in the first session, that if the ball spins as much as it does, if it continues to bite out of those areas on the pitch, especially off a good length from Jayasuriya, then they are well and truly in the hunt. The men out already for Australia. Travis Head dismissed, caught at first slip off the bowling of Pearce for 21 from just 22 balls in true Travis Head fashion, opened the batting. And Marnus Labuschagne continues his run of really ordinary form. LBW for 4 off the bowling of Jayasuriya. It was originally given not out, but as you heard with Adam Collins in the highlights, he got the 3 reds and he was on his way. He's averaging just 27 in this World Test Championship window. Steve Smith's 23 not out. Usman Khawaja's 34 not out. Bharat Sundaresan is alongside me. And before we talk about this, you've been writing a really interesting piece for The Australian. And I was privileged to read the first couple of lines of it. I urge anyone to have a read of it when it goes online and buy the paper tomorrow. But the article, needless to say, is about Marnus Labuschagne, who you've watched closer than just about any other player in the world the last few years.
Yes, it is. And I've been sitting on this intro since November, so I take the readers back to a net session from the ODI series against Pakistan in Adelaide. Manas just having a dialogue with himself and just kind of told me a lot about his mindset and how hard he tried throughout the summer to get his batting going. How it didn't start too well for him. In Perth, you remember the 2 of 53 odd balls. He just looked all over the shop, not showing any kind of intent. The mindset seemed a little pessimistic as well. Then he tried playing a lot of shots in the lead up to the Adelaide test, which is when I stuck my neck out. You'll remember, Tom, and I said he's going to make runs. He did make runs. He made 60, 70 and 60 odd. He looked good in that. Then again at the Gabba, failures there. 2 crucial innings in Melbourne we spoke about, and again failing in Sydney, and it hasn't really been a good tour for him here so far. Was the only one to miss out in the first test, and just the manner of his dismissal today, the ball just coming in. Prabhat Jayasuriya has trapped so many right-handers, LBW here in Gaul. But yeah, I mean, just didn't look good the way he just played back to it, and his body language as well after getting out. When Manas was at his peak, you'd always see him muttering under his breath, just kind of berating himself quite vocally about he should have done this, he should have done that, he should have played it on the front foot or back foot, and he would drag himself off the field, for which some people even criticized him. But today he just put his head down and shook it a couple of times and just walked off. I mean, there was a sense of resignation in the way he got out and the way he walked off today. So it is concerning, and so all of that I try to bring up in my column. And like we were discussing just before the lunch break with Bryce McGain, all of a sudden there are so many different options and different routes that Australia can go, even though he's been a long-term mainstay at number 3.
52 test matches in a row he's played in Australian test team.
There you go, since 2019 when he came back into the side. So it is what it is, I guess. So this a difficult phase comes in everybody's career, and this is stretched for a while. His contributions in the 2 victories in Adelaide and Melbourne obviously was acknowledged by the selectors. But now with so many knocking on the door, so many players around him in the dressing room who look ready to just come into Test cricket or come back to Test cricket in Nathan McSweeney's case, and with Cameron Green coming back, it just puts pressure on him and that number 3, because I can't see the Australians not wanting to play Cameron Green at number 4, which is a position that they feel is preferred for him, and he prefers as well, especially on the back of that wonderful century in Wellington. And if he comes back at 4, the only place for Steve Smith to go is up and not down, which means he goes to number 3, or that's the only position available. And with Manas in the form that he's in, and more than the form, the average, or 27, he is... Unfortunately, the axe is hanging over his head, because Travis Head will bat at 5, and depends who they slot in at 6, whether it's Inglis or Webster or any of these other in-form guys. So there's a lot of pressure on him. He will get some shield cricket when he goes back home now, which is good for him. He would want to finish the home summer on a strong note. Oh, in fact, he's in the Champions Trophy squad. But even after the Champions Trophy, actually, by the time if Australia do go deep into the Champions Trophy, I apologize, he won't get a lot of shield cricket because the tournament ends on March 9th. We'll have, 1 round left, I would say, Tommy. So, I mean...
So how it's set up, if you just do the simple maths, forget where batters bat for a moment, because the Australians do like to talk about just picking the best top 6.
Yeah, true.
And going from there. There's essentially 2 spots to fill in the Australian top 6 for the World Test Championship final, and they have to be filled by 2 of Constas, Manas, McSweeney and Webster. Constas, Marnie, McSweeney, Webster. So that's 4 into 2. And that's not an easy decision to make. This is assuming that Cam Green's fit, as we believe he will be. So he's well and truly in the gun, and he is the most vulnerable. Today, talking about positivity, he hit the first ball for 4. He comes in with a score 1 for 32. Travis Head's been dismissed. The Sri Lankans are up and about. Gets not really a half volley, but he opens up his body.
A good shot.
And he hits a cover drive for 4, and he's feeling this could be Manas's day. It's an excellent start. Dot ball,
new over. Jai is bowling. Khawaja gets off strike. Marnus faces a couple more dot balls and then is dismissed on the 6th ball that he faces. It must be so disconcerting for him because he would have felt after hitting that 4 like this is his day. I mean, that was a shot of a man who is up for the challenge. He's up for the fight. But sometimes the weight is so big on his shoulders that things don't work out the way that he likes.
No, I mean, and we've been seeing how much he's been working, as he generally does, always does, every morning of the first test after he was dismissed, even this morning. And yeah, I mean, it is heartbreaking when you see a player who puts in so much work into his game and if things don't come off in the middle. But look, they've not come off in the middle for a longer period of time than just home summer. And with all these other people knocking on the door, he still has the second innings.
Yes, it's important.
And you know, if it does come down to a tricky, nervy run chase and he's out there leading Australia to victory, that will do him a lot of good. And that's how he should be approaching it, and that's how hopefully you expect him to be approaching it, rather than another innings on this pitch. Because you can easily, whoever you are in the position he's in, there can be these negative thoughts swirling around your head. Hopefully he keeps them away. He does rely a lot on his faith, and that's helped him a lot in the past and throughout his career, so hopefully he sticks with it as you would expect him to. But yeah, I mean, now the game, the rest of the test match will decide whether Marnus gets that opportunity or not.
Yeah, fascinating stuff with Marnus Labuschagne. That's one sub-narrative and an overall bigger narrative, which is this test match in itself. It's good to see a contest here in Gaul. It's good to see a pitch that's turning at pace, which I guess is the biggest discrepancy from what we saw in the first test. Australia trails by 172 runs. The not-out batters, as I mentioned before, are Usman Khawaja, who's on 34 from 53, who's looked largely untroubled, and Stephen Smith, 23 from 45 with 3 boundaries. Doesn't do justice to the positivity and the aggression at which he's played. The 2 umpires are walking out onto the field, and Adam Collins and Bryce McGain will be with you in a few moments' time to begin the second session here at Gaul.
iPlex No Water. And with over 80 years experience, iPlex understands the challenges the water industry faces. They're committed to providing safe, secure and innovative water solutions today and well into the future. iPlex supply a large range of quality pipeline products and solutions that support urban agriculture, residential and urban subdivisions to civil and mining infrastructure Australia-wide. All backed by excellent customer service and support. Check out the range of iPlex pipes at your local Nutrien Water store or visit nutrienwaterstore.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. Call 1-800-646464. Adam Collins with you. Just waiting for the players to join the umpires. 2 for 85 Australia. They still trail by 172 runs with Khawaja. 34 Smith, 23, partnership of 48. Crucial one at that, having lost Head and Labuschagne in consecutive overs. Head caught it slip from the bowling of Dishan for 21, and then Marnus Labuschagne trapped on the back pad, leg before wicket to Prabhat Jayasuriya's 5th ball for 4. They were 2 for 37 at that point. Yes, now 2 for 85. Bryce, we've been talking about it throughout the course of our lunch break conversation. Marnus Labuschagne, important contributions at Adelaide and Melbourne through the Border Gavaskar series. No one should doubt that. Likewise at Old Trafford, which was the last 100 he made a long time ago. But between times, it's been slim pickings, and the numerical argument for him remaining in the team is getting tougher to make.
It is, unfortunately. Just beaten on the inside edge, a sliding delivery, and adjudicated LBW for just a handful. And it's tough. It's nearly sad to see. He does look absorbed with it. Before the game, we did notice his body language, and he was so in the moment. There was so many joyous things happening around him, but generally he'd be a part of that. But I think he certainly is feeling the pressure as well. So it is left to, the stars of the first test from an Australian perspective, and that's Usman Khawaja and Steve Smith, and they're making batting out there look very, very simple, Colin.
Yeah, Steve Smith, 23 not out. Couple of those cover drives before lunch, one against the spin when Ramesh was bowling from our city end was utter class, and Khawaja 34, 3 boundaries, but when he's got the reverse sweep out, he's looked most at home, which has been the way with Khawaja in Asia in recent years. Prabhat Jayasuriya, 1 for 25 from his 7 overs from the Gaul Fort end. He will start our middle session to work Lockhart, Karam, Downs and Pakenham. Just waiting for umpire Holdstock to release the players. I'm sure lunch was more than 40 minutes ago. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Middle session, day 2. Will it speed up? I suspect it might. Jayasuriya bowls here to Smith, who's forward in defence. To where short leg isn't.
No short leg, no mid-wicket.
That's the one thing. That's the one thing I've detected, I'm sure you have as well, is that with the exception of when Smith walked out, there's been no real pressure around the bat at all.
No, that's right. They've been spent a lot of time, the Sri Lankans, plugging gaps from the proactive batting.
Jayasuriya bowls, Smith drives to one of the 2 catching covers, and they're both... I mean, normally when you've got 2 catching covers, you've got them spread out in such a way that they can both theoretically dive on the angle, but these 2 are almost behind each other, like a backward point in the gully, if that makes sense. Jayasuriya bowls, and Smith finds the edge, catches it to backward point where there won't be a single, collected by Kumara.
And that was Steve Smith saying no.
Yes,
maybe frustrated.
Wailing.
Yeah, literally wailing. Round the wicket. Oh, sorry, over the wicket now. Different angle. Big angle across the right-hander now. Short leg does come into play. Sri Lankans having fun.
Yep, sharing a laugh. Over the wicket, Jayasuriya. Change of approach to Smith. Short leg in. He's looking to sweep right away, of interest, because he said to us last week, he missed a sweep, by the way, ended up with Kusal Mendez, the keeper, that he wasn't sweeping in the first innings because he had the baggy green on. And he sort of thought that was a good way to keep himself in check. But, oh well, I suppose he feels comfortable out there. Even to risk copping a fat lip or something like that if the ball does get through and hit him on the face. Jayasuriya, Gaul forward end, bowls to Smith, beats him on the outside edge, might have just pulled inside the line, hard to tell from our angle. Either way, it's a quality dot ball. Steve Smith, who is nearing in on Ricky Ponting for the most runs for Australia in Asia.
Back around the wicket. Mix and match here.
Jayasuriya to finish the first over after lunch. Close to the umpire, bowls here, defends down the pitch. A maiden. 2 for 85 after 22. They still trail by 172 on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. Your back-to-school expert unbeatable deals on laptops, tablets, headphones and more. Best brands, best prices guaranteed. Khawaja 34, Smith 23. So Smith, his record as captain, we had a graphic on television before lunch. He averages 68 as a Test captain. That is a full 10 runs better than anybody who's made 4,000 runs as a Test captain.
Isn't that amazing?
So the next best is 57.5, which I'm pretty sure was Greg Chappell. So the usual suspects are all there and thereabouts. But then you've got Steve Smith, 68 as leader. That's with 1,600s. Now, I acknowledge that his ridiculous purple patch as a batter mostly coincided with his time as full-time captain. But still, those numbers don't lie.
It obviously agrees with him. Likes the added responsibility. The captain's knock. Maybe has a mantra in the back of his mind somewhere.
Of course, 141 last week. 3 tests in his last 4 300s in his last 4 tests, rather. Isham Peris will be off spin from our city end. So he'll start with the 2 slips. Kamindu Mendez under the lid at second slip. Dhananjaya the first. Nishan's first ball after lunch is placed out to long off by Khawaja for an easy single. His first ball after the break earns 1. He's 35, 2 for 86. Khawaja, speaking about records, I mean, Khawaja now averages 62 in Asia. His 18th test in this continent. 5 centuries, all opening. And he's now gone beyond 3,000 runs since returning to the Test team 3 years ago. So 35 Test matches in that span. An average of 51, 8 centuries and 13 other scores above 50. So yes, there was the ton drought, which he broke last week. Smith on 23, waits for Nishan, bowls here, hits him on the pad, spinning back and given. Joel Wilson gives Smith out. There was sharp turn. The question is, was impact in line? That's what Smith's weighing up. Will he review it? He tends to review it in these situations. When he thinks there's doubt, he has sent it upstairs, Steve Smith. So Nishan beat him on the inside edge. Only will need to be yellow rather than red when the projection comes up. First replay, Bryce McGain, talk us through it.
He's got outside the line, is my thought.
I think he's fine here.
Yeah, so Khawaja, it was how he wanted to play. He deliberately stepped outside the line. The ball spun back sharply. Was going on to hit the stumps, I have no doubt. Khawaja immediately, Steve Smith looked at him. Khawaja just said, review it. And he didn't move his feet, didn't try and kick his feet out later. I think he's outside the line of off stump.
So confirming VAR Ultra Edge, there was no bat on it. You can see all of leg stump and you can see half of middle stump. Contact made on the back pad, but that was well outside the line of the off stump. Watching for the projection. First red will be fine, second one will be decisive. It is impact outside comfortably. It's been the soundtrack of many test matches over the years. Joel, you're going to have to change your decision. 2 for 86, the score reverts to 171, the deficit. Good batting from Smith to get outside the line, going back and across so actively as he wishes to do so often.
No question, it just rules out the LBW straight away. I'm surprised that umpire Wilson didn't factor that. However,
Smith staying around on 23 from 52. Nishan bowls to him here, using his feet back to the bowler in his follow through. Yeah, I mean, it's tough, isn't it, with Joel Wilson? He has got a very good overall record. He has got a very good overall record, which is why he remains on the ICC Elite panel. The numbers they release from time to time. Nishan bowls to Smith. He goes back and defends. That ball was in line with off stump. It's just that he has a freakish number of decisions overturned when officiating in Australian matches. Yeah. And I'm not saying it goes one way or the other. It's just one of those things. Smith on 23, facing Nishan, and he plays back to the bowler. One ball left in the over. He was television umpire in Sydney for the Coley decision on day one of the New Year's test, and the process he went through. Then he might have got to the right call. Who's to know? That's subjective, but the process was a bit ropey. Smith driving through the offside, out towards deep extra cover where there is a sweeper. Smith will retain the strike. He's 24 with the single, 35 Khawaja, 2 for 87 Australia, trailing by 170 on the Harvey Norman scoreboard.
If you've had a car accident, call Sheen first. We'll handle your repair process from start to finish and provide an accident replacement vehicle at no cost to you. Rest assured, we use genuine parts and provide you with a lifetime guarantee on all repairs. So remember, call Sheen first on 1300 Repair. We'll take care of the rest at one of our 27 locations across Victoria. Sheen Panel Service. T's and C's apply.
A middle session for work blocker Karam Downs and Pakenham. Prabhat Jayasuriya, can he get them going here? Can this be the session where Sri Lanka get their spinners right into the game? Inglis won't be batting at 5. That much we know. Smith facing Jayasuriya, lunging forward, doesn't quite sneak it past cover, no run. We saw Alex Carey and Bo Webster padded up to bat 5 and 6 respectively, with Inglis doing laps before lunch, got that back spasm.
Trying to free things up a bit, just trying to get some movement back. And
partnership's an even 50 after the single to complete the previous over. They've been out there for 92 balls together. Jayasuriya to Smith on 24, bowls here using his feet, hits Khawaja in his follow through.
Save 4.
Probably save 4.
Yeah.
The angle down to mid on. It might have been the fielder had a chance of getting it if not for Khawaja's pads. Either way, it's a single for Smith, who's 25. 2 for 88.
Smith hitting it too hard for his partner at the other end to get out of the way. Good footwork to get to it on the half volley. A real classic big first stride by Smith. He committed to getting out there. Not nervous by the fact that there have been some turning quite a bit past his outside edge. He got out there, got the half volley.
Left arm round. Jayasuriya bowls. And Khawaja using his feet past mid-wicket just on the dive. We'll get another single. Takes them 2 for 89. Khawaja 36. Trying to spot he's in there at mid-wicket. It's Kamindu wearing the broad-brimmed hat when he's not under the lid. So they've changed short leg. Try and get a sense of who's under the lid since lunch. Prabhat bowls, slip, short leg, Smith back, hit on the inside edge onto the pad. They bail out of the appeal. For a moment, I thought we were heading towards another Prabhat Jayasuriya celeb appeal.
Yeah.
Which really do need to be outlawed.
He just takes off.
They are verging on ridiculous, the celeb appeals. It actually hit Smith on the back pad, but a mile outside the line of the off stump. That was the scrambled seam variation from Jayasuriya. Bowls here off break, played out into the offside through cover point for 1. 26 for the acting captain, 2 for 90 Australia, 1 left in the 24th over. My simple solution to the celeb appeal, I haven't got the law in front of me, but the law says that somebody needs to appeal. Easy solution. And in other words, so if slip's appealing, the bowler gets away with running away. Just mandate the bowler needs to turn around and ask the question as well.
It's not a healthy look.
No, it's appalling to kids.
The demand of it's definitely out, and then sometimes haven't even reviewed them.
Yeah, should qualify as excessive appealing as well. Last ball of the over, around the wicket to Khawaja. Defended down the pitch. 2 for 90 Australia. Harvey Norman scoreboard. Your back to school expert. Unbeatable deals on laptops, tablets, headphones and more. Best brands, better prices guaranteed.
Why do active traders choose IG Online Trading? Because they want more. More insight from experienced market analysts. More flexibility for trading on the go. More live info, more simplicity, more human support, and more markets. IG has thousands. So why do active traders choose IG Online Trading? Because IG gives you more. Search more from IG. Trading involves risk to your capital. IG Australia Proprietary Limited. AFSL 515106.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. Call 1-800-646464. Looks like a Spanish flag on the balcony of the Gaul Cricket Club with BICC on it. Played a game last year where there was some controversy with a Spanish flag. Smith facing up to Nishan here in defence. So the MCC flag, the Marylebone Cricket Club flag, looks very similar to the Spanish flag.
Yep.
And I was on tour with the MCC in Gibraltar, playing in Gibraltar, where there's, needless to say, a bit of angst around who has responsibility for that part of the world, defending against Smith back into the onside, because Gibraltar sits at the very bottom of the continent of Europe. It's run by the British as an overseas territory. The Spanish think it should be theirs because it's effectively in Spain. Nishan,
I think I know where this is going.
Bowls to Smith. Smith gets forward and defends. In every MCC game you play, you hang up the MCC flag. Some local Gibraltarians saw this, and that didn't work out too well. The flag got stolen. On a previous tour, it got burnt.
Oh, gee.
By some squatties. Smith facing up to Nishan, plays out towards wideish long on where there's 1 on offer. He did bisect the 2 sweepers, but they're happy with the single. 27 for him, 2 for 91 the score. But yes, last year it was stolen. The previous time it was burnt. So it was lovely to play there, though. We were on the rugby field, which is the national, underneath the Rock of Gibraltar, is the cricket/rugby stadium. You play on a Syntho pitch, which is just outside the rugby playing field.
Yeah.
And you play on the rugby 4G synthetic turf. That's what you use as the grass. Great to slide around on. You think you get carpet bare, but it's fine.
Not at all.
That's great. Khawaja faces his shot, hits him on the pad, bang in front, got to be close, given. Khawaja went back and misread it off the turf. It was straight on with the arm. Height might be a concern, but the first 2 reds will be fairly conclusive from Nishan. Good piece of bowling, pressing Khawaja back. Extra pace. Is it a 3rd wicket, Bryce McGain?
This is really close. It got stuck between both legs as Khawaja cleared the front leg to pull it hard through the mid-wicket region, and it's just slid on. Oh, I think that's really close because even though it hit his thigh, he's low. He's getting low, getting his backside low to be able to pull it.
Well, the knee's bent, isn't it? So his back knee is bent. So the fact that it's hit him on the back thigh guard, it's not going to help him on height, I don't think. Well, ultra edge, watching it back slowly. No spike on ultra edge. So it did hit him in line with middle and leg, but he was back in the crease. It'll only need to be touching. It feels like Khawaja's in strife.
This is a big breakthrough. They thought they had Smith the over before LBW.
Here's the projection. 2 reds to start as we thought. What's it hitting? It's hitting leg stump. Usman Khawaja has been trapped. Leg before wicket by Nishan Paris for 36. Sri Lanka needed a breakthrough after lunch, and they've got it. Khawaja, magnificent last week for 232. Got himself a nice start again, but he's the 3rd wicket to fall. 3 for 91. Sri Lanka can really get into Australia's middle order here on a pitch that's giving them plenty.
And I think it will be Josh Inglis. He came with the pads on, came down to the dugout. I think the time is extracted. No, it's not. It is Carey coming out to the wicket now. So it's time, and batting at 7, given that he needs to be off for time. So He's still on the sidelines, though he has had a hit. So he was walking laps in the break. He's had a bit of a hit. He's down at ground level. But Carey is the new batsman coming out to join his skipper, Steve Smith.
Alex Carey wouldn't have batted number 5 in Test cricket before, I don't believe. We can check that. Bharat's next to us here. He can look it up at some point. He did open in one innings, going back to his Test debut, but that's a whole different story. Alex Carey elevated from his normal number 7 to number 6 for the first Test match ahead of Webster, and today, in the absence of Josh Inglis with that back spasm that we've been discussing, he'll bat down at, well, no higher than 7. It gives Carey the chance to have a real influence here, as he did when they played on a similar pitch to this in the first innings in 2022, when Carey swept at absolutely everything, both conventional and reverse. Test average 33, had a good season at home. High score of 72 in the summer against India at Brisbane. Batted delightfully last week, albeit in very generous circumstances, with plenty of runs on the board. Nishan Paris, 2 for 21. He's had a dreadful time of it. None for 189 in the first innings last week. 3 wickets in his last 4 first-class games. Well, 2 so far here. And here's where it matters most. For Carey, they'll start with a slip and a short leg. Australia's batting partners, IG Online Trading. Why do active traders choose IG? Because IG gives you more. Nishan to Carey. First ball to short leg, taken, dragged in, no second noise, off the pad. Patam the Sanka under the lid, athletic. Ends the over. It takes Australia to 3 for 91, losing Khawaja along the way. Harvey Norman scoreboard.
The Women's National Basketball League is back. The season is underway and it's bigger than ever. Featuring 7 of the Opal's bronze medalists from Paris, including Jade Melbourne, Izzy Borlase, Amy Atwell and Sammy Whitcomb, as well as talented imports from the WNBA. The league's brightest stars are ready to light up the court. WNBL, the future is here. Grab your tickets at WNBL.basketball or watch live on ESPN, 9Go or 9Now.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. Call 1-800-646464. Jayasuriya, first ever time he's batted 5 in Test cricket. Bharat tells me Alex Carey is Smith on strike, square driving for 1. Out to deep point. He's 28, 3 for 92, which makes Steve Smith now the highest scorer ever in Asia for Australia in Test cricket, overtaking Ricky Ponting.
Absolutely outstanding.
A record in Asia that speaks for itself. 600s in this continent, 3 in that majestic series in 2017 in India, 3 in 4 Test matches, 3 in Sri Lanka, 1 in 2016, 1 in 2022 and 1 last week. Nearing 1,900 runs in Asia, more than anyone who's played Test cricket for Australia, and equal with Alan Border for 6 tons as well. What a career. It's Carey on strike. Jayasuriya around the wicket, lap sweep, hits him on the pad, pitching outside the leg, ended up at short leg, all happening.
Fast and fired in, knowing that Carey wants to go to a sweep shot. The field is set for it on both sides of the wicket. They know his favoured method.
So Jayasuriya's got the slip of the short leg. Round the wicket, fought end, Carey lap sweeping. That's better. Gets the angle he wants. One man to beat a deep backward square. Doesn't quite. Kumara does well to his left, keeps it to 2. Carey off the mark with that. 3 for 94.
It's a sweep-a-thon.
That will be now. This will be the full commitment to the bit from Alex Carey.
Yeah.
This will be 3 out of every 6 balls getting down the sweep, if not more. Had some trouble with it in India 2 years ago. Got out sweeping and reversing quite a bit, but remains a weapon for him, clearly. Carey facing Jayasuriya, delivers here. Ooh, Jayasuriya pulls out. I don't think he was threatening to run out the non-striker, but just the way that he pulled out so late, it looks like he was trying to. Has a bit of a laugh and goes back to his mark. Jayasuriya. This time bowls to Carey. Carey reversing, gets hold of it. On the angle down to deep backward point where there's immediately a sweeper. They've got long memories, the Sri Lankans. They remember Alex Carey. He's 3 for 95.
Yeah, beautifully played.
You see the previous ball. Jayasuriya was in his load-up and Carey was already down in the crouch for the reverse. Extreme premeditation from Carey.
Well, it's nearly like he's wicket-keeping. He's down in his crouch, hands low and just sweeping it off a length.
Jayasuriya to Smith round the wicket. He defends from the off-stump line.
And talking about his keeping, how good's it been, Colo? He's been exceptional. Yeah, he really has been.
Vastly improved wicketkeeper at Test level, Alex Carey. Australia trailing by 162. Jayasuriya finishes the over here, going back is Smith in defence. He's 28, Carey 3 for 95, Harvey Norman scoreboard, Tom Morris in for me.
Hungry Jack's NBL is back.
The NBL is what dreams are made of. Greatness is within reach. No limits, only endless possibilities.
We grind, we hustle, because every moment matters, and big dreams demand it.
Gets the drive-by, knocks it down!
Watch live on ESPN, available via KO and Foxtel, and Sundays via 10 and 10 Play.
NBL, we dream big.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. Call 1-800-6464-64. Thank you, Colo. Bryce, good to see you again.
G'day, Tom.
I've just been watching Josh Inglis bat the nets.
Yeah.
He's due to come in at number 7.
Or time, isn't it?
No, Pearce bowling. Carey drives to long off for 1. You can't come in any higher than 7, given how long he's been off the field.
Right.
So the highest he can bat is 7, and we imagine it'll be that number. Webster next.
So we did spot him before that. He was walking some laps, so trying to loosen up that back. It's obviously giving him a lot of discomfort. Couldn't take the field yesterday for a large part of it.
It's a heavily populated onside field. Pearce to Smith, who defends to the man at short mid-wicket. So set this field up for us and tell us what the bowler's trying to do, Bryce.
Yeah, there is a slip. There is a sweeper out at deep backward point and a long off. That's the offside field. There is no one in the ring there.
Pearce approaches. He bowls right arm over the wicket. Smith defends.
And then a stacked short leg, catching mid-wicket, a forward square leg is the in part of the onside field. And then the out part, a 3/4 backward square for the sweep, deep mid-wicket, deep long on.
Pearce again. Smith to the offside. Carey said, let's get 2. Smith said, no, I'll just prefer to walk 1 to long off. He moves to 29.
Hunting his half volley, got down there, didn't hit it that well. It was a bit of a quicker delivery, so he had to jam down on it quite fast. But it is a display of great footwork from Steve Smith. Alex Carey, we know it's going to be very different. It's a sweepathon, I've said to Colo before.
Yeah. What do they call Alex Ross? The sweepologist.
Yeah.
Carey's exactly the same. This time he's playing with a straight back down the pitch off the front foot.
A little bit shorter. So he was down low, but on a forward stretch. The sweep, of course, being a front foot shot, so similar there. Just didn't have the cross bat swing.
Carey drives. Can't beat the man at cover. That's the end of the over. Smith will get a change of gloves. Nothing new there. Australia 3 for 97 on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. Your back-to-school expert. Unbeatable deals on laptops, tablets, headphones and more. Best brand, best prices guaranteed.
The Women's National Basketball League is back. The season is underway and it's bigger than ever. Featuring 7 of the Opal's bronze medalists from Paris, including Jade Melbourne, Izzy Borlase, Amy Atwell and Sammy Whitcomb, as well as talented imports from the WNBA. The league's brightest stars are ready to light up the court. WNBL, the future is here. Grab your tickets at WNBL.basketball or watch live on ESPN, 9Go or 9Now.
We love it when Bryce McGain gives us the good oil for Cobram Estate, Australian extra virgin olive oil. That's exactly what he's doing now. Australia 3 for 97 earlier today. Sri Lanka were bowled out for 257. So the Aussies trail by 160 runs as Ramesh Mendes comes on to bowl from the Fort end at no wicket for 13 so far off 4. This right arm off spinner back into the team. He played it against New Zealand here at Gaul. In fact, he's taken 62 of his 69 test wickets at Gaul.
That's amazing.
It's incredible, isn't it? Loves this venue. 12 of his 16 tests. So what's that? The other 4 tests, he's taken a total of 7 wickets elsewhere. No, that's not just overseas. That's Colombo, elsewhere in Sri Lanka as well.
Let's be honest, it's spin bowling heaven here.
It is. He loves playing here, and he's bowling now. Same onside centric field. The off spinner bowls to Smith, who works down to fine leg. He'll have to run hard. It might even go all the way for 4. No, they'll get 2. Steve Smith moving well with the baggy green. He walked out with his baggy green, and you just get the impression that the pace bowling work from Kamara might just about be done, at least until the ball potentially starts to reverse. He bowled 2 overs for 17 at the start of the innings.
Yeah, I get the feeling. Put the cue in the rack. You'll be fielding for the rest of the day, young man.
Mendes bowls, Smith defends.
Again, wide open offside field, wanting Smith to drive against the spin. And the in part of the field is a slip, short leg, around the corner, forward square, and a catching big wicket.
Mendes bowls, Smith defends off the back foot this time. So how does Smith counter it? I mean, he's a problem solver. He's shown his wares that he loves playing against the spin through the covers.
Different bowler. He's hit Jai Surya through that area with the spin.
Mendes bowls again, and Smith defends again into the onside this time, turning his hands.
And it's a little bit different with Ramesh Mendes, who's a bigger spinner of the ball, more up and over, where Perez is sort of out the front of the hand. You see the palm behind it, his fingers really ripping on the ball.
Smith works between forward square leg and mid-wicket for 1. There was a bit of a shout at one stage for a run out, but Carey arrives home safely. It's the first time Alex Carey's batted at number 5. That's the 100 up for Australia. 27.5 overs, 3 wickets down. It's the first time, as I said, Carey's batted at number 5 in Test cricket. Mostly at 7. He's batted a bit at 8. Opened the batting on his Test debut in the second innings.
What a great opportunity this is for him to step right into the game.
Well, Bharat and I were saying this morning, he's been excellent with the gloves. He's had more than useful contributions with the bat. His Test career is at a point now where a big score would really be an exclamation point. And at number 5, he has the opportunity.
Yeah.
He's got Webster behind, and he's never had more batting behind him, has he? Webster, Inglis, Connolly, Stark, still to come. Mendes bowls, Carey attempts to drive through the covers, play and miss. End of the over, the Australians are 3 for 100 on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. Your back-to-school expert, unbeatable deals on laptops, tablets, headphones and more. Best brands, best prices guaranteed.
Hungry Jack's NBL is back.
The NBL is what dreams are made of. Greatness is within reach. No limits, only endless possibilities.
We grind, we hustle, because every moment matters, and big dreams demand it.
Gets the drive-by, knocks it down!
Watch live on ESPN, available via KO and Foxtel, and Sundays via 10 and 10 Play.
NBL, we dream big.
Australia 3 for 100. The blow-up kangaroos on the big screen here, Bryce, which I absolutely love, and that's for Cobram Estate, Australia's most awarded extra virgin olive oil. Where is it sitting? It's on the hill. Grassy knoll, as I like to call it here, in Gaul. Pearce bowls. Smith hits it in the air through wide mid-off, and they'll pick up 1. The field is vastly spread on the offside for Smith to get himself off strike. He moves to 33.
Encouragement for the Sri Lankans, wanting a lift. They've been able to control the runs here quite a bit. They've brought Australia back down. They were striking over 4 and over. It's under 3.6 now. Taking the wicket of Khawaja on the way.
Pearce bowls. Carey defends. Great data coming through from Simon Katich on our WhatsApp group here, Bryce, showing us, thanks to the host broadcaster, how the pitch has quickened up today, and the evidence is there for it. Carey defends, but it'll pick up 1 to long off, which supports how Usman Khawaja and Marnus Labuschagne were both dismissed going back in the crease. When in the first test, they probably had time to play it off the deck. It's not so here in Gaul in the second test. This pitch 2 over from the one they played in the first test. And Pearce is going around the wicket now to Steve Smith. So there's a short leg that's backward of square on the leg side and a first slip. They're the 2 catches and a short mid wicket. Smith's not ready. Tells Pearce just to wait.
And it is a terrific inside. It's subtle. It's only the length of a school ruler, about 30 centimetres.
Smith hits it through cover with the angle against the spin for one. Men in the deep there specifically for that shot. So explain to the listeners exactly what that means and why it's so significant.
Well, the same pace delivery is just slipping off the surface a bit rather than biting into the surface, hitting the seam and slowing up a little bit more, and it makes for batting exactly those sliding deliveries. Not that they're bowling faster, it's just zipping off the surface, not holding up.
Pyrrhus bowls to Carey, outside edge. They'll pick up a single square of the wicket on the offside.
Well done by Smith, supporting the new batsman who's just trying to get acclimatised out there. He's been keeping on the wicket for so long in this test, so he's seen all the movements and all that from the bowling perspective. He's watched the ball so closely, so there's probably no one with their eye in better than Alex Carey, to be perfectly honest, on the pitch.
Pyrrhus bowls to Smith. It's straight, and Smith can't beat the man at short mid-wicket. He's frustrated with himself, using his hand to suggest where he should have hit it, as he often does. Australia 3 for 104. The second session is underway here for Worklock at Carrum Downs and Pakenham.
Are you wanting stylish, family-friendly flooring solutions without breaking the bank? Then now is the time. The Spaces for Living Affordable Sale is back at Choices Flooring, with savings across a range of carpet, timber, luxury vinyl and window furnishings. Visit choicesflooring.com and download the Spaces for Living Affordable Sale catalogue, packed full of savings and inspiration. Or visit your nearest Choices Flooring showroom to find out more.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. Call 1-800-646464. Tom Morris with Bryce McGain. Alex Carey on strike. And we're 29 overs into this innings as the Aussies trail by 153, and it's just delicately poised. A couple of wickets will put Sri Lanka right back on top. An hour of batting as Australia with a firm advantage. Mendes bowling to Carey. Lap sweep. Toe end of the bat. He's hit it in front of square. They thought about two, and they'll come back. Phenomenal running. Steve Smith in stifling heat has kept Alex Carey on strike. And as he slides his bat, there's more than a puff of dirt that comes up off this dry wicket.
It's a sandstorm.
It's a sandstorm. That's it.
Played it with a Q end. He's seen the ball well. If you can play it with just that little bit of the bat. Getting two, just next to umpire Joel Wilson. And they hustled through, got two.
I was just thinking before, they haven't hustled many twos. They're happy to knock ones and conserve energy.
Yeah.
They clearly felt as if that ball, which rested just about 3 metres to the right of Joel Wilson, was worthy of a double. Steve Smith is putting his gloves back on, readjusting his thigh guard. Sandstorm's a famous song as well,
Yeah,
to Rude.
Great song.
Party song for you there, Bryce.
Yeah. It lifts the roof every time.
Mendes bowls to Carey. Carey defends on the offside, and they'll get one as well. Square of the wicket. Carey opening up the blade. So you mentioned before how the ball is getting onto the batter quicker than what it did yesterday, and the numbers support that thanks to the host broadcaster. Why is that the case? And do we expect that to continue for the rest of the test?
Yeah, well, it'll probably slow up as the wicket maybe crumbles a bit more, the cracks open up. It'll slow up a little bit more, I would anticipate. But because it is baking there, that's what's happening. It's hitting a really hard, dry surface, and it's just kissing off it, not settling into it at all. It's, as Russell Arnold has explained, this is perfect Gaul pitch.
Yep.
Test one was not so.
Mendes bowls. Smith on the back foot. There's a man at forward square leg who's stopping that exact shot and keeping it to a dot.
So this is how Gaul plays.
Well, it makes for a more even test match. The toss doesn't matter as much. The ball is spinning, it's bouncing, it's jumping out of the rough. Smith is down the wicket, trying to again hit it to long on, but the natural shape of the delivery means that he's only getting it as far as mid-wicket.
Yeah, exactly. And look, some of the deliveries are certainly jumping off the surface with the overspin, and Mendes here, he's the one who's ripping his finger up the back of the ball, a bit like Nathan Lyon. Perez is more side spin.
Mendes bowls. Rare reverse paddle from Steve Smith. And that'll be four. There's no one there. There's only two fielders on the offside.
Well, it opened up because slip went out and they thought, we'll plug the gap on the onside. And immediately Steve Smith goes, yeah, I can solve this. Look at that. I got a free hit for a reverse sweep. He is the best problem solver in world cricket. And they throw plenty at him. There's plenty of challenges. It's not an easy wicket, but he just makes it so simple with his clarity of thought. The game is played at how fast his mind is working.
I don't think I've ever seen, correct me if I'm wrong, just 2 fielders on the offside in Test cricket. Around the wicket now, Mendes, and he's defending off the back foot, Steve Smith. And the 2 fielders were a long off and deep cover point.
Remarkable.
There's a farm out to the right of Steve Smith. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. Call 1-800-6464. And that's the Harvey Norman scoreboard. Your back-to-school expert. Unbeatable deals on laptops, tablets, headphones and more. Best brands, best prices guaranteed. The Aussies are 3 for 111.
Why do active traders choose IG Online Trading? Because they want more. More insight from experienced market analysts. More flexibility for trading on the go. More live info, more simplicity, more human support, and more markets. IG has thousands. So why do active traders choose IG Online Trading? Because IG gives you more. Search more from IG. Trading involves risk to your capital. IG Australia Proprietary Limited. AFSL 515106.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. Call 1-800-646464. The Aussies are 3 for 111, which is a famous cricket number, Bryce. And Pearce has taken 2. He'll be bowling to Alex Carey.
It's called a Nelson, isn't it? The 111.
David Shepherd just hopping at square leg. The late, great David Shepherd.
Dominic and Warrnambool liked the rude sandstorm shout-out.
Thank you, Dominic. Carey defends into the covers. Well, we cater for all here, don't we?
Well, some people are putting it on Spotify now. It's a roof lifter.
No, it's a proper banger.
Oh, yeah.
Just a bit of a delay here. Joel Wilson, what's he doing? Checking it's a no ball, I'd imagine. Second session for Worklocker. Get back to work in style with Worklocker, Carrum Downs and Pakenham.
2 slips.
Yeah.
For Pearce.
Pearce approaches, he bowls to Carey, who's stuck on the crease. He was pushing forward with a good length, and he defends. He negotiates it nicely. Nervous times for a left-hander, I imagine, facing a right-arm off-spinner like this.
Yeah. It is 2 slips in play, but he's got that slider working so well.
It's got the inside half of the bat, probably the slider as well. They're going to look for 2 to mid-wicket. Carey wanted it. Smith said, no, we've done that once. Just give me a rest. I'm an old man. And Carey's so fit and sprightly. Only 2 years difference in fairness. But there's no point trying to sprint those 2s all day here. It's just too hot.
Well, how many AFL pre-seasons has Steve Smith done? So
yeah,
Carey's got a few under his belt, so he's feeling very Olympic as he's just come out to the crease.
First slip in place. Right arm around the wicket, Pearce to Smith, who defends into the offside for no run. So Smith's 38. Carey's 10.
Encouragement continues for the Sri Lankans.
This partnership's now 21. Pitched up. Smith can't beat the man at short mid-wicket again. He keeps telling himself to hit it straighter, but he's struggling to do so.
Just turning the face on that, and he's so quick to get down. He's getting to the pitch and really just jamming down on it. So
this time he beats Kamindu Mendes at mid-wicket to his right. They could have got 2. It was a misfield on the boundary from Jaisurya. Decided against it, settled for 1. The Aussies just ticking this score over. They're now trailed by 144. They're 3 for 113. And that's on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. Your back-to-school expert. Unbeatable deals on laptops, tablets, headphones and more. Best brands, best prices guaranteed.
The Women's National Basketball League is back. The season is underway and it's bigger than ever. Featuring 7 of the Opal's bronze medalists from Paris, including Jade Melbourne, Izzy Borlase, Amy Atwell and Sammy Whitcomb, as well as talented imports from the WNBA. The league's brightest stars are ready to light up the court. WNBL, the future is here. Grab your tickets at WNBL.basketball or watch live on ESPN, 9Go or 9Now.
SEN Test cricket for the Henley Mainview collection. Prices your bank will love and your friends, well, they'll envy it. Just a change in the field, Bryce. Australia 3 for 113. 41 overs gone today now. If you're just joining us, the Aussies trail by 144 with 7 wickets in hand. Josh Inglis isn't batting at 5 because he had a sore back for the large duration in Australia's fielding innings, which means that he's not eligible to bat until number 7 at the earliest, and we expect him to come in then. So Carey's up at 5 for the first time in his Test career. Webster at 6. Inglis at 7, Connolly at 8. Smith defends to the leg side, turns his hands on the ball and picks up one deep backward square. He's 40.
Yeah, they've been able to manoeuvre Mendes around with his bowling. Ramesh Mendes. There's 3 Mendes in the team.
What did you call them yesterday?
Well, the plural is, of course, Mendai, for 3 of them together.
So there's Kamindu, who's the number 5 batter that's so highly touted, hasn't performed so far this series. Kusal Mendes, who's the wicket keeper that performed so well in the first innings. And more recently, we've got this Mendes, Ramesh Mendes, who's the right-arm off-spinner.
They released 2 Fernandos.
Ramesh bowls. Carey glides at the backward point for no run.
Corresponds with the phase of Australian cricket where we had Mitchells and Marshes and
Pattinsons and Pattersons.
Yeah.
A few Johnsons are always around as well. A few Smiths. Carey sneaks a single into the offside. Any McGains?
Just the one.
So Ramesh is toiling away from the fort end, and the fort is a picture today. We haven't seen a cloud for 2 days. Should get a full day's cricket in here again. In Gaul, Australia looking to win their first series here since 2011. Tossed up, Smith just cues it straight back to the bowler. It was a Yorker in the end.
It's a horrible feeling. That's like a bad dream. When you go to drive and the bat gets caught on your back pad. And he was cramped for room. He ended up getting the bat through, and that was a little chuckle from behind the stumps.
Ramesh is around the wicket to Smith. Smith is finding the man at short fine leg for no run. That's De Silva, the captain. So there's only one proper catcher here. It's short leg, which is Nasanka. He's come into the team this test match, opening the batting. No slip in place, and only 2 men on the leg side. Let's not forget that. Long off and deep backward point for Smith. Remarkable field. Ramesh delivers. No, he doesn't. He held onto the ball and has a look at Smith. One of those fake deliveries.
I was waiting for it to come out from behind his back or something like that. It's like the tricky uncle in the backyard.
Ramesh bowls. Smith hits it just wide of short leg. Diving to his left there was Nasanka. It wasn't a chance in the end. It wasn't far away. End of the over. Smith survives. 3 for 115. He'll get some new gloves as well. This is SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. Call 1-800-646464.
Water is precious. Put your trust in a Philmac original, the only compression fitting range made in Australia for more than 90 years. Philmac's range of rural and metric compression fittings are simple, easy to use, and provide a reliable, long-lasting connection you can trust. They're all backed by a 20-year warranty for peace of mind. Ask your local Nutrien Water expert for Philmac fittings or visit nutrienwaterstore.com.au.
Partnerships now 24. The good oil for Cobram Estate Australian extra virgin olive oil. Australia 3 for 115. And Gaul here on day 2. Bharat Sundaresan has jumped in alongside of me, and alongside him is Simon Katich. Hello, gents.
Good afternoon, Tom, Bharat, all our listeners.
Looks like we're going to get Dhananjay De Silva.
Yeah, the skipper bringing himself back on. He opened the bowling earlier and had figures of no wicket for 9 from 3. Really held it together at one end as the Australians were going hard against the steamer at the other end. He's bowling with 2 slips now. De Silva to Carey. It's pitched up. Carey's good enough to find one to long off.
This is classic Test cricket in Gaul, isn't it, Kat? Sri Lankan spinners have found their rhythm. The Sri Lankan fielders have found their voice. As you can hear, Kusal Mendes.
Yeah, they've reduced the run rate. It was over 4 runs and over around lunch, and now it's dropped down to 3.61. So much like Australia did yesterday in this same period.
De Silva bowls to Smith. Smith opens up his blade and looking for 2 through the covers. There's no one in the ring. Smith sends Carey back just in time. They thought about 2. They're running hard, these two experienced players, and they'll settle for one in the end. Smith moves to 41, Carey's 12.
If you watched Alex Carey enough in Shield cricket and in Test cricket, he's so quick, at times too quick for his own good and for his partner's good.
Played AFL, mate, that's why.
I know.
He's an athlete. Not like the cricketers.
Yeah,
but he is a cricketer now, I know.
He is, yeah.
Carey, sweep shot, fine. He's done really well, Carey, to get something on that. It was down the leg side. It'll just go for 4. It might just have been saved. No, it does. It hits the rope. I'll have another look at it just to make sure, but the fielder down on the boundary makes it clear that that would be a boundary for Alex Carey. He's done so well just to get some sort of bat or glove on it, not missing out on a key opportunity.
So how long do they generally take to run 22 yards in Aussie rules football, Sam?
I can't remember what the fitness testing results were in the pre-season. I'm actually not sure if they do 22 yards. It might be a different measure.
It'd be about that. A 20-metre sprint.
Yeah.
It's probably not too far away from 22.
Yeah. Oh.
And so anything under 3 is really 3 seconds is really good, but anything under 2:90 is absolutely elite. At the draft combine, Kat, which I'm not sure you attended ever.
No, I didn't attend that.
Too busy playing state cricket at that point. Let's have another look at this, and it is 4, as we suspected, given the field had made no attempt to throw it back at any sort of speed. How quick would you run a 20-metre sprint, Baz?
You saw me. I'm very quick between the wickets.
I saw you. I know you are. You're rapid. In and out. Turn to Silva to Carey. Pitched up. Carey's happy to defend.
When you learn to play cricket in India, the basics are generally very strong, as Kat has found out over the years going there. And there's no hiding away from it. 50 or 500 of you made to get everything right. You have to stand out.
The Silva bowls. Carey defends again. It's nicely tossed up. So when you say the basics, what are you talking about? High top elbow. What basics?
Everything except the bowling action, as you've seen with me. But when it comes to batting the high elbow, you'll see kids of all ages in big groups doing it, practicing it.
Silva bowls. Carey this time works to the leg side. It was an inside edgy. Slightly more round arm from the Sri Lankan skipper. He's got his hands on his head. He thought he'd snuck through. He didn't. Carey survives. Australia 3 for 122 on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. Your back to school expert. Unbeatable deals on tablets, laptops, headphones and more. Best brands, best prices guaranteed.
What do you have for me, Q?
A watch, so you're punctual to get your Spectre tint installed.
Spectre, eh? The highest infrared heat rejection. Perfect.
And for backup, you'll also need Nano Ceramic Elite X paint protection. Extra shine, repels dirt, and the odd crossfire.
Very nice.
Could come in handy if you get shaken or stirred in the field.
Spectre Tint and Elite X paint protection. $200 off this month, only at Tintercar.
Bring it back in one piece, James.
The Aussies are 3 for 122. Simon Katich and Bharat Sundaresan all alongside me. And the Sri Lankans would be desperate to eat into this middle order with Webster, Inglis, Connolly to come. How many test matches between them? 3? Yeah.
This is Webster's 3rd, isn't it? Inglis is 2nd. So what, 6? This will be 6 test matches between them.
Carey faces up. Reverse. There's a fielder exactly there for that shot, and it's nicely stopped in the end by Pyrrhus, who's fielding a short third man.
He could be forgiven for Alex Carey being a bit nervous with Josh Inglis being in this team and getting 100 in his debut test. But the way he's playing, it doesn't look like that at all in terms of the way he's kept, the way he's batting.
Carey defends.
Whereas you look at Marnus Labuschagne, and I reckon it's the complete opposite. Even the reaction to when it got referred, he was down on his haunches, and you can understand why. It's the first time in his career he's been under the pump with a number of players looking like they're going to come back into this team in next series.
Carey defends again. Ramesh asking some questions.
Whether it's Constas, whether it's Green, whether it's Inglis staying in the team. McSweeney. Probably harder for McSweeney to get back until he plays some more Shield cricket.
Yeah. Mendes bowls. It's a full toss, and Carey paddles it around the corner. It's the perfect ball for that sort of shot, and that runs away for 4. If you're going to ask Alex Carey what ball does he want for a little paddle, it's a low full toss outside leg stump, and he's put it away.
Yeah, too easy there, and he's always looking to go low, and just get some bat on it. It's pretty bad delivery there. But just going back to Marnus, because when Cam Green does come back, I'll be surprised if Australia don't give him the number 4 position, because they had identified that as being his long-term position. And then that leaves Steve Smith with the only place Steve Smith can go to is number 3. And that squeezes Marnus out.
Yep.
We talked about it at the lunch.
Unless it's the other way around. Steve Smith's happy to stay at 4 now, and Green moves to 3.
3, yeah. But I can't see, because Head is at 5.
Oh.
So I don't think they'll go back to Green at number 6.
No.
Yeah, Green at 4's the future. Carey on strike. There's a leg slip in place now and a first slip, and he defends it down the pitch.
And that kind of explains Marnus's body language. You're right, Kat. He's the first time in a long time, maybe since 2019, he's had all these guys ready to take his place.
Mendes bowls, Carey's on his back foot, opening the blade and playing it to Pearce at short third man. End of the over, Australia 3 for 126. This is SEN Test Cricket for the Henley Mainview Collection. Prices your bank will love and your friends will envy.
Why do active traders choose IG Online Trading? Because they want more. More insight from experienced market analysts. More flexibility for trading on the go. More live info, more simplicity, more human support, and more markets. IG has thousands. So why do active traders choose IG Online Trading? Because IG gives you more. Search more from IG. Trading involves risk to your capital. IG Australia Proprietary Limited, AFSL 515106.
Thanks for the text from professional golfer Matt Guyett. Thanks for the cricket call from Gaul, lads, he said. Making these Ks on my afternoon run glide by. Appreciate that. Good to have golfers listening to cricket. Good luck for this year. Smith works to mid-wicket for 1. Australia 3 for 127.
Steve Smith is so good at manoeuvring the ball into areas he wants to get the ball to with minimal risk, and that's what we're seeing here. It's another masterclass of playing against spin.
He's 42 from 91. Carey's 21 from 29. Just last one from me on this. Khawaja, Head, Smith, Green, if they're all fit, locked in for the World Test Championship final at Lord's, you'd think, which leaves 2 batting spots to be filled by 2 of Constas, Marnus, Webster and McSweeney. 4 into 2. Carey defends to the covers. That's hard selections to make.
Oh, I can't see McSweeney forcing his way back in. I think he's not in that mix.
So 3 into 2.
Yeah, I think it's 3 to 2.
Okay. Yeah. So Constas, Marnus and Webster being the 3. Carey looking to drive to long off, who can't beat the man at cover.
And the only thing that might work in Marnus's favour is the construction of that 6, how they like to configure it, given it's in England.
Carey defends.
Because batting 3 in England's a different kettle of fish to batting 3 in other parts of the world, say where it's here, or maybe not so much Australia, because it was, tough, probably in the top 4 this summer.
Carey drives, doesn't beat the bowler. Silva fields it off his own bowling.
And Steve Smith has done it before. And he likes batting at number 3.
His numbers indicate that, don't they? High 50s, mind you. Yeah. It doesn't matter where he bats, he averages 50 plus.
Silva bowls. It's a half volley. Carey finishes off the over with a single to long off. Silva's bowled 5 overs now. No wicket for 18. That's the good oil from Simon Katich for Cobram Estate. He loves Cobram Estate, as we all do. Australian extra virgin olive oil. Australia 3 for 128.
Why do active traders choose IG Online Trading? Because they want more. More insight from experienced market analysts. More flexibility for trading on the go. More live info, more simplicity, more human support, and more markets. IG has thousands. So why do active traders choose IG Online Trading? Because IG gives you more. Search more from IG. Trading involves risk to your capital. IG Australia Proprietary Limited, AFSL 515106.
Australia 3 for 128. SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. Call 1-800-646464. The Australians just deciding who they want to bowl next. There's a few different
everybody's
opinions.
taking their cap off and putting them on. Prabhat Jayasuriya from his end.
So just a quick recap of where we're at. Sri Lanka all out 257. Australia now trailing by 129. This partnership between Smith and Carey has grown to, 37. And Carey's made 22 of them. Smith's 42 not out.
It's a great opportunity for Alex Carey batting at 5 with Inglis he had to wait until 1:20 p.m. to bat, so the wicket fell before then. Given he had the back spasm yesterday, it's been a substantial amount of time off the field.
So he could bat next.
Yeah, he can bat next now.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's 1:37 p.m. here at local time. So Inglis could bat at 6, Webster at 7.
Number of overs.
Yeah.
Really. Position that matters.
So can he bat next then? He can, yeah.
He had to wait to 1:20.
Yeah.
So if Smith and Khawaja had got to then, he would have been batting at 5, but they didn't.
Yep. So Jai is on to bowl from the Fort end now. Carey, lap sweep as a man in the deep. They'll get 1. He's replacing Mendes.
We spoke about Steve Smith and how he hits certain spots in the field exactly the way he wants to, Simon. It's a reflection of how he goes about his net sessions as well, isn't it? Like, when he's practicing a cover drive, for example, it's never just about perfecting the cover drive, but he'll keep pointing to literally one spot on the net, which he wants to hit and hit repeatedly. The precision is unbelievable.
So there's a short cover with a helmet on and an extra cover. They're trying to block that area. And he goes over the top of the bowler's head and hits it absolutely beautifully, Steve Smith, all the way for 6. Dead straight. Dancing feet, amazing hands, and a sharp eye. Steve Smith moves to 48.
Yeah, it's vintage Steve Smith, that. That is absolutely superb. Great footwork. Knew exactly where he wanted to hit it and then executed it with a full face of the bat. Probably got it towards the bottom of the bat, toe end, but these bats are so powerful now. That's just still sailed over the mini side screen that's in front of the big monster one that sits behind it for about 50 metres.
Smith just not letting Jai Surya settle at all today. He's defending outside half of the bat, no run.
Yeah, and it's the thing that stands out, Bharat, is it's his hands. And we always talk about how good his hands are, but the ability of knowing when he needs to hit the ball, the contact point, and then the use of his wrist to manoeuvre the ball wide of cover or straight of cover.
Jai Surya bowls, Smith defends off the front foot.
Yeah, and that's the art of test match batting, is being able to manipulate the field. Dhananjaya now has tried to shut that down. He's got a little catching man at cover and then one just a bit deeper as well.
Jai Surya bowls, more round arms sliding into Smith, who defends.
And that's not going to allow Steve Smith. He probably won't take the risk now of hitting through cover unless it's a really rank ball or a full toss. But he's just going to defend now, and maybe that's Dhananjaya's way of trying to get one defensively, just to come off the outside edge to him at first slip.
Here comes Jai Surya bowling to Smith. Last ball the over. Back on his crease and defending. Back to the bowler. He's looking pretty comfortable at the moment, the Australian stand-in captain. Australia 3 for 135. And it looks as if we'll have a drink here in Gaul. They're in a good position, the Australians. They're not out of the woods yet after some nervous moments this morning, but Smith and Carey have looked comfortable in this partnership. This is SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. Call 1-800-646464.
In golf, all drivers claim they have great performance, but it takes game-changing leaps in innovation to create one that's truly elite. With an advanced new shape, revolutionary thermoforged carbon, and a breakthrough AI-10X face, the new Callaway Elite driver delivers incredible distance that's up to 8 yards longer with even more forgiveness. The future of performance is the new Elite driver from Callaway. Learn more at callawaygolf.com.au.
Hungry Jack's NBL is back.
The NBL is what dreams are made of. Greatness is within reach. No limits, only endless possibilities.
We grind, we hustle, because every moment matters, and big dreams demand it.
Gets the drive-by, knocks it down!
Watch live on ESPN, available via KO and Foxtel, and Sundays via 10 and 10 Play.
NBL, we dream big.
Shot hits him on the pad, bang in front, gotta be close, given. Khawaja went back and misread it off the turf. It was straight on with the arm. Here's the projection. 2 reds to start as we thought. What's it hitting? It's hitting late stump. Usman Khawaja has been trapped.
Mendes bowls. Rare reverse paddle from Steve Smith. And that'll be 4. There's no one there. Mendes bowls. It's a full toss. And Carey paddles it around the corner. It's the perfect ball for that sort of shot. And that runs away for 4. And extra cover. They're trying to block that area. And he goes over the top of the bowler's head and hits it absolutely beautifully, Steve Smith, all the way for 6.
Yeah, it's vintage Steve Smith, that.
That was vintage Steve Smith. Australia 3 for 135. They trail by 122 now. Steve Smith is 48 from 96 balls. A quick mathematician would tell you that is a strike rate of exactly 50. He's hit 1 6 and 4 4s in his innings. Alex Carey is 23 from 35. He's batting very nicely as well. Lap sweeps, reverse lap sweeps, paddle sweeps, the whole lot. Simon Katich and Bharat Sundaresan alongside me. We're halfway through the day. And the second session for Worklocker get back to work in style with Worklocker, Carrum Downs and Pakenham. And the Aussies looking relatively comfortable. We all know it can change pretty quickly, gents.
Yeah, they won't be taking any liberties here. They know that each partnership has a chance to really turn the screws on Sri Lanka and put them under pressure with fields and bowlers. And as the day wears on, no doubt fatigue will come into it. And also, as we saw late yesterday, the state of the ball. And once it got really soft, this pitch didn't look anywhere near as threatening with the really old ball, probably 60-plus overs. So this partnership is getting the momentum going with Australia after that wicket of Khawaja after lunch. But, yeah, Australia starting to put themselves in a good position here.
Yep, they've taken it from 91 to 135, this pair. Khawaja, the 1 wicket to fall after lunch. Leg before wicket, bowling of Nishan for 36, where he shot through with the quicker one, but... yeah, cruise control for Smith and Carey for the most part. One decision that went their way on DRS, but truth told, the sting has somehow gone out of it again. I can't quite believe how or why, but it's as though Sri Lanka give themselves a bit of a spark and then they go to sleep for half an hour, Baz.
Yeah, very much so. And I didn't quite get Dhananjaya De Silva bringing himself back on.
Weird.
The ball is doing quite a bit. Now he's gone back to Ramesh Mendes. I think Steve Smith deserves a lot of credit for that. He's really not let the spinner settle. He's not let Dhananjaya De Silva, who's still a young captain, settle. He's made him make so many moves. And he's allowed Usman Khawaja to start with, and now Alex Carey to grow into their innings as well.
Yeah, absolutely spot on there, Bharat. That's what it comes down to. It's the class of Smith and also the form of Carey. Like, Carey's walked out to bat and made batting look comfortable on this surface when it's not. And that's a big part of it. The tactics of these two have enabled them to probably bat a little bit more freely because they're asking questions of De Silva as skipper, and he's not quite sure. He's still an inexperienced skipper. He's only been doing it for 12 months.
Yep. So Ramesh Mendes, none for 29 from 8 relatively non-threatening overs so far. He'll operate now from our city end. He was bowling from the Fort end until very recently. Carey on 23. Super consistent for Australia in recent times. Facing up and beats him right away with one that turns, not from the footmarks, more back of a length on the fresh part of the pitch, or fresher part of the pitch.
Yeah, that's the length. That's a beautiful length from Mendes, that. We'll be trying to encourage him to drive here.
Carey, 23. Mendes bowls, middle stump line, pushes back to the bowler, collects in his follow-through. Bit of diving from Smith to make sure he reached his ground.
Just going back to our discussion in the previous over, Kat, about batters who were successful in the subcontinent, who have brilliant hands. I remember a chat I had with R. Ashwin a couple of years ago.
Mendes to Carey, gives him a chance to cut, but places it straight to Kamindo at cover, no run.
And I remember he rated Joe Root as probably the most difficult bowler to bowl to in these conditions because of his hands. Like, he never plays just a dead defensive shot. At the last second, they have the ability to just put it into a gap.
Bowls to Carey here, Mendes, who goes up and over the top of mid-on. No fielder back. Hits it over the rope anyway. Great shot, super contact. Carey to 29 with a bullet. 3 for 141.
That's confidence and form, because you're not playing a shot like that against a right-arm off-spinner unless you're really confident in your game. And Alex Carey's absolutely nailed that. That's a brilliant shot. If he doesn't execute that, it's going straight up in the air, caught by cover or backward point or wherever the ball skews to, but he's executed it wonderfully.
Carey Bowls here to Mendes again. He goes back and cuts down hard to deep point. That's his 30th run. That partnership's gone beyond 50 as well with the 651 now they're put on in just 72 balls. So at the tempo where they want to be, Simon, we saw before lunch them scoring at 4 and over. They dropped back in the first half an hour after lunch but picked up the tempo again.
Yeah, and that's once they feel settled, you get into this middle part of the day, the heat starts to take effect, the bowlers start to get more overs into them. And let's not forget, a lot of these Sri Lankan spinners are still pretty inexperienced at test level. So they'll be feeling the pressure of bowling to, the experience of Steve Smith and the form that we're seeing from Alex Carey. And he's backing up really well from that unbeaten, I think it was 42 in the first test, where he played well. And it wouldn't have been easy, that, given that Josh Inglis had peeled off 100 off like 90 balls.
In here again, Smith on strike. Up is through mid-wicket, last ball of the over, gets a single. Smith will retain the strike. He's 49. 3 for 143. They trail by 115. Our middle session for Work Locker. Get back to work in style with Work Locker, Carrum Downs and Pakenham.
The Women's National Basketball League is back. The season is underway and it's bigger than ever. Featuring 7 of the Opal's bronze medalists from Paris, including Jade Melbourne, Izzy Borlace, Amy Atwell and Sammy Whitcomb, as well as talented imports from the WNBA. The league's brightest stars are ready to light up the court. WNBL, the future is here. Grab your tickets at WNBL.basketball or watch live on ESPN, 9Go or 9Now.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. Call 1-800-64-64-64. Kat, not sure if you had a chance to talk about Marnus Labuschagne with Tom before I jumped on, but feels like he's really at the crossroads in his Test career, doesn't it? I'm sad to say.
Well, we were just saying that when you look at Alex Carey and the way he's playing, given that Josh Inglis came in last Test, got 100 on debut, you could forgive him for playing that way and being a little bit, in his shell and on edge.
Jayasuriya bowls to Smith on 49 and he pulls behind square, gets a boundary and gets the 50 as well. Got down nice and low. The 77th time in Test cricket that Smith passes 50. In this innings, he's become Australia's most productive player ever in Asia. A stunning record as captain and putting in a shift once again. 3 for 147.
Well, the average is about 68 as skipper, and this is a crucial knock here in these conditions, and he's played it beautifully. But yeah, just going back to that conversation, Alex Carey is playing with the freedom of a man that knows he's been in good form and played well throughout the summer. He's gloving the ball nicely.
Jayasuriya to Smith. He's over the wicket so he can go back and take it round the corner. No risk with the ball pitching outside leg. He's 54. 3 for 148.
Whereas just watching the body language of Marnus Labuschagne, we saw it with the review. He was down on his haunches. He was hoping and praying that the ball was missing leg, but it didn't. It was the right call to overturn it. But in terms of where his game's at, there's just that little bit of indecision, and it was evident in his dismissal. Like, that was a ball that he had to get forward to with a new ball's likely to be skidding back into the stumps. He pressed forward and then he tries to play off the back foot and he was in no man's land.
Round the wicket to Carey, darts it in Jayasuriya as he has a few times in the session. What's the speed radar on that, I wonder? Whenever you want it, it never comes.
He's got to crack the ton. Yeah, I reckon it's
98 kilometres an hour. There close. It is, belatedly. 109 behind Australia. Fort end, Jayasuriya, left arm round the wicket. Carey works it out to deep square leg, collected in front of the cricket club by Angelo Matthews. 31 for him, 3 for 149.
But we were just saying before with Bharat was that what's noticeable is that it's probably the first time in his career where there's all of a sudden this dynamic in the group and pushing from below, given that Constas is not in the team now. Cameron Green will be fit the next few months and likely to come back in potentially. And then you've got this other scenario where Inglis gets an opportunity because Head moves up the order when Constas moves out of the team. And he's done really well and looked right at home. So
Jayasuriya around the wicket to Smith, who defends.
You just wonder whether that's all playing out in Marnus's mind. And only he knows that. And that's going to be the challenge for him because it's the first time he's really been challenged for his spot in his team throughout his career.
27 innings for a test ton for Labuschagne. Smith, 100 balls in his face, make that 101 with a tuck. Moves to 55, keeps the strike with that single. 55 for him, 31 for Carey, and the 150 is up for Australia for the loss of 3 wickets on the Harvey Norman scoreboard.
Why do active traders choose IG Online Trading? Because they want more. More insight from experienced market analysts. More flexibility for trading on the go. More live info, more simplicity, more human support, and more markets. IG has thousands. So why do active traders choose IG Online Trading? Because IG gives you more. Search more from IG. Trading involves risk to your capital. IG Australia Proprietary Limited. AFSL 515106.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. Call 1-800-646464. The player I haven't been able to get out of my mind in relation to Labuschagne's Norm O'Neill, who he was the new Bradman. Extraordinary start to his Test career in 58-59 against England. Had a massive 1960. Made that remarkable 181 in the tied Test at Brisbane. And within 4 years, that was it. And he ends up having a fine career, averages mid-40s. But from where he was, one of the best players in the world at such a young age. Now, Mana's different story slightly there, but I just hope that it isn't that trajectory where he ends up being one of those players who hit an enormous peak relatively early in his Test journey, only to end up with what could end up being a middling overall record. I sort of feel like we're hitting a point where they will have to part ways with him, and it won't be forever. Of course it won't be forever. He'll make runs at domestic level and get back, but that squeeze is coming in the Australian top order, and that's a good problem to have. Sam Constas, Cameron Green, the two obvious ones. The way Josh Inglis played on his Test debut. It's getting tougher to make the numerical case for him to stay in the side at the moment by the Test match. He'll know that as well. He's a smart guy, Marnus. And there's bowling round the wicket. Smith using his feet. Out through mid-wicket for 1. Moves to 56. Make that 2. Good batting, good running. 3 for 152.
Terrific cricket. How did he hit it through there? It's a catching mid-wicket, the short leg, another mid-wicket, and he's still able to find gaps. He's extraordinary, Cat.
It's just wonderful manoeuvring of hands and bat angle.
But he's doing that skipping down the wicket and getting to the pitch and then working into that gap. They're trying to plug it up. He's just a step ahead.
Yeah. Looks so young. I said it last week. Batting in the baggy green. Ramesh bowls to Smith. I mean, Smith is by definition not a young cricketer, but there's something about the optics of him batting the way he is, so sprightly, so fluid in his movements. Down the track with ease. Even busting out a reverse sweep a little while ago. What's that? Ramesh bowls and going back is Smith round the corner. I've said on telly, I reckon I've seen Smith play, you could probably count them on one hand. Reverse sweeps you've ever seen of Steve Smith. Yeah. He's that confident right now.
Just letting them know, hey, I can do that too.
Yes.
I've got you covered. I can score off every ball, whatever you want to do. I'll continue on after this ball.
He's got the short leg, the only catcher. Ramesh bowls to Smith, who deflects it to him. They're nowhere.
The game is getting played at his tempo. It's perfect timing for how fast his mind works. He is captain v captain against De Silva. He's a step ahead of De Silva. Every single movement that's made in this field, he's got the problem solved the next 2 steps ahead.
Ramesh bowls and playing through the offside, out through point.
I'll take 4.
How about that against the spin? It's been a hallmark of Smith's innings today. Flaying it through that offside. Not quite getting to the pitch, but not quite needing to in this touch. 3 for 156. Smith with that shot takes him into the 60s, I believe, as well, as we lose our graphic. 61, Smith.
Yeah, and this is a great example of Steve Smith being able to hit the ball both sides of the ground from the very same line delivery. That one might have been slightly wider of off stump, but his hands and control of where he wants to manoeuvre the ball are as good as you'll ever see.
Bowling again, round the corner, Smith. Just works Menders. He's working Menders just how he sees fit throughout. 39 overs gone. Australia just 101 behind. 3 for 156. Smith 61. Harvey Norman scoreboard.
Have you or a loved one been injured in an accident that wasn't your fault? Bryden's lawyers understand the stress and uncertainty that comes with a personal injury claim. Whether it's a car accident, slip and fall, or medical malpractice, Bryden's lawyers have the knowledge and expertise to help you get the compensation you deserve. Call 1-800-848-848 today or book an online appointment at brydens.com.au. Bryden's Lawyers. Who helps you in your time of need? We do.
3 for 156 Australia. Second session for Worklocker. Get back to work in style with Worklocker, Carrum Downs and Pakenham. Got Bryce McGain for company up on the roof here at Gaul, where we've been throughout the fortnight, despite being told we might move downstairs into air conditioning. Of course, that never happened.
We're a mile away from air conditioning here, Colin.
And it's that time of day where we both know what's about to happen.
The sun's about to come.
The sun's about to come into the box. You're about to get sunburnt again.
Yeah.
The equipment will need protecting. At least it isn't raining, but, you know, it might. It is Gaul.
Yeah.
So the weather does hit for no particular reason.
Well, Russell Arnold has pointed out this is more typical Gaul. This dry heat, wind coming through, but it's not a fresh breeze at all. It's absolutely welcome, but it's nearly as hot as the sun belting down from above. And again, the shuffle of the field here. I can't mention just how good Steve Smith is looking here, batting in these conditions, and how far ahead. The game is at his pace. He's just owning everything out there.
Jayasuriya bowls to Alex Carey. Plays off the inside part of the bat to mid-wicket, no run.
He's making a very complex game of cricket on very tough conditions. Looks so simple, and he is dominating De Silva, the Sri Lankan captain.
Carey got a slip behind him. Jayasuriya bowls, reverse sweep, doesn't mind, gets that angle nice and fine down towards the deep backward point. It is a tidying up. Carey 32, 3 for 157. I mean, you're spot on. I mean, for any watching of this game, it's felt like we're on the cusp of something dramatic. And the reason it's not been able to happen is because since Smith walked out there, he's never allowed Sri Lanka to build any type of dot ball pressure, which in turn has led towards field being spread. Only one catching out at the moment at slip. He's got them rattled big time. They trail by just 100. They'll be in the lead by half an hour after tea the way they're going, which is absurd, really, given the degree of difficulty. Jayasuriya bowls here to Smith. He goes back in defence. I say the degree of difficulty. I feel like the venom's gone out of the bowling as well, because they realised if they don't get rid of Smith, this is going the way of last week.
They're not building any pressure. That's the thing. They're a rotating strike 2, 3, 4 times and over, and the odd boundary.
Jayasuriya ambles up bowls here. Smith driving again through the covers. That's a stunner. Playing with the spin, but had to bisect the two catching covers. Where on earth has he found the room? 65 for Smith, 3 for 161. He's on a different planet at the moment.
There's not even enough room for the ball to get stuck between there. You often talk about those snaps in AFL. I think it might have been one cagey old commentator said it was that close, the angle was that tight, the ball might have got stuck between the posts. It was exactly that. There's no room between those two fielders.
It's the 7-10 split in 10-pin bowling. Jayasuriya bowls to Smith, who pushes out to cover. Because those covers are, I've been banging on about it both here and downstairs, they're poorly positioned. You know, who have we got down there? Lasanka in the lead and Kamindu behind him. They're almost in a straight line. They've
it's a bit better now.
They've just fixed it. Smith on 65, driving in that direction again, going square of the covers. Big Ange Matthews, he's had a tent out in front of the Gore Cricketers Club for 2 weeks now. Throws it back. 66 for Smith. Ends the over. 3 for 162. Second session for Work Locker. Get back to work in style with Work Locker Carrum down to Pakenham.
Sheen Panel Service. If you've had a car accident, call Sheen first. We'll handle your repair process from start to finish and provide an accident replacement vehicle at no cost to you. Rest assured, we use genuine parts and provide you with a lifetime guarantee on all repairs. So remember, call Sheen first on 1300 Repair. We'll take care of the rest at one of our 27 locations across Victoria. Sheen Panel Service. T's and C's apply.
Steve Smith is bringing the good oil for the Cobram Estate, Australia's most awarded extra virgin olive oil. There's been some offensive drives through the offside from Smith in this innings. You would think that he's batting on a flatty, on a featherbed, in the middle of December at a ground of his choosing in Australia. Not to say that Australian grounds are featherbed so much these days, but 10 years ago they were.
Yeah.
Not Gaul, on a pitch that's on about its 9th day. Playing into mid-wicket is Smith, and by that I mean this was being prepped last week, this surface. We were here, 4 days out from the test, Bryce? They could have played on it then.
Yep. It's been rolled probably more than last week's wicket. Hasn't been a hose near it either.
Ramesh Mendez bowls to Smith on 66, goes back and helps himself. Out through square leg, one man to beat, doesn't quite. On the bobble, I think about a second, but they'll be happy with the one. Dinesh Chandimal does well on the end out there. 67 for Smith. 3 for 163.
Well, he hit that with power, but he knew exactly where those men were. His photographic memory of the field, and he just went, no, that needed to go right there to get the 4. Like, the precision with which he's batting now and the execution, it's like nothing you've seen.
They're put on 72. Gives a strike back to Carey, who'll continue his sweepathon. They've got a backward point there for the catch, for the miscued reverse. He hasn't miscued one yet. And the hind square on the leg side as well, of course. Ramesh bowls and Carey plays with a straight blade. The only thing that changed for Carey when they brought in that configuration of backward square, backward point, leg slip, is that he's playing the reverses and the lap sweeps even finer. He's adjusted. Ramesh bowls, Carey 32, in behind on the front foot, placing it to cover, no single.
And no one's watched a ball on this pitch more than Alex Carey. He's kept for the whole innings.
Yes.
He knows what's going on out there. He's had his nose in the dirt, sniffing around.
Carey facing forward beaten. That's taken off. Ramesh Mendez hasn't had many of those go. Doesn't really complete his action at the best of times, but 90 kilometres an hour, maybe there's something in that. Quicker through the air. That did get genuine dip with the breeze as well.
Ripped a chunk of the pitch up too.
Good sign for those bowling later. Ramesh to Carey, back to the reverse, catches it on the full, but picks out backward point. End of the over, they trail by 94 at 3 for 163. Smith 67, Carey 32. Good oil for the Cobram Estate, Australia's most awarded extra virgin olive oil.
The Women's National Basketball League is back. The season is underway and it's bigger than ever. Featuring 7 of the Opal's bronze medalists from Paris, including Jade Melbourne, Izzy Borlase, Amy Atwell and Sammy Whitcomb, as well as talented imports from the WNBA. The league's brightest stars are ready to light up the court. WNBL, the future is here. Grab your tickets at WNBL.basketball or watch live on ESPN, 9Go or 9Now.
SEN Test Cricket for the Henley Mainview Collection. Prices your bank will love and your friends will envy. Fort 13, we'll see that sign back up there on the ramparts beneath the clock tower. The Aussie fans, they've got themselves on telly in front of the drone. Does a lot of heavy lifting, the drone cam at Gaul. Bryce
does indeed.
Every over the drone's involved.
So scenic.
4 wickets.
Yeah, just an impromptu drinks break as there is a change of bowling. A bowler we hadn't anticipated seeing at all for the rest of the day, but he is coming back, the opening bowling. So the helmets are being hustled out there.
Yeah.
And a change of plan. Extra hanky in the pocket for a thigh pad. Just in case. They've been doing it pretty easy, these two bats, facing the spin of all varieties thrown at them, but it's going to be Lahiru Kumara.
Yep, the quickest of the Sri Lankan bowlers that they have at their disposal. Plays his cricket at nondescripts these days via Kandy, where he grew up. Had a very good World Test Championship cycle, taken 30 wickets at 23 and a bit. Super consistent. Heaps of 3-fers and 4-fers. Took his 100th Test wicket at Port Elizabeth against South Africa late last year. Clean bowling Aiden Markram, not a bad way to do it. And was critical to Sri Lanka's victory at the Oval in the middle of last year, taking 4 for 21 in that decisive third innings, picking up Lawrence, Pope, Woke, Stone to get right amongst the English. So different story here at home, where he takes his wickets at 69. So never as flattering when you're at Sri Lankan seamer at home, which tends to be an occupational hazard, but has a high ceiling and regularly clocked above 140 clicks. So can he bend his back here at Smith and give a little bit of a point of difference? Smith up to 67 and batting like a dream.
It's the final push here, I think, from Sri Lanka. This is the final test.
Slit catching mid-wicket, the two men in close. Kumara bowls and Smith, with all the time in the world across his stumps, places it to mid-wicket where there won't be a run.
Steve Smith's had the answers to everything thrown at them. All the spin, all different angles, all different fields. Now, well, he hasn't seen the pacey. Let him go for a couple of overs. But that looked very subdued. Steve Smith in behind that on a back foot defence and had time to put his cup of tea down and just play it very slow off the pitch.
So Kumara in his third over. Hustles in, bowls here, Smith behind it defensively. So we did find him early on, new ball and all the rest of it, the leading edge of Travis Head. feels an eternity ago now in this test match, which has really moved along in the last hour or so. But Lahira Kamara needs to give them something. Maybe a little bit of reverse there, just on the evidence of the replay.
Little hint, just seeing the lighter side of the ball facing the offside. So just sort of swung in a little bit late. Dark, shiny side towards Steve Smith.
Smith, 67. Ball that does dart back from Kamara. Handles it well, plays it into the onside defensively. More time to expand with the seamer on. Rare through the series for you and me, Bryce.
We can all take a breath.
Yes.
It's been chaos. Steve Smith won't like this one bit. He likes the fast pace. Put it in. He listens to his podcast in 1x5 or something. Everything's got to be quicker.
That's the modern measure, isn't it? What pace do you listen to your podcast in?
Don't have time.
Love it.
Listen to it in 1x0.
Kamara to Smith. Across his stumps, defends again. Good restart this from the big quick. Smith doing what he needs to do to cover it up. There'll be so much attention, I'm sure, on Marnus Labuschagne back home as well. Conversation we were having with Simon Katich. Just can't get going at the moment. And that belies the fact that he was one of the most important players in that Melbourne win not that long ago, 6 weeks ago. But missed out at Sydney, missed out in the first innings here. It doesn't take long for the pressure to build again. Especially with Green coming back in all probability for the World Test Championship final. He'll be fit for it anyway as a specialist bat. Kamara bowls and Smith brought forward to defend. Same result, out to cover where Kamindu fields no run. And Sam Constas, they've telegraphed that he'll return to the top of the list at Lords as well. So head to 5. There's already going to be a squeeze there with Josh Inglis. Throw Green into the mix. Unless Labuschagne does something in the second dig here, it does sort of start to paint a bit of a picture, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. The squeeze is definitely on, and he'd be aware. There's no doubt. All players are aware of that.
Kamara, passing umpire Holdstock. From the fort end, bowls to Smith, who drives nicely out to mid-off at the middle of the bat. No run, but a good maiden as well. Back in the attack, 3 for 163. SEN Test Cricket for the Henley Mainview Collection. Prices your bank will love and your friends will envy.
In golf, all drivers claim they have great performance, but it takes game-changing leaps in innovation to create one that's truly elite. With an advanced new shape, revolutionary thermoforged carbon, and a breakthrough AI-10X face, the new Callaway Elite driver delivers incredible distance that's up to 8 yards longer with even more forgiveness. The future of performance is the new Elite driver from Callaway. Learn more at callawaygolf.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. Call 1-800-646464. So yes, for Labuschagne, last century, 27 innings ago. In this World Test Championship cycle, he's batted 35 times for an average of 27.5. The 100 at Old Trafford, which should never be underestimated. I think because it happened in the middle of the night and Australia ended up securing the draw due to the rain, it's not quite appreciated just how much pressure Australia were under that Saturday afternoon. And he got 100 and got them to safe harbour there. Ramesh Mendez bowls to Carey, goes back and defends. Out to cover, no run, or there will be misfield.
Oh, knock
Carey,
on.
33.
For a set of 5.
3 for 164. And the 50 at Adelaide as well was very important. The 90 he made at Christchurch likewise. It's not as though he's not played innings that haven't been important to Australian results. The challenge he's got is that he's been having runs where he's missing out very consistently, and he's not been turning his starts into tons, which earlier in his career he was doing with complete ease.
Yeah, I don't think the selection is about the credits of those fine innings you talk about either now.
Smith, 67, using his feet. Ramesh round the wicket, kicks it away. Bit of interest from the bowler, not sure why.
6 metres down the pitch.
Yes.
Tucking the bat and pad. Was deceived in the air and he just shut it down.
Smith's been on 67 for a little time now, facing Mendez. Oh, inside edge onto the pad. A rare miscue. That came from the spin.
Yep.
Ramesh operating around the wicket. Yeah, it was sharp a turn, wasn't it?
It's a confidence-building little patch for him here. We've just leapt and it's been a bit exciting.
Ramesh doing an okay job around the wicket. City end to Smith here, leg stump line, works it to the sunker at short leg, no run. Yeah, just slowed the scoring down a wee bit in the last 10 minutes. Just one catcher, though, at short leg. I suppose a catchy mid-wicket as well. Ramesh falls to Smith, who's back and gets it just behind the short leg and just in front of backward square. Enough for a single. 68 for Smith, 3 for 165, trailed by 92. Back to Carey with 1 ball to go.
I wonder if De Silva's thinking, whoever invented cricket, it got it perfect with 11 players, where you can have a wicketkeeper and a bowler and 9 fielders. If there were 10 fielders, you could block something up here.
Yeah.
It's just perfect. There's always a gap, and there's many gaps for Steve Smith, but it's just the perfect balance.
Captain's nightmare. Ramesh around the wicket to finish to Carey.
Take one.
He always the call, but it's squeezed out in front of the square leg umpire. Carey will keep the strike with the single. He's 34 from 50. Smith 68, 3 for 166. Australia trailing by 91. Our coverage for Henley Holmes. Call 1-800-646464.
Are you wanting stylish, family-friendly flooring solutions without breaking the bank? Then now is the time. The Spaces for Living Affordable Sale is back at Choices Flooring, with savings across a range of carpet, timber, luxury vinyl and window furnishings. Visit choicesflooring.com and download the Spaces for Living Affordable Sale catalogue, packed full of savings and inspiration. Or visit your nearest Choices Flooring showroom to find out more.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. Call 1-800-646464. Bharat Basalenko Sundaresan joins us. Hello, Baz.
Adam, what a beauty this has been from Steve Smith.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it's an exhibition of how good his hands are, how good he is at playing this game. Doesn't get to do it very often. Australia's tours to the subcontinent come in clusters, don't they?
Yep.
So we've had to wait 2 years to see him bat on a turning pitch, and the fact is, will we ever get to see him bat on a turning pitch again?
It's a great question, Baz. I want to go through it through the over. Kamara bowls here to Carey, who defends. That's the offside where there's a gap to deep point, gets 135, 3 for 167. When we interviewed Smith at Ahmedabad a couple of years ago, Baz, he was fairly strident that he wouldn't be returning to India. When we spoke to him before this test match, it was very much, we'll see.
I'll take it one
test at a time. So I do think it's entirely possible that Smith will tour India again. But if he weren't to, this will be his final test in Asia, where he's overtaken Ricky Ponting as the highest run scorer in this continent for Australia through this innings.
Imagine that.
Kamara. Smith on 68. Waits for him. Slip of the gully. Bowls here. Smith goes back and defends. Gets through on the overthrow unnecessarily. 69 for Smith. 3 for 168. Partnership 77.
35 right now. So he'll be 37 when Australia go to India next. That's not very old.
No.
Many have played through that age. I mean, Usman Khawaja right now is 38. But yeah, the issues he's had with his back over the years and the amount of cricket he's played, would be interesting to see how he progresses from here.
I have no doubt he'll want to. This is lighting him up like nothing else. He loves it.
Kamara to Carey. Round the wicket, forward end bowls here. Back of a length, hooks it off his hip or pulls it off his hip. Finds the gap. Great shot. Just half a swing. Relied on the timing and the placement. And for Carey, from the moment he walked in, that's been bang on. Takes Australia up to 3 for 172. Carey up to 39.
I think Alex Carey's enjoying this bowling change a lot. The ball coming on to him, he doesn't have to worry about the ball gripping, turning. Doesn't have to make too many hard decisions. And this came on beautifully onto the bat. All he had to do was caress it to the boundary like he did.
Russell Arnold jumping in and joining us through to tea as well. Good afternoon, Russell.
Good afternoon, everyone. What a wonderful partnership it is. The way they built on it. Not letting the bowlers settle in at a time. There was a bit of extra energy.
Kamara bowls to Carey. Off stump line. Skews out to point for the second time in the over. He's in the 40s with the single. 3 for 173. Frustration for Kamara, who felt he was close there.
With the wicket of Khawaja, could suddenly see that the Sri Lankans were up and about. But this partnership has not allowed them to settle in their own ways. Carey predominantly with the sweep. I was very pleased to see when he went down the ground for that 6. But we don't see that from him. The strength down the ground. It was all about sweeps, and teams would block the sweep shot, and then he had no option. So with this option that he's developed, he'll be harder to bowl at. And that's what we're seeing here. Steve Smith, of course, it's just a masterclass.
Going through his routine, waiting for Kumara, defends back down the pitch like it's not even a thing.
And what he's doing right now is giving a very strong message to Lairu Kumara, who's trying to charge in with the wind at his back. And the defensive shot, so solid, full face of the bat, it's better than actually hitting him for 6-4s.
Yeah.
The rock-solid defense that Steve Smith is putting out there. Ball 44 overs old, a lot softer. You can see it's not fizzing through. And now Steve Smith just setting himself up to actually capitalize on the hard work that's been done so far.
Kumara is up. Bowling to Smith. Catches behind the wicket, a couple of them, but he defends, as you say, Russell, with complete authority. Completes another busy over for Australia. 69 for Smith, 40 for Carey, 3 for 173, trailed by 84. We're at that stage now where Australia can erode that deficit, get into the black, and a first innings lead here is going to be crucial. Now, I know it hasn't quite played out the way we thought this morning, Baz. We genuinely thought that it was going to start to do bits today, and I suppose it has to an extent. It's been mitigated by excellent batting, but even so, at some point it's going to turn, really turn, and when it does, if you're in the lead, it'll feel augmented, and that's why Australia need to get as close to parity with this pair as possible, and from there they can really drive the test match.
Look, there is a lot happening. You're right when you say how these two have approached it. Ramesh Mendis, for the first time in his spell, in the last over, started to get the ball to dip on Smith. There was 2-3 deliveries that he got right.
Ramesh bowls to Carey, off stump line, goes back, plays with the spin to cover where Committee does the fielding, no run.
But he's struggling to stick with that line and length. And hence the pressure relieved very quickly. So if they are able to be disciplined, I think it'll be a lot more of a challenge. But credit to the two batters, the way they're maneuvering the ball, the bowlers are feeling the pressure.
Ramesh wider on the crease, bowls to Carey, pushes the mid-wicket, gets one, fields off his own bowling, make that misfields off his own bowling. They stay with the one, though. It takes Smith, Carey up to 41, 3 for 174, trail by 83.
And just having lunch downstairs, looking at the scorecard from 3 years ago, the first test between these two teams here, so far followed a similar pattern. That game moved a lot quicker. Sri Lanka 212 and Australia took a 109-run lead, which was more than enough eventually.
Ramesh operating around the wicket to Smith, reversing and missing, runs away past the gloves for 4. Well, the second time we've seen the reverse from Steve Smith, we never really see it at all. He nailed one earlier, which was pause for thought and for a laugh. Well, this one's gone past everyone. 4 byes for Australia, takes them to 3 for 178.
He probably looked back at Kusal Mendis and told him, wow, you bought my dummy there. Because he was on the offside. The ball turned, it straightened. It probably would have hit maybe umpire's call on a 4th leg stump and just ran away. There was no one at all behind square on the offside, and hence the reverse sweep. He was just looking to make a little bit of contact.
Smith 69, trail by 79 with those 4 sundaries.
And the only fielder with the helmets disappeared.
Ramesh bowls to Smith, round the corner he goes, not quite. Just with the reverse, Baz, you watch Smith in the nets more than anybody. I said before, I reckon I've seen him play it only maybe 5 times in his career that I've watched very closely in the flesh. What about in the nets? How often does he play at the nets?
Very rarely. If anything, never. And even if he does, he'll be followed by that classic Steve Smith chuckle.
Yeah.
So he does it in jest at best.
Shows how well he's going. He's on 69. Ramesh bowls. Smith drives hard back to the bowler. Collects in the follow through.
So the fact that he's pulling them out today tells you where he is with his batting and how happy he is with it.
He is flying, as is this partnership. Ramesh bowls, Smith well forward defending, ends the over. 45 gone. Tom Morris will replace me after the break and take you through to tea. Australia 3 for 178. Smith 69 and Carey on 41.
Why do active traders choose IG Online Trading? Because they want more. More insight from experienced market analysts. More flexibility for trading on the go. More live info, more simplicity, more human support, and more markets. IG has thousands. So why do active traders choose IG Online Trading? Because IG gives you more. Search more from IG. Trading involves risk to your capital. IG Australia Proprietary Limited, AFSL 515106.
SEN Test Cricket, thank you, Colo. Tom Morris with you, Russell Arnold and Bharat Sundaresan with me. I like this new Sri Lankan logo on your shirt, Russell.
Did you just call him Brat?
No, never. Bharat Sundaresan. I would never call him that.
I've been called that before, and much, much worse.
So have I. That's the thing in Australia. I was talking to a younger mate. If you say someone's had a brat summer, off a text message, maybe just tell us exactly what that means. But I've been thinking, Brat, I should say someone's had a Bharat summer.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah. That's you.
Which means you've worn a lot of ridiculous clothes.
When did you start dressing like this?
I always wanted to. I always loved my colour. It's obviously not easy to go all extreme in India. It's a different part of the world, South Asia, but it's been a slow build. In the last few years, I've just decided to go all in.
Fingernails.
Embrace the rainbow, every colour in the world.
You know, Russell, for the Adelaide test, we swapped clothes. So he dressed like me and I dressed like him. And we're both thoroughly out of place.
For 7 minutes and then he had
it. And I liked it. My clothes were a bit tight on you, Baz.
They were.
Well, back to spin, though. A couple of overs from Lairu Kumara. Just not working. They were playing him too easy. And he was also bowling in the 120s.
Jaisuri to Carey. Carey plays and misses. Jaisuri asked the question. The umpire says not out.
Do you think there would have been a thought to play Milan Ratnayake instead of Kumar? Russell gives you that batting as well. Not like the seamer has done anything of note.
They wanted an option where they can get something different. And Lairu Kumara is that usually.
Jaisuri bowls. Carey pushes to the onside for no run.
To get the ball through. That's not happened from Lairu Kumara's point of view. Usually or generally, you can back him to bowl 140 consistently, but for some reason, the spell was around 128 every delivery.
Left arm around the wicket. Carey over mid-off. Has he got enough on it? Yes, he does. Lands just over the fielder and trickles into the rope for four. For a moment then I thought Carey would hold out, but he got enough bat on it. And Australia now trail by just 75 runs.
Well, he batted at number 6 for the first time in his career last week, made 46 not out. He's batting at number 5 for the first time in his career, and he's enjoying these promotions, Alex Carey. And Russell said it in the previous over, his ability to hit down the ground of spin, that's been a huge development in the last 18 months or so.
He's facing Jaisuri now, and he's defending to the offside and picking up a single, soft hands.
That's too easy. Russell, no pressure at all. Prabhat Jayasuriya, when he got that early wicket in his first over, I thought he was on. He was on for one of those Jayasuriya spells that we become used to in ball. But Smith has played him really well, but so has Alex Carey.
Carey's done a wonderful job, but Sri Lanka, without many runs on the board, have gone away from those attacking fields very quickly. And for my liking, not consistent with their lengths and lines. They've been a bit wayward, probably forced by how well Australia have played. That's also a reason. The batters, with the way they use your feet and the way they get you away, have you thinking all the time.
Jaisuri over the wicket to Smith, and Smith kicks it away with his pads, as we saw during the first test.
But to me, the key on this pitch, yes, it's skidding through a bit more than the previous one. There's turn and bounce. It's discipline. It's patience. I asked Simon when we were on TV a while ago, should you be...
Jaisuri bowls, it's full, and Smith pushes to mid-on for one, where Kumara is fielding.
Should you be boring as a bowling unit? And that would create those opportunities. 184 for 3.
Just like Australia did after the lunch break yesterday, Russell. They weren't very boring, but at least they came out with a plan, Lyon and Kuhneman, that we're just going to build some pressure. Because Dinesh Chandimal and Karunaratne were doing the same thing that Alex Carey and Steve Smith are doing right now, rotating the strike, not letting the spinner settle.
Well, what I meant by boring is not try too many things, not be extravagant, just stick to your plans and give nothing away. And moment one turns or bounces, you see batters trying to get it away from that area. Then the mistakes start creeping in. You become agitated, you become a little rushy, if you may like, and then you go out of your zone. So that's what you need to force the opposition to do. And these Sri Lankan pitches, and especially in Galle, it's always been a waiting game. Then you get your moment, you sneak in.
And just to put that into perspective, you can't then have your premier spinner going at over 4 and over though. I think that's the problem for them.
So that's another way of explaining it. Focus on that run rate. The moment that run rate is under 3, that's when the bowler can dictate turns. And I always keep talking about the run rate. Sometimes people think it's irrelevant. No, if you're under 3, that's when you were able to set those attacking fields and force the batter to play your game. That means you're getting him to play your game, not you bowling to his game.
Exactly. You set the tempo, and that's what R. Ashwin and Ravindra Jadeja did for fun over that 12-13 year period, didn't they, on turning pitches in India, where they would dictate the pace at which the game would go. Jadeja literally, with the quickness at which he'd bowl his overs, but they bowled a lot of maiden overs. They never left the opposition batters get on top of them. Very rarely they did.
Lots of games in the subcontinent, Tom, they drift. They drift. You think this is going nowhere, this is slow. Then suddenly something happens and it takes off.
Pearce to Smith, it explodes and Smith defends.
And then again you get a period where 2 batters will dig in, they get through that hard period, and suddenly you'll feel that lazy Saturday afternoon and it explodes again. So you must make sure the game doesn't run away from you.
Pearce to Smith, who's beaten on the inside in between bat and pad. He went to cover drive it. He's tried to do that so many times against the spin. Normally succeeds. It'll be buys, I think. Wait for the umpire's call. They've got 2 buys.
Could have easily bowled him, spun back through the gate, and that's what you want as a bowler. You're creating opportunities by just landing it in there. It goes over the stumps, actually.
Yeah, just over middle stump.
Very lucky, Steve Smith.
Puff of dust as it hit the turf. Pearce would enjoy that. Similar spot this time, but Smith defends it and can't beat the man at short mid wicket. Maybe a touch fuller.
Well, he's been the better of the 2 off spinners for sure. I was told that he was brought into the side against New Zealand to give more control, be more consistent than what Ramesh Mendes is.
Yeah. Pearce passes the umpires. Smith works to the leg side. They'll get 1. So if you think in these conditions the rhythm of the game is as you just described, what's the rhythm of the game in other countries then that you played in?
It changes from continent to continent, I guess, with what's on offer. So the rhythm here, those moments, you have to win. That's when you get in and you make sure the game doesn't run away from you during the times that it's dull or things don't work. For example,
Pearce to Carey around the wicket. Carey defends.
The new ball where it fizzes and bounces, that's when you put pressure. Ball gets softer, you hold back. Yesterday we were talking so much about it, the Ramesh Mendes, Kusal Mendes partnership, and then the new ball came in, game changes.
Pearce bowls, Carey defends again off the front foot, end of the over, 3 for 187. It's 10 minutes before tea.
Yeah, the way Russell described it, it's also often the pace of life in the subcontinent, isn't it? There are periods of people who come from other parts of the world just assume that everything's at breakneck speed, but it's not. Things don't happen for a long time.
Island life.
Exactly.
I've noticed that things happen late and then it's just helter-skelter.
Yeah. Chaos. Then again about moments. This morning, that first half an hour was the first passage of play I'd say Sri Lanka won.
Yes.
Getting up from 229 to 258. Just frustrated Australia, gave Sri Lanka some confidence, and at 2 for 37, game on.
Yeah.
So it's moments like that, especially in the subcontinent. Now, back out in Australia, let's say, it's the new ball, that first session that makes it count. Then it gets better, the pitch gets better second and third day where it's about pace. So you need different...
Drives through to Smith, who uses his bat this time. He's bowling left arm over the wicket, trying to spin one across him.
Options and scoreboard pressure. And then you look for a bit of reverse swing when the ball gets older. And again, there you'd notice the new ball. Things tend to happen. It jags around a bit.
Smith defends.
And the ball gets into the 40th over. It's becoming easier for batting. So you've got to be in a position and have batters there to capitalize on those periods. Going into breaks, you take the day-night test match, the sessions which are very important.
Jasuri bowls, Smith stands facing the bowler and lets it hit his pads.
Or are so different. Teams look to declare on that twilight period just to make those inroads and it count. The first session is probably the easiest. That afternoon session.
Yeah. Smith uses his bat, comes maybe off his thigh pad or his gloves and just trickles away. Interesting line of attack.
So it's a slightly different rhythm to the game.
Yeah.
Now, I believe subcontinent batters struggle in bouncy conditions, let's say in Australia.
Smith lets it hit his pad again. That'll be a dead ball.
The real challenge is not because they don't have the shot, so they cannot bound. They cannot play bounce. If there's a loose ball, anyone will hit it. If it's a half ball, if it's short, they hit it for 4.
Yeah.
The key or the rhythm is created by your single options. If you're able to rotate that strike, you're breathing. Then you put away the loose ball, the bowlers tend to struggle. And those options differ here in the subcontinent to something in Australia. So the shots that get you off strike in the subcontinent, when you play that in Australia, it probably hits higher on the bat, or your body positioning, you're slightly lower, and hence you don't get the same timing and are unable to beat the fielder in the circle.
Last ball of Jaisuri is over. He's 15th, and Smith stands chest on and lets it hit his pads again like he's playing French cricket. The Australians are 3 for 187. This partnership is 98.
And that's the key, really. So that frustrates those batters. They try harder, try to play those loose shots thinking, no, we got to score runs and get going. And that mistake comes. Same with the Australians or English when they come here. But the fact that the Western teams come to the subcontinent more often, they'll either tour in Sri Lanka, India, Pakistan, Bangladesh. They come here for other tournaments. That understanding has come in now. And what they learn on this tour, 6 months later, they'll be able to apply. And hence, they are a lot better in figuring out those options.
And people often talk, Russell, about the IPL as being a T20 tournament, the T20 league, where it's all about big sixes, big fours, and the glamour that comes with it. But Steve Smith said something very interesting the other day. We were talking to him about young players coming to this part of the world and getting better.
Pierce bowls to Carey, Carey defends.
And he spoke about how if you are a test player or about to make your test debut or on the cusp of playing test cricket and you're in the IPL, you still have nets where you can work so much on your game.
You get a feel for it, whatever you're doing.
Pierce around the wicket to Carey. Carey opens the face and finds a single into the offside. This partnership's 99. Australia 3 for 188.
And most of these IPL teams have massive support staff. There's always someone there to chuck balls at you. And in India especially, lots of net bowlers like we see here in Sri Lanka as well. And Steve Smith used a lot of that IPL time to work on his game, work on playing spin. Even when he was a reserve in the test team and not getting to play a lot of test cricket, the tours to India of 2010 and 2013, and those are building blocks, aren't they?
And you got to make use of it. Understanding the rhythm, understanding the pace, your options are really the key for a subcontinent player to master or really come to terms with the bounce. It's a lot harder because you tour to those conditions once in 3 years. So what you learn on your first tour, by the second tour, so long between drinks, you forget. So finding that rhythm and finding that pace of the game, when do I push the button, accelerate, when do I absorb pressure, that's actually the key.
Yeah, it's fascinating to watch on TV. It's even better to be here for it on SEN Test Cricket. It's a different style of cricket, different flavour, different pace. As you said, the rhythm is different. Steve Smith is on strike to Pearce. It's pitched up and he tries to find the gap at cover. He can't. There's only one man in the ring and he hits it straight to the skipper, De Silva, for a dot.
And batting is like dancing, isn't it, in many ways? You have a partner at the other end.
Here we go.
You're adjusting yourself to the rhythm.
Here we go. Reverse from Smith. Didn't quite get it as he wanted to. In front of square on the offside. They'll come back for 2. That'll be the 100 partnership for the Australians. Alex Carey and Steve Smith have batted superbly together. When they came together, the Australians was in some sort of trouble, it must be said as well.
Oh, yeah. Sri Lanka were noisy at that time.
Yeah, they were very noisy. They came together with a score at 3 for 91. Oh, sorry, that's 99 partnership. My apologies. We'll get there in a moment. Maybe even this ball. Steve Smith's on strike, and he does, to long off. That is the 100 partnership.
It is.
It's been an excellent combination of batsmanship and craftsmanship, tactics, strategy, wrists, sweep shots, the whole lot. Even some dancing down the wicket as well.
Yeah, and speaking of dancing, like I said, and Russell's a great dancer, by the way. I've seen him shake his hips a couple of times. Yeah, of course he does. Closet dancer. He doesn't like to show off his skills everywhere, publicly. But, you know, it's about understanding the rhythm. Everything is, right? It's about getting the beat.
Pearce to Carey. Calls for 2 immediately to mid-wicket. He played it off the back foot, so he's a bit late to get going, and Smith will come back to the bowler's end pretty easily. Simple 2 for Alex Carey. He moves to 49. End of the over. The Australians 3 for 193, and there should be one more over before tea.
I've been impressed with Carey. I think subconsciously he would have been feeling a lot of pressure when it comes to Australian selections, building depth and looking at all the options you have. Josh Inglis walking out there in the last test, making a debut 100. And hence, getting this opportunity because of Josh Inglis not able to come in at that particular time, and batting the way he did is, I think, is massive for him to calm his nerves as well, and letting the selectors know, look, I can do a job anyway, at any stage.
And I think it has a lot to do with personality. And those of us who've been fortunate to get to know Alex Carey, he's been in that happy space. He never thought he'll get that chance to play Test cricket for the longest time. Obviously, we all know his journey from another sporting code to come to cricket.
Last over before tea. Jai Surya bowling left arm over the wicket to Smith. The Australians are 3 for 193. First slip and leg slip in place. Smith goes back and looks to hook it away down the leg side. It'll trickle all the way to the fence. Smith moves to 78. It was a loose-ish delivery from Jai Surya and Smith pounced.
Yeah, Sri Lanka letting this game slip away very quickly. It's this poor bowling from the premier spinner. This angle's not working. I'm not sure whether this is his idea or it's come from the leadership group. He's just not comfortable bowling this line.
Now this is a line that would mean that Steve Smith has to do something very, very silly. And I don't think he's going to do that. He's not in that space.
Smith uses his pad with his bat tacked behind it and kicks it away.
Just back on Alex Carey, Russell, you saw he was the one out there in the middle when Inglis got to his 100th run and how happy he was. And he's a much-loved teammate. They all love having him around in the side as well, even during that 50-over World Cup.
Jai Surya to Smith, uses the pad again, no run.
When he lost his place in the side after just one game, he's just the ultimate team player, and you played in so many teams. So valuable having someone like that in the mix.
Third last ball before tea. Smith kicks his left leg out and lets it hit him.
Lots of positives, very likeable. But when it comes to a push and shove, it's your performances that keep you in the team. And you want to be there. And this type of results, this type of approach and application that he's showing here, showing everyone after getting this opportunity, which he wouldn't have expected earlier on, and to be able to come in at a stage where Australia were under pressure to play the way he is, I think will tell him as well that his game has really developed and he can take it to another level.
Test batting average of 32, which is the same as what Brad Haddon had and similar to Tim Payne as well, more than Mark Boucher, so he's around the mark for most Test wicket keepers, full-time wicket keepers. Smith defends into the covers.
Yeah, it's gone past the number of Tests that Tim Payne played.
Yep.
And closing in on 40. Alex Carey, that's a decent number.
Jai Surya bowling from the fort, and last ball before tea, driven to cover for no run. Steve Smith, the batter, frustrated with himself. He would have liked a single there, but he won't get it. He strides off the field as if he's just been dismissed, even though he's 78 not out. He batted through the entire session, Steve Smith. He's looked at ease, he's looked at home, and he loves batting in these conditions. He's 25 metres ahead of Alex Carey. Hasn't even turned around to see his mate, who's put on 105 with.
So that means only 3 metres.
Yeah, that's right.
Because Alex Carey's got to walk from the far end.
That's true, that's true. 106 is the partnership, my apologies. 1 for 112 off 29 overs that session. Again, it was the Australians stabilising after issues before lunch, and Sundaresan and Russell Arnold. The Sri Lankans have some questions to ask themselves in this 20-minute break.
Well, the Papare band is playing, the music is buzzing here at Galle International Stadium, but the Sri Lankans have been silenced out there in the middle. It was a session where Australia have really taken this game away from Sri Lanka. They still trail by 60 runs, but what this partnership has done is really shut out the challenge of the Sri Lankan spinners.
It certainly has. It's made them work hard, and now given Sri Lanka a lot to think of. But I feel there's enough in the pitch. They need to come out and make sure that they give nothing away. That's the key. Start being disciplined. Maybe be boring in terms of what you're trying to do. Stay away from giving them the short ball. If the Australians want to use their feet and hit you down the ground, so be it. But bowl it with energy. Get it to dip. And when that's happened, it's actually been spitting at the batter and given them more challenges. So if you're not giving them that easy out, the Aussies will look to try to punch down the ground. That's where I feel there'll be a risk, and that's where the opportunities will be.
Russell, you've earned yourself a Dil Marti. Go and enjoy that. I'll be back with Bryce McGain after the break. The news here from Galle is the Australians are 3 for 197.
25k off selected Henley completed homes ready to move in. Homes from under $600,000. Live from Galle. This is the second test between Sri Lanka and Australia on SEN Test Cricket.
Hungry Jack's NBL is back.
The NBL is what dreams are made of. Greatness is within reach. No limits, only endless possibilities.
We grind, we hustle, because every moment matters, and big dreams demand it.
Gets the drive-by, knocks it down!
Watch live on ESPN, available via KO and Foxtel, and Sundays via 10 and 10 Play.
NBL, we dream big.
If you have been the innocent victim of an accident, let Bryce Sawyers help you recover the compensation you deserve. At Bryce Sawyers, we understand the physical, emotional, and financial toll that personal injuries can have on you and your loved ones. That's why we are committed to achieving the best outcome for you and your family. Contact Bryce Sawyers today at 1-800-848-848 or visit brydens.com.au to book an appointment. Who helps you in your time of need? We do.
Why do active traders choose IG Online Trading? Because they want more. More insight from experienced market analysts. More flexibility for trading on the go. More live info, more simplicity, more human support, and more markets. IG has thousands. So why do active traders choose IG Online Trading? Because IG gives you more. Search more from IG. Trading involves risk to your capital. IG Australia Proprietary Limited, AFSL 515106.
If you've had a car accident, call Sheen first. We'll handle your repair process from start to finish and provide an accident replacement vehicle at no cost to you. Rest assured, we use genuine parts and provide you with a lifetime guarantee on all repairs. So remember, call Sheen first on 1300 Repair. We'll take care of the rest at one of our 27 locations across Victoria. T's and C's apply.
Are you wanting stylish, family-friendly flooring solutions without breaking the bank? Then now is the time. The Spaces for Living Affordable Sale is back at Choices Flooring, with savings across a range of carpet, timber, luxury vinyl and window furnishings. Visit choicesflooring.com and download the Spaces for Living Affordable Sale catalogue, packed full of savings and inspiration. Or visit your nearest Choices Flooring showroom to find out more.
Did you know that Cobram Estate extra virgin olive oil supports heart health when consuming 2 or more 15ml serves per day as part of a balanced diet? Cobram Estate is made from olives grown in northern Victoria, which are harvested and first cold pressed within 4 to 6 hours to create a premium quality oil. This is why every bottle is fresh and full of flavour, making your food taste even better. Cobram Estate, premium quality, great tasting, and the most awarded Australian extra virgin olive oil.
The Philmac OptiFill float valve is a high-performance compact float valve for large and medium troughs with high demand. Its unique smooth flow outlet design optimises water flow and reduces turbulence to minimise float bounce. Combined with the patented soft close technology, which prevents water hammer and provides a reliable shutoff every time, saving your pump. Keep your stock well watered with a reliable Philmac OptiFill float valve. Available at your local Nutrient Water Store or nutrientwaterstore.com.au.
Love your footy? Make sure you head to your local club for the official NRL Vegas watch party. On Sunday, March 2, clubs across the state will be celebrating the start of the NRL season. Plus, there'll be 22 special event hubs hosted by NRL legends serving up Vegas-themed food and fun. Get to an official watch party to take part in 2 exclusive competitions where you'll have the chance to win one of 2 double passes to NRL Vegas 2026, among others. T's and C's apply. Head to yourlocalclub.com.au to find out more.
25k off selected Henley completed homes ready to move in. Homes from under $600,000. Live from Gaul. This is the second test between Sri Lanka and Australia on SEN Test Cricket.
Carey here, Mendes, who goes up and over the top of mid-on. No fielder back. Hits it over the rope anyway. Great shot, super contact. Carey to 29 with a bullet. Jayasuriya bowls to Smith on 49 and he pulls behind square, gets a boundary and gets to 50 as well. Got down nice and low. The 77th time in Test cricket that Smith passes 50. Ramesh bowls and playing through the offside, out through point.
Take 4.
How about that against the spin? It's been a hallmark of Smith's innings today. Jayasuriya ambles up bowls here. Smith driving again through the covers. That's a stunner. Playing with the spin, but had to bisect the 2 catching covers. Where on earth has he found the room? Kamara to Carey. Round the wicket, forward end bowls here. Back of a length, hooks it off his hip or pulls it off his hip. Yeah. Finds the gap. Great shot.
The tea break.
It's good. Sandstorm, one of the all-time classics. What do you call it, Bryce? A roof lifter.
Yeah,
roof lifter.
Blows the roof off every place.
What if it's an outdoor party? That's just a banger, isn't it?
Yeah, it's an absolute banger. And look, it's been a Smith storm here at Gaul because he has just solved the problem, and it made Sri Lanka in their home ground, and there's been plenty of feedback on the text machine as well. It just made them look impotent, like they just have no answer because he's solving the problems so fast, and some of his driving through the offside, like spitting gaps that don't exist, they've plugged it up and he goes, no, I can still get through there. Things like that, he's just clocked the game at the moment. Now, there was a moment where he would have had his heart in his mouth, the ball that spun back through the gate, but it bounced over the bails and he still is there, and it's been a superb innings.
So the story of the second session here at Gaul on day 2, the Australians went to lunch at 2 for 85. Smith was on 23. They go to tea at 3 for 197. Smith on, what's he on, 78. So he made 55 in that second session. Alex Carey not out at the non-strikers and on 49. He's never made a half century against Sri Lanka. He's faced just 64 balls, 4 fours and a 6 Alex Carey. He's made it look easy from ball 1. So that session, 1 for 112 off 29, to give you an idea of how easy the Australians did it. Jayasuriya went over the wicket to Smith late, bowling left arm orthodox into the leg stump. Whatever the answer is, that's not it. Not at the moment, surely.
Well, they just try to shut it down. They just try to shut the scoring down. Look, they've complemented each other so well. Carey going up to number 5 in the fact that Inglis is off the ground. He spent some time in that fielding with a back spasm yesterday, so he can only come in at 7. So for those catching up on that news, that's why
he can
Carey
bat at 6 now. He can bat at 6 now.
With the time?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So he can be next in, but It's just been a superb partnership. Carey's just found a way to get up the other end. Now, it hasn't been... I thought he was going to come out and just sweep and sweep and sweep, but it hasn't been. He's been using his feet and been able to manoeuvre the ball. No one has watched the ball with his nose in the dirt more than what he did yesterday. He knows what the ball's doing. He's spinning, it's doing that. The information has got back there. The pitch has quickened up a little bit, and that caught out Khawaja and also Labuschagne. That contributed to their dismissals in the fact that the ball kissed off the surface and skidded through a bit quicker. That information is now with the batters. They understand it, and they're adjusting accordingly. It's been a superb partnership, but it's not easy out there, Tom. They're making it look easy.
And the ball's skidding on quicker. That's how Marnus Labuschagne was dismissed as well. LBW drives area for 4. And Usman Khawaja, LBW for Pearce as well. The ball got onto him quicker than he thought. He made 36, Usman Khawaja, the left-handed opening Australian batter. Just think, Alex Carey yesterday, he had his helmet on for 71 of the 90 overs. So Stark bowled 16, Webster bowled 3. That's 19 overs of pace. He was back to the stumps. He had his helmet on for 71 overs in these conditions. He comes out and bats today, and he looks like he's fresh as a daisy. And not just that, we get here early in the morning for the new ball, and you're here as well, setting up and preparing for the day. Alex Carey is first out on the field. In fact, the team is still getting off the bus, and Alex Carey is already out there with Andre Borovic. So he's putting in a power of physical work, which clearly makes the job mentally and emotionally a lot easier as well, because he's so prepared for the responsibilities that he needs to uphold.
Tom, I'm so glad you brought that up. It caught my eye once again this morning. I put a post up on Instagram just to say this is not a mistake that he is keeping so well. He has worked every time we've come to this ground, and that's on the off days when Australia have been training. He's been out in the middle, and it's credit to Alex Carey. It's credit to Andre Borovic, the relationship they have together and the preparation that goes into him making it perfect. Now, he was outstanding with the way he kept yesterday. The catch on the outside edge, the stumping was out by millimetres, but he was quick enough to make sure it happened just in time, in the nick of time. He's been absolutely exceptional, and it's not because he's just hoping it happens. He is working so hard at it, and I just wanted to... It was my appreciation post for Alex Carey. It was superb.
You can't argue with any of that. The Sri Lankan bowlers, so Kumara opened the bowling. He's taken none for 24 from 4 overs, so he's bowled 2 spells of 2 overs each. The seam bowler. De Silva, the captain, none for 18 from 5. He's also bowled 2 spells, the off-spinner. Pearce, 2 for 36 from 12. He's been better than what he was in the first test. Jai Surya, 1 for 62 from 16. They need him to find something. He is the key, and so far the Australians have dealt with him relatively easily across the course, the test match and also the previous test. And then Ramesh Mendes, none for 48 from 13, the off-spinner, who's come in, he made some runs, but he hasn't taken a wicket yet. So these Sri Lankans need to find some wickets this afternoon, and they've got the runs on the board, which means that if they do find some wickets, they're in the game. And the fact that Australia will bat last. But this next 2 hours is absolutely crucial.
It is indeed. And Australia have just been able to tick along. The run rate did drop down, as Simon Katich, who mentioned through that period, that session. The run rate got dragged down to 3.6. Then they were able to build it back up. It's just a smidgen under 4. Now, that's remarkable in these conditions, but they've got the sweepers out wide, so they are able to knock it round. Terrific partnership. Australia in a really strong position here, Tom.
So the Aussies, 3 for 197. Adam Collins will be joining you to take you through the first iteration of the 3rd session here at Gaul after the break.
25k off selected Henley completed homes ready to move in. Homes from under $600,000. Live from Gaul. This is the 2nd test between Sri Lanka and Australia on SEN Test Cricket.
Hungry Jack's NBL is back.
The NBL is what dreams are made of. Greatness is within reach. No limits, only endless possibilities.
We grind, we hustle, because every moment matters, and big dreams demand it.
Gets the drive-by, knocks it down!
Watch live on ESPN, available via KO and Foxtel, and Sundays via 10 and 10 Play.
NBL, we dream big.
Are you suffering from an injury that wasn't your fault? At Bryden's Lawyers, we understand the challenges you face. Our team of experienced personal injury lawyers are here to protect your needs and provide guidance and support every step of the way. For a risk-free, no-obligation assessment of your claim, contact Bryden's Lawyers today at 1-800-848-848 or visit brydens.com.au. Who helps you in your time of need? We do. Terms and conditions apply.
Why do active traders choose IG Online Trading? Because they want more. More insight from experienced market analysts. More flexibility for trading on the go. More live info, more simplicity, more human support, and more markets. IG has thousands. So why do active traders choose IG Online Trading? Because IG gives you more. Search more from IG. Trading involves risk to your capital. IG Australia Proprietary Limited, AFSL 515106.
Did you know that Cobram Estate extra virgin olive oil supports heart health when consuming 2 or more 15ml serves per day as part of a balanced diet? Cobram Estate is made from olives grown in northern Victoria, which are harvested and first cold pressed within 4 to 6 hours to create a premium quality oil. This is why every bottle is fresh and full of flavour, making your food taste even better. Cobram Estate, premium quality, great tasting, and the most awarded Australian extra virgin olive oil.
What do you have for me, Q?
A watch, so you're punctual to get your Spectre tint installed.
Spectre, eh? The highest infrared heat rejection. Perfect.
And for backup, you'll also need Nano Ceramic Elite X paint protection. Extra shine, repels dirt, and the odd crossfire.
Very nice.
Could come in handy if you get shaken or stirred in the field.
Spectre Tint and Elite X paint protection. $200 off this month, only at Tintercar.
Bring it back in one piece, James.
Hey, what happened to the water? For those that depend on groundwater in Australia, the Grundfos SQE delivers consistent, uninterrupted water flow. The compact submersible SQE provides constant water pressure thanks to its variable speed drive. What's more, the Grundfos SQE is designed for efficiency, saving you money on your electricity bills. For a reliable, dependable and cost-effective groundwater pump, contact Nutrien Water and ask for the Grundfos SQE. Check out the entire Grundfos range at your local Nutrien Water store or visit nutrienwaterstore.com.au.
Love your footy? Make sure you head to your local club for the official NRL Vegas watch party. On Sunday, March 2, clubs across the state will be celebrating the start of the NRL season. Plus, there'll be 22 special event hubs hosted by NRL legends serving up Vegas-themed food and fun. Get to an official watch party to take part in 2 exclusive competitions where you'll have the chance to win one of 2 double passes to NRL Vegas 2026, among others. T's and C's apply. Head to yourlocalclub.com.au to find out more.
Are you wanting stylish, family-friendly flooring solutions without breaking the bank? Then now is the time. The Spaces for Living affordable sale is back at Choices Flooring, with savings across a range of carpet, timber, luxury vinyl and window furnishings. Visit choicesflooring.com and download the Spaces for Living affordable sale catalogue, packed full of savings and inspiration. Or visit your nearest Choices Flooring showroom to find out more.
25k off selected Henley completed homes ready to move in. Homes from under $600,000. Live from Gaul. This is the second test between Sri Lanka and Australia on SEN Test Cricket. The third session.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Homes. Call 1-800-6464-64 Australia. Quite outstanding through that middle session, adding 112 runs. They went at 3.9 runs and over. They did lose Usman Khawaja leg before wicket to Nishan for 36 early in the session, but that is where Smith and Carey took over. The pair have put on 106 from 151 balls. Smith's 78, Carey's 49. They trailed by 60. They've been magnificent. Adam Collins with you. Our batting partner is IG Trading Online. Why do active traders choose IG? Because IG gives you more. Smith and Carey are giving them plenty. Hello, Kat.
Good afternoon, Colo, all our listeners. Yeah, it's been a dominant middle session by Australia with the bat, and Steve Smith's led the way as skipper, but Alex Carey was very, very good as well. And he scored at a good clip, 49 off, I think, 64 balls.
Just the way that Carey in this part of the world just finds a way of making his game be at its very best. I mean, we saw him bat really well here in 2022 in extremely challenging conditions in that first test match. And also, remember, when they got Rissold in the second test match, he was the bloke who was not out, who actually looks like he was able to keep the game going. Everyone else is falling around him. In Pakistan, he averaged 60 when we were there a few years ago, Kat. I know he had that dip in India where he averaged 9 against the turning ball, and it was the sweep and the reverse sweep, and Ashwin and Jadeja and the whole thing got on top of him. But taken as a whole, batting in these conditions, Carey's never better.
Oh, he's looked right at home right from the word go, and it was a great opportunity for him to come up the order to number 5 because it's given him a chance to bat with Steve Smith, who's hardly looked like getting out. There's probably one ball off Nishan Paris that was thrown higher and wider, hit the foot marks, puff of dust, and then it just bounced over the top of middle by, I think, 1.2 centimetres or something like that. So that's the only time Smith's really looked, like he could have gotten out. Otherwise, it's been an absolute masterclass from him against the spinners. And Alex Carey's looked just as comfortable, and he's played the situation beautifully, and now got an opportunity to really put Sri Lanka away in this test, in this final session. If these two get the job done again in the next hour or two, Australia will be in a dominant position and go on and win this test comfortably.
And it totally belies the conditions. I mean, you mentioned the one that bounced over the top of Smith's middle stump that was dragged almost more than square. I mean, in ordinary circumstances, all things being equal, this is extremely hard work, but they've never really let Sri Lanka settle. They've never given them passages of play where they've been able to exert dot ball pressure, to have men round the bat. They've always kept them thinking. Even Smith rolling out the reverse sweep. It's a small sample size, but the very fact that he's been willing to do it is an emblem of the way that they've dictated terms.
Yeah, exactly. And it's field manipulation. It's been making it very difficult for Dhananjaya, who's an inexperienced captain who's only been doing it for about 12 months now. Hard for him to settle and then talk to his young spinners, because that's the other part of this. When you look at the difference in class and experience, you can't compare the Sri Lankan spinners to Nathan Lyon or even Kuhnemann in terms of what they produce, because the class of the batting of Australia has stood out compared to what we've seen from the Sri Lankan batting lineup, and that's where it's made it hard for opposition skipper.
The Australians are dominating on the hill as well. Some shots on my monitor here where they've been playing a game. I think it's a game in front of the what they call here the municipal stand, which is the stand that is the hottest place on earth, I'm told, even hotter than our commentary box up on the roof, where there's some shots of the Australians diving around a close-in catch and so on. So the Aussies having the wood over the Sri Lankan fans over there to our right. Waves crashing over to our right as well, over on the Indian Ocean, as Steve Smith makes his way from beneath us out back towards the middle. He's hit 300s in his last 4 test matches, and his record in Asia, which we've talked a lot about, passing Ricky Ponting for runs in this continent through the course of this innings. 600s in Asia, level with Alan Border. Who would doubt that he will make it 7 within a very short time in this final session today?
Yeah, he's well on track, there's no doubt. He's just got to start again now after the break, and that's going to be the interesting part of what Sri Lanka do here, because this is the period of play where we saw yesterday Australia found it very difficult with the softer ball. This ball is now 50 overs old, and it's coming into that period where Australia could really get on top. They haven't been able to stem the run flow, but they've got to use this break to their advantage now, Sri Lanka, and try and start well in the first 10 minutes, try and get a breakthrough, try and dry things up at both ends, and do what Australia did so well in the middle session yesterday.
So Nishan Paris is charged with the responsibility of doing just that. 2 for 36. That would have been a relief for him, having been clouted last week for 189 wicketless runs. Kept his spot in the side, which was no sure thing with Mendez returning. Got Travis Head caught it slip for 21, and Usman Khawaja leg before wicket for 36. So wickets in the first and second sessions. What he would give to break up this partnership and get Sri Lanka going again here and try and speed the test match up. 1 wicket can change it quickly at places like Gaul. Alex Carey on strike on 49. The session begins here. Nishan round the wicket, Carey round the corner. Not quite, doesn't make contact. So the run rate as well, right on 4. It's been a factor in all of this.
Yeah, massively. Because it's forced Dhananjaya to be really defensive with his fields. In fact, he was quite defensive right from the word go, even with the new ball. And the first 5 or 6 overs were mystifying in a way, because the fields that were set were so negative, particularly the spin.
So round the wicket, Nishan to Carey. He's on 49. He plays out to cover, and he doesn't quite sneak it through. Good bit of fielding down there from Patam Nissanka. Had to dive to his left and pick it up and throw. So good energy to start the session from Sri Lanka.
Well, that's exactly what they need. Try and save every single run, just to try and pin someone down for an extended period of time, because that's not what they've been able to do.
Nishan bowls to Carey. He's got the short leg in, well forward, pushing to cover where the Sunker gets another touch. So slip into, it's more a leg gully than a short leg. Backward square leg and a backward point for the miscued reverse or conventional sweep. Nishan bowls to Carey, who plays straight at the man at cover, down to long off for a beautiful half century. That's the 11th time in Test cricket that Alex Carey's passed 50. Enjoys batting in Asia, but when he walked in, there was work to do, make no mistake. And the way he's played with Stephen Smith, with whom he's put on 107, reinforces why he's been Australia's Mr. Consistent over the last year or so. Alex Carey, 50 not out.
Yeah, very good partnership. I think he came out when the score was 91, so you only have to add a couple of wickets to that score, and it could have been an interesting situation for Australia, but you throw a partnership of 100 plus on top of that, now Australia looking like they're going to get in a dominant position.
Smith's turn. Nishan bowls to him, batting in the baggy green, and snakes it through to long on. First run of the session from his first ball of the session. He's 79, 3 for 199 Australia. Gee, Sri Lanka, you can only imagine when they go back and review that middle session, they're going to... Where was the physical pressure after getting Khawaja? They never even bothered with Carey having men around the bat, let alone Smith. Carey facing here, going back and defending out to cover. Ends the 51st over, 3 for 199. Tyre Power scoreboard, customer safety first. But I mean, there are, Simon, obviously times in Test cricket where you apply pressure and where you absorb pressure, and it feels like through the series they've got that decision-making rubric wrong.
Yeah, correct. And as I mentioned earlier, right from the word go when this innings started to Travis Head and Usman Khawaja, when you looked at the fields, like, you couldn't believe what was being set early on, and as a result I think Australia were none for 30 after about 5 overs.
Yep.
Purely because they were able to get singles just about every ball, and then when there was a bad ball that gets put away for 4, Sri Lanka it was almost maybe like they were trying to get that new ball scuffed and soften it, whereas you've got to be thinking the other way around, because we saw with the harder ball there was enough happening, and they got those 2 wickets early. Once they got Head and Labuschagne, there was a massive opportunity for them to be able to control this Test match, but Steve Smith, he's dominated proceedings.
So they trail by 58. The final countdown was played by the cricket ground DJ between overs. The final countdown to Sri Lanka's lead, it feels like. Unless Jayasuriya can do something here. Back at the forward end. He's bowled 16 overs, 1 for 62. Picked up Labuschagne in his first over a long time ago. Over the wicket to Smith, outside the leg stump, sweeping hard, out behind square to the sweeper. Nishan Paris out there, he middled it though. 80 for Smith, partnership 109, and the 200's up for Australia for the loss of 3 wickets. And the milestone on the way in what we anticipate being a lower scoring game. They are turning it into something very different here.
Yeah, they're just making sure that the pressure's going to be all back on Sri Lanka in their second innings if they can make this first innings substantial, which they're looking like they should if they can keep stringing partnerships together. And the other part of this too is that Sri Lanka will be weary when they come back tomorrow, and if Australia are only 4 down at stumps, or even 3 down, if these two keep going, then they're going to be in a world of pain.
Yeah, it's how do they find the spark? Australia batting deep, Connolly carded at 8. Prabhav Jayasuriya walks up, bowls here, Carey. Lap sweep for the first time in the session. Backward square cuts it off. They're 3 for 1. Carey's 51, 3 for 201. I mean, it still feels to me, Kat, that if they got 2 quick ones to start the session, because of the nature of the surface, it'll be hard to start on.
Yeah, and also then it gives them a chance to limit the damage if Australia do get a first innings lead.
Jayasuriya to Smith, standing sweep from a ball that pitched outside leg. The bail's taken, but he's back. No contact made.
Big difference between knocking Australia over for 300 and then Australia getting 350, 400.
Yep.
Just that whole pressure of going out the bat knowing that you're a long way behind. But if you're only 40, 50 runs behind and you have a good opening partnership, then it changes.
Jayasuriya up over the wicket. Smith using his feet, catches the call down towards long off. It'll land in front of him. It'll spin into his hands. It was a miscue. Smith not best pleased with himself. He's bending his back as if to suggest he's just tweaked something when making contact. Either way, he's up to 81. 3 for 202, but it's a bit of luck that Sri Lanka need right there. Because that was a shank. Jayasuriya bowls to Carey over the wicket. Carey reversing, gets the angle. In between slip and backward point to deep backward point. For one, he's 52, 3 for 203. Just a little top edge there from Smith.
Yeah.
It goes down the throat of long off.
Well, it's interesting that he's played that shot because I don't think... Well, it certainly wasn't where he intended to hit it. He was looking a lot straighter, but just interesting that he's played that shot so soon after the break when he's not really looked like it throughout, particularly in the middle session.
Last ball of Jayasuriya is over. Smith kicks it away from outside the line of leg stump. 3 for 203. Smith 81, Carey 52. We have the good oil for the Cobram Estate, Australia's extra virgin olive oil.
Have you or a loved one been injured in an accident that wasn't your fault? Bryden's lawyers understand the stress and uncertainty that comes with a personal injury claim. Whether it's a car accident, slip and fall, or medical malpractice, Bryden's lawyers have the knowledge and expertise to help you get the compensation you deserve. Call 1-800-848-848 today or book an online appointment at brydens.com.au. Bryden's lawyers. Who helps you in your time of need? We do.
Australia's batting partner is IG Online Trading. Why do active traders choose IG? Because IG give you more, or gives you more even. You know what I'm trying to say. Nishan Paris, 2 wickets in his 13 overs. Bowling to Carey on 52. Trail by 54, Australia. Delivers here, reverse sweep, balloons up, passed about gully. Gets one, didn't middle it. 53 for him, 3 for 204, Australia.
See, that's the shot you actually want to encourage him to play here, because from that line around the stumps, if he gets it wrong, as we saw, that one went into the ground, but if it just holds off the surface and catches the glove, then it could come up the first slip. But they haven't really enticed Alex Carey to play it, because the whole time he's pretty much had the slip, the backward point and a deep point. If he brings deep point up, he might start wanting to play it more often.
Smith goes through his routine, waits for Paris, plays him down to long on for the third time in the session. For one, he's 82, 3 for 205.
But I think the other thing too about changing the field like that, it just gives the bowler a chance to mix their pace, which we've seen particularly from Jayasuriya today. A couple of his balls have been up around 100 and then dropped back to 85 or 90. And once you know a player's looking to size you up in a certain area, you can fire some in different pace.
Paris bowls here, reverse sweep. Carey gets his square of backward point out to deep point. Angelo Matthews, another touch, wheeling around from the Gaul Cricketers Club. He's waiting for the shade to encroach, I suspect. They trail by 50, 3 for 207. Carey up to 55 with a couple.
Yeah, so look, he's played it there. He's got 2. That's fine. But at least if it gives you a chance to get a wicket because he mis-executes, that's what you're after. Whereas if they're just playing normally, they don't look like they're going to...
Paris to Carey, reversing again, result the same. Sweeper with work to do. Matthews gets there earlier. They still get through for a couple. Great striking from Carey, 57. Trail by 48, 3 for 209.
So he's enticing it now. There's twos out to deep backward point, and they're still keeping that fielder in front of point, and now losing the short leg, and he's going to go into a backward point position in the ring, just in case he hits one in the air for probably 15 metres.
Yep, better than nothing. Goes the other side, reverse sweep. Kusal Mendez was equal to that, lunging across the leg slip, but it cleared his head. He knew what was going on. Carey's toying with them. 2 more. He's 59. They trail by 46 at 3 for 211. 1 left in the over.
The lap sweep. And Kusal Mendez, there was great anticipation. It just went over his outstretched glove.
You know what? That was closer than I thought. So
yeah.
He read it well, anticipated it, ran over the leg slip. Seeing a replay on TV here, stuck up the glove. Probably 2 inches above the webbing, something like that. Nishan to finish. Carey stays at home with a forward defensive. 6 runs from the over, 3 for 211. Smith 82, Carey 59 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Customer safety first.
She Panel Service.
If you've had a car accident, call Sheen first. We'll handle your repair process from start to finish and provide an accident replacement vehicle at no cost to you. Rest assured, we use genuine parts and provide you with a lifetime guarantee on all repairs. So remember, call Sheen first on 1300 Repair. We'll take care of the rest at one of our 27 locations across Victoria.
Sheen Panel Service.
T's and C's apply.
Yeah, Test cricket for Henley Holmes. Call 1-800-64-64-64. 27 overs left on this second day, so no hurry from Sri Lanka. Given that Jayasuriya really belts through his overs. Bharat Sundaresan jumping in with us. Myself, Adam Collins, Simon Katich as well. G'day, Baz.
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Great to have you with us. Across the country on SEN Test cricket from the roof here at Gaul. Jayasuriya operating over the wicket from the forward end. Bowls to Smith on 82. Lets it pass. He's well outside the leg stump. Defensive line. Any more of that, that'll be called a wide, I reckon. He would have missed his pad.
The premier spinner bowling like this on a turning pitch, it's a bad sign for Sri Lanka.
Not wrong. Jayasuriya, defensive line. Bowls to Smith. Lets it hit him on the pad. Last week we went through this after tea on day one, Kat. And Smith was a model of resistance.
Yeah, they've used it before, and to be honest, with no great effect. All it did was it just meant slowed the run rate down, and ultimately that's going to play into Australia's hands anyway, because they're just going to bowl more and more overs, junk overs, and get tired, and then by tomorrow, when it's really going.
Jayasuriya brings up the mid-wicket, same line, but a fraction fuller, so Smith defends.
The pressure will be off Australia because they'll be in front of the game.
And I'm sure it affects the rhythm of a bowler like Prabhat Jayasuriya, who's not used to doing this.
46 behind. Jayasuriya over the wicket. Smith, leg stump, turns it. A run there behind the square leg umpire. He's 83. 3 for 212.
I think if I was Jayasuriya, I might have given the skipper the bird by now and said, mate, you go and bowl these overs if that's what you want. I'm not doing this.
Yeah.
Because it's basically your main spinner has just become negative and not really as much of a threat as he should be in these conditions, where he's got an amazing record here on this surface. You know, they've got to try and get back in the test somehow now, because this partnership is just taking it so far in Australia's advantage.
Jayasuriya to Carey. Got the leg gully back. Better line, off stump, using his feet, pushing to cover, getting through for one. Well bowled and well played. Carey up to 60. Moving quickly now, 3 for 213. The left-hander looking to make the most of this.
Given the way that Dhananjaya has played in this series, though, and if Australia go on and win this 2-0, he might not be in the job much longer. So he might not be taking orders from him.
We started so well, Dhananjaya. Jayasuriya bowls and Smith gets one on middle stump to finish. Out to mid-off. Completes the over. 3 for 214. They trail by 44. Smith keeps the strike on 84. Carey's on 60.
In golf, all drivers claim they have great performance, but it takes game-changing leaps in innovation to create one that's truly elite. With an advanced new shape, revolutionary thermoforged carbon, and a breakthrough AI-10X face, the new Callaway Elite driver delivers incredible distance that's up to 8 yards longer with even more forgiveness. The future of performance is the new Elite driver from Callaway. Learn more at callawaygolf.com.au.
Before we welcome back Tom Morris with the good oil for the Cobram Estate, Australia's extra virgin olive oil. Yeah, just saying, like, as captain, Dhananjaya, they won 6 of 8 to begin. He got them to within a point where they controlled their own World Test Championship destiny for a brief time, but then they got smashed in South Africa, and Australia, well, they towed them up in the first test. But still, there was a period of time there in the middle of 2024 when they really looked to have turned a corner. You over about to begin from this arm, but he pulls out because Smith's not ready. He's seen something behind the bowler's arm, possibly.
No. I think it's the fielder, the number 75. His glasses were shining in his eyes.
Right. That's the captain, Dhananjaya. Harris bowls here. Smith goes back and defends, and does it with soft enough hands. He'll get one to point. 85 for him. 15 away. 3 for 215. Leads, 42 is what they trail by.
You're spot on. They were talked about it as being in the mix still, but when we see what they've put out in these first, testing a little bit, they're nowhere near top 2.
No.
Nowhere near.
I mean, it would have required them winning in South Africa, which, had they achieved that, they would have deserved a spot near enough. They would have still needed to have won over here against Australia. But I guess my point is that Dan and Jay have found a formula, especially through Jayasuriya. Paris bowling here. Well forward is Carey, defending with the full face of the bat, collects it in his follow-through. I mean, they beat New Zealand 2-0 here, for instance, which, it takes some doing. Yeah. New Zealand are a good side.
Well, they prepared New Zealand to then go and win in India, though.
Yeah, true. Good point. Paris into Carey, middle stump line, defends back to the bowler.
And he did it with a Jayasuriya on the field and a Jayasuriya in the dressing room. And Sanath has got a lot of credit for what he's done with this team.
Sham Paris, away from us, round the wicket. Carey defends straight back to him again. So what you said before, Simon, about just extracting as many overs out of these spinners as possible.
Well, they're inexperienced, so at some point they're going to find it hard physically and mentally, because Steve Smith, particularly on the back of what we saw in the first test.
Paris bowls and forward off the stickers of the bat, defending the cover is Carey, no run.
When you don't feel like you can knock a player over, you start to lose belief, and that's what this game's all about. You believe you can get someone out, or you believe you can score runs against someone, and at the moment it just looks like they're bereft of ideas.
Nishan to finish, and Carey defends into the onside. Maiden over, 3 for 215, Smith 85, Carey on 60 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Customer safety first, Tommy Morris in for me.
Why do active traders choose IG Online Trading? Because they want more. More insight from experienced market analysts. More flexibility for trading on the go. More live info, more simplicity, more human support, and more markets. IG has thousands. So why do active traders choose IG Online Trading? Because IG gives you more. Search more from IG. Trading involves risk to your capital. IG Australia Proprietary Limited, AFSL 515106.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. Call 1-800-64-64-64. Australia 3 for 215. Bharat, Sundaresan and Simon Katich, it's good to see you both again.
Good afternoon, Tommy.
Both looking lively, ready to go.
You're looking livelier than the Sri Lankans, to be honest. So, well, Kusal Mendes has heard you, though.
Retrospect. He was like that in the previous test as well. Made some runs, good behind the stumps. Jayasuriya bowling to Smith. Smith sweeps. Didn't quite get it where he wanted to hit it over mid-wicket, but it goes to fine leg for one. Smith is now 86, Carey 60.
When Australia lost those two quick wickets, especially after Manas got out, you almost felt like it could be one of those days where the proverbial ball will have your name on it. And batting will be very difficult, but at the moment, honestly, one of these two batters will have to get themselves out.
Jayasuriya to Carey. Little reverse paddle. Played it really nicely. They're going to look for at least a couple. They'll settle for one. Carey 61 on the good oil for Cobram Estate Australian extra virgin olive oil, which we know Simon Katich absolutely loves. And was talking about it off air. He wants some bottles delivered to his house. I said, Simon, you've got to ask Brent really nicely. That's the key. Jayasuriya's left arm over the wicket to Smith, who pads it away.
Here's the good oil.
Sensational.
It goes down quickly in our household.
I'm sure it does.
Yeah, I mean, if you are sending some Sydney words, maybe send some Adelaide words as well, Brent.
Well, he sent some to me in Melbourne, so maybe I can just divert a couple on towards you. Premium extra.
Oh, no.
That's a full toss from Jayasuriya. Smith swatted it to the leg side, and they'll only get one. Smith probably feels as if he missed out. Yes, he does.
I know it's a different culture, Bharat, and you know better than me, but this is where Jayasuriya's got to put his foot down and say, Skipper, I'm not doing this more. I'm coming around the wicket and I'm going to bowl properly because this is rubbish.
No, he's
better than this. Like, that's junk. That's stuff that I would have served up.
Hey.
You got a wicket with a ball like that.
Yeah, but he's a frontline spinner. He's better than that.
Yeah. And Sri Lanka is still at least notionally ahead in this game.
Yeah.
It makes no sense.
Jayasuriya to Carey. Carey goes back to cut and does so successfully through the offside for four. Alex Carey picking a gap. There was a slider from Jayasuriya. Carey didn't get it perfectly, but got it well enough, and he goes to the cover point boundary for a boundary.
It doesn't matter where he bowls now. I mean, that's wide and short, hoping to catch the rough. But Alex Carey, watching the ball beautifully, gets deep in his crease, strong position to cut, and then just guided the ball forward a point. Let the outfield do the rest. Classic batting.
Carey 65. He's sweeping conventionally this time to backward square leg for no run.
Alex Carey now has 111 runs, batting at 5 and 6, yet to be dismissed. He's really enjoying these promotions to up the order. Looks like that's the end of the over, Tom.
And we might have an impersonation from Richie Beno after this, please, Baz. 3 for 222 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Customer safety first.
Hungry Jack's NBL is back.
The NBL is what dreams are made of. Greatness is within reach. No limits, only endless possibilities.
We grind, we hustle, because every moment matters, and big dreams demand it.
Gets the drive-by, knocks it down!
Watch live on ESPN, available via KO and Foxtel, and Sundays via 10 and 10 Play.
NBL, we dream big.
Welcome back. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. It's marvellous sitting here. Sri Lanka can subtract Jayasuriya from that list.
And what's the score?
That's just 3 for 222, and if you're out putting out the washing
At 9 o'clock at night. It's a late wash.
It is. Well, you know, still sun's out.
Yeah, true. True.
That used to be my favorite bit of Bill Lawry, though. Like when he would they show replays of the highlights, and I'm watching it all back home in India. I would wonder, why are people in Australia always at the beach or putting their washing out? Because that's when allegedly the wickets fell.
Yep.
According to Bill Lawry. Ridiculous running. We'll stop there, Tommy.
No,
I'll get carried away.
I want more. It's that time of the day. Pearce now bowling to Smith over the wicket. Smith defends into the offside. So Smith's 87, Carey's 65.
It's been the pick of the bowlers today, Pearce.
Yeah, not many expected him to keep his place in the side.
No, he's done well.
Now leg slip in place. Smith uses his wrist and turns it somehow around the corner to 45 from outside the off stump using the spin. He's 88.
These two have also grown really close to each other off the field. Steve Smith and Alex Carey, you see them on flights or buses, they're always together. They wouldn't have played a lot of cricket with or against each other before Carey came into the Test team. The 2019 World Cup, I'd say, was the first time they would have spent a lot of time with each other, but it's quite a close bond.
Carey's so well liked by everyone. Such a measured character, hard worker, team player, as most wicket keepers I'd imagine should be in their role in the 11. Pearce is bowling off spin right up around the wicket to Carey, who's beaten it on the outside edge. That's spat like a cobra.
Perfect from Pearce. And I just wonder whether, because he's a little bit slower, that reverse sweep is a little bit more challenging to play with less pace on the ball.
Pearce bowls, Carey defends. That one went straight on. A text message coming through, Baz.
Worry not, boys. I'm actually hanging out the washing. So in the Bill Lawry world, this is where a wicket would fall. So run back in quickly.
Quite late in Australia to hang it out the washing. Thanks for tuning in. SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. Pearce bowls, Khawaja lunges forward and defends, bat in front of the pad.
Yeah, so I asked Steve Smith about how settled Alex Carey is in this side, English having made the 100 before this Test, and he really jumped in and supported Alex Carey and spoke about him really nicely.
Pearce bowls to Carey, who just plays on the up to cover. Can't beat the fielder. End of the over. Australia 3 for 223. The good oil commentary from Bharat was for Cobram Estate, Australia's most awarded extra virgin olive oil.
Why do active traders choose IG Online Trading? Because they want more. More insight from experienced market analysts. More flexibility for trading on the go. More live info, more simplicity, more human support, and more markets. IG has thousands. So why do active traders choose IG Online Trading? Because IG gives you more. Search more from IG. Trading involves risk to your capital. IG Australia Proprietary Limited, AFSL 515106.
No rush here for the Sri Lankans. SEN Test Cricket for Henley's new Breakthrough Collection. Homes from $227,900 and start building, that's right, in just 12 weeks. So make sure you get involved in that. The tyre payout scoreboard for customer safety first reads Australia 3 for 223. I'm alongside Bharat Sundaresan, a la Richie Beno.
And there is a change in bowling. So I did say Shaprak Jayasuriya from that list, and they have got rid of him, and it's Ramesh Mendes who's coming into the attack. He's not really made a very impressive return with the ball in hand. He was so good yesterday with bat, showed a lot of fight, just not been consistent enough. It's been easily scored off by both Smith and Carey.
Smith's 88. Mendes reverse.
Oh, no.
Smith tries to reverse and just Q-ends it straight down the pitch.
So he's played 4 reverse sweeps, connected with the first one, missed the second one, but the bottom of the bat to the third one, and this time almost hit the handle of the bat. So he's not really good at this shot, finally. Something Steve Smith's not good at.
We found something. Ramesh bowls. Smith this time on the back foot plays it more conventionally, back with a square leg on the leg side for no runs. You know, I worked with a guy at Fox Sports who was in charge of the admin at Channel 9 when Richie Beno was commentating. And he told me once that Richie Beno, when he passed away, finished with tens of millions of Qantas frequent flyer points. He never used them. He was flying seat 1A every single flight, and he never used them. So he went to his lovely wife, who then could fly around the world 25 times for free if she wanted to.
She was there last year with
Daphne.
Daphne presenting the Frank Worrell Trophy when Australia retained it. That one-all series win, but it was at the Gabba. Of course. Shama Joseph had pulled off that performance.
Ramesh bowls to Carey, reverse, as he picked the gap, not quite.
Oh, it's gone through.
Oh, it's gone through, yeah. They'll just pick up a single.
Yeah.
Bit of a misfield.
And they're getting annoyed with each other. Ramesh Mendes not happy with his fellow off-spinner, Perez. Just dived all over it, and Australia now just 33 runs behind.
Well, Richie Beno played at the beginning of a golden age for West Indies cricket. He was in the Tide Test.
Oh, yeah, very much so.
And then he commentated when West Indies cricket exploded in the 70s and 80s. Richie Beno was the main man.
Yep. And was the voice of cricket, EA Sports Cricket 97.
Yeah, 97.
97.
I never played that. Shane Warne Cricket 99 was my first game. Get to that in a moment. Smith defends the onside. I used to like... And that's 6 and clean bowled. The commentary.
Cricket 97, Richie Beno would flash up on screen at the end of an innings or at the start of an innings, and he would be very angry if the batting team was bowled out cheaply. He would be very angry.
Don't get bowled out cheaply. Smith's 89. And he's hit on the pad. There's a big appeal for Mendes. The umpire said not out. They'll get through for a leg by. Everyone was too busy appealing and forgetting that they could get off strike. Was it bat? Waiting for the DRS to count down? No.
Bounce and also probably hit him outside off stump. Steve Smith was kind of distracted by the appeal. Alex Carey was running down because it was an easy leg by to be picked up, and
it was Shane Warne Cricket 99. There was EA Sports Cricket 2002. Brett Lee was on the front cover.
Yeah.
And Matthew Hayden's circle that he bowled with was the width of the pitch.
That's correct.
Andy Cronje, I remember, in Shane Warne Cricket 99 was a very good medium pacer. Then Brian Lara Cricket. Anyway, we're going forever talking about games. Carey off the back foot, punching to cover, no run. That's the end of the over. Australia 3 for 226. Smith is 89, Carey is 66. That's the good oil regarding the old school cricket games for Cobram Estate, Australia's most awarded extra virgin olive oil.
In golf, all drivers claim they have great performance, but it takes game-changing leaps in innovation to create one that's truly elite. With an advanced new shape, revolutionary thermoforged carbon, and a breakthrough AI-10X face, the new Callaway Elite driver delivers incredible distance that's up to 8 yards longer with even more forgiveness. The future of performance is the new Elite driver from Callaway. Learn more at callawaygolf.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. Call 1-800-6464-64. Australia have progressed nicely this session. None for 28, none for 29 from 8 overs on the tyre power scoreboard. Customer safety first, which has led them to 3 for 226. They trail by just 31 runs. It has been Australia's day. They're looking to ram home this advantage now. Pearce bowling to Smith, who's 89. He's eyeing off his 36th Test century. 11 runs away, using his bat outside the off stump, trying to work it to third man, unsuccessfully so. Defending down the pitch.
Yeah, awkwardly defended by Steve Smith. Nishan Perez really has been the pick of the bowlers.
Yeah. Smith on strike, pitched up, finds one to long on. He'll move into the 90s.
And that's the problem. Their lengths have been all over the place. Either been too full or just dropped the odd one shot in every over. So these two have just been able to push the ball down the ground or just find a gap. Using the many gaps in the field. The field's been pretty spread out as well, so it's just been too easy on a pitch where batting you thought would become near impossible. Seems to have really battered them down.
Carey, lap sweep round the corner, slightly aerial, but he'll pick up one. We're not going to get bogged down on the cricket game discussion, but the text messages are flying through.
They are, certainly are.
This is Rob, who is Mr. Getty Images. 1994 Nintendo International Cricket on the Super Nintendo system. I still have it, he says.
Oh, wow, Rob.
Now, that's a legitimate text message. What about the temper text?
Oh, Graham Gooch World Class Cricket was my first cricket game. What a classy game. Great music as well, intro music.
Pearce bowls, Smith defends.
It's a really legitimate game as well, Graham Gooch World Class Cricket. Also called Allan Border Cricket in the Australian version, where you could play with coloured clothing.
Oh, really? Is that right?
It's a very old school computer game.
Yeah. Bryce and I were talking on a run the other day about Brian Lara cricket or Ricky Ponting cricket, when all the names were different aside from those two men. Glenn McGrath.
Yes.
wasn't authorised to use their names.
I would have been Barry Sanderson for sure.
Barry Sanderson. Pearce to Smith, one to long on. He goes to 91. Barry Sanderson.
Yep, that's
so also like you've been Australianised.
No, that's the name that Jim Maxwell, the great Jim Maxwell, coined for me a few years ago, and I run with it.
Barry Sanderson.
Barry Sanderson. We even it's an alter ego. He played footy for the Redlegs in the late 1950s and a few Shield games for South Australia.
Right, so it's actually a real person.
No, we just came up with it.
Oh, right. Okay. Carey sliding one past cover. Mendes thought there was a chance for a run out. There wasn't. They decided to settle for one. Carey just playing his role beautifully here. He's 68 from 93 balls. That's the end of the over. The Australians are 3 for 230. This partnership is 139 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Customer safety first.
Living with diabetes? Ditch finger pricks with Freestyle Libre. Freestyle Libre is a small wearable sensor that monitors your glucose levels and trends and bangs them straight to your phone. Instant up-to-date feedback. No finger pricks. How good is that? And you can trial Freestyle Libre for only $15. Just head to freestylelibre.com.au to find out how. T's and C's apply. Follow directions for use. Read warnings before purchase. Free yourself from finger pricks with Freestyle Libre.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. Call 1-800-64-6464. Australia 3 for 230. What about Freddie Truman's Test match from Mark Bickley? G'day, Bix. Hope you're going well. Adelaide Premiership captain.
Indeed.
And, one of your men over there in South Australia. They're just taking a drink now, the players, and Steve Smith.
Yeah, things
changing some gloves.
Really slowed down here in goal. Ramesh Mendes in discussion with the senior members of the team, Dimit Karnaratne and the captain, Dhananjay De Silva. And the Australians are taking their own sweet time. Umpire Joel Wilson right next to him, and the Sri Lankans making the most of this drinks break as well. But, yeah, they're flooding in.
Well, the stick cricket gets a nomination, as it should.
Yeah.
Stick cricket is what I think sometimes T20 cricket's turned into, where 12, 14 and over is normal. And used to play that at school a little bit as well, as Max says. Freddie Truman's Test match.
Yeah. Was that the one which you could play on the little...
On the carpet.
Piece of, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I used to love that.
Yeah, you have a slip cord and...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, test match on a mat with those stick figures. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah,
says Joe. That's right, Joe.
Yeah. Did you ever play dice cricket?
No.
You roll a dice.
Oh, and the score.
And the score, but one of the scores is out. So let's say 2 is out.
Oh, book cricket?
What's book cricket?
Oh, book cricket.
No, tell me what book cricket is.
I mean, as you can imagine, very nerdy form of cricket. You just turn the page And depending on what the second digit is, if it's 6, it's 6. If it's 3, it's 3. If it's a 0, for example, you turn to page 40, you're out. So 0 is out. And
Right. But isn't that just, you know what's coming up next, don't you?
No, you just like keep like turning.
Randomly pick pages.
pick pages.
Ah, wow. Okay. Like book cricket.
You could cheat in book cricket. You could just fold the page slightly.
You could play with the Bible. Mendes is bowling. Carey's defending to the offside. No, I've never heard of that. That's fantastic.
Yeah. Very, very popular in Indian schools.
Of course.
Growing up.
I used to like to press autoplay when I was playing PlayStation cricket because I wasn't going to bowl all day, but I'll bat all day. I want to make 3 for 800. Mendes bowls. Carey drives. It's more of a slap through extra cover. There's a long off in place, and they'll settle for 1. Carey moves to 69. The Australians are 3 for 231.
Yeah, I mean, Australia a long way away from 3 for 800, Tom, but the way they're playing and seriously, now even slip is coming out for Steve Smith. So Steve Smith in his 90s will be batting against one of Sri Lanka's specialist spinners with nobody around him. It's a very straightish shot mid-off is where Dhananjaya De Silva has put himself in.
He's over the wicket, Mendes. It's a reverse from Steve Smith. A big appeal for LBW. And the finger stays down. They'll have a chat. His reverse hasn't worked today.
No.
It's not his strength. He's more of a conventional cricketer. I never thought I'd say that about Steve Smith.
Yeah,
will they go upstairs? They're having a chat.
I think they will, you know.
Where's the skipper? Where's De Silva?
Yeah, they have.
And they have. So here we go. Over to you, Chris Gaffney. Steve Smith hit on the pad. The original decision was not out. And it's a DRS conclusion that will determine whether Smith survives on 91 or departs.
Well, that's the 5th time he's played this reverse sweep and really not worked for him more than once. Has he got himself into trouble here, Steve Smith? Nah, the ball's turning.
Yeah, it's doing too much. Yeah, they might even lose a review for this.
I think they'll lose the review. I think it's spinning past leg stump.
Yeah. I almost feel like Steve Smith, the problem solver he is trying to solve this problem by correcting this shot. And he just needs to he doesn't need to play it right now.
Yeah, he can really put it away.
There's so many other places he can score out there.
Sri Lankans slowly retiring back into their positions. They've seen the replay and they can make out even before the...
Oh, it might be a bit of bat.
Bat as well at the bottom of the bat. So good decision. Umpire Holstock. It's not been the easiest day for the two umpires out there in the middle. And Steve Smith still practicing it.
So that was bat and it would have been sliding as well. So there's a reason it was given not out. It was one of those two and it was correct. Smith survives 91. Sri Lanka have 1 unsuccessful review remaining. There's 20.3 overs until they'll get some more. The Aussies trail by 26 runs. Mendes bowls to Smith. Smith defends to the onside more conventionally. How's the text machine, Baz?
Somebody's upset with me that I suggested that Steve Smith will move to 3 and Cam Green comes at 4. Fair enough. Everybody has an opinion.
Mendes bowls. Smith defends again.
So there have been 3 good balls in this over from Ramesh Mendes. But the point is, can he at least finish 1 over well? Can he just keep Steve Smith on strike? Can he make him make a decision? That's what's been missing from Sri Lanka today.
Mendes bowls. Smith moves across the crease and hits it to long on for 1 and then walks a single, as he has done so many times on this tour and in this continent over a long period of time. He's 92 from 180 and the Australians are 3 for 232 on the Type House scoreboard. Customer safety first.
In golf, all drivers claim they have great performance, but it takes game-changing leaps in innovation to create one that's truly elite. With an advanced new shape, revolutionary thermoforged carbon, and a breakthrough AI-10X face, the new Callaway Elite driver delivers incredible distance that's up to 8 yards longer with even more forgiveness. The future of performance is the new Elite driver from Callaway. Learn more at callawaygolf.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. Call 1-800-646464. We are 70 overs into the day, and Australia is 3 for 232. They trail by 25 runs. Bryce McGain is with us.
Yeah, and before we welcome Bryce in... sorry.
I just jumped in there. Yeah, no.
That's right, Bryce. Now, I just see Kamindu Mendes is coming into the attack. It's always a curiosity around whether he bowls right arm or left arm. It looks like he's starting off with some right arm off spin. We didn't see him at all last week in the first test. Quite creative the way he goes about it. Speaking of creativity, I think we have a winner. Mike of Perth. We were just talking about video games and quirky cricket games, book cricket and the likes. Bryce and Mike from Perth created car cricket on a recent trip across the Nullarbor.
Car cricket?
Yeah, and the rules require a lot of patience.
Kamindu Mendes bowling right arm off spin and defence from Steve Smith.
And it is a long ride. So each finger, so you wave at every car going in the opposite direction. Each finger the driver raises is a run. If the car is towing something, it's double runs, number of fingers. Anything from a truck is a 6, they never wave.
Mendes bowls to Smith and he defends to the onside.
5 cars in a row with no wave, dot ball, is out and on to the next batter. Highest score we got was 30 odd.
Sounds like a difficult pitch.
How good.
Mendes bowls, Smith straight to mid-wicket on the bounce.
Mike of Perth, or Mike from Perth, next time you're driving on the Nullarbor, I'm jumping in the car with you.
Yeah, that's great. The only place you could do that is on the Nullarbor, I reckon. You need some things to talk about. So Kamindu Mendes, for the first time this series, is bowling his right arm off spin. It's significant because he can also bowl left arm orthodox, as has been publicised many times over the years, and Steve Smith finds one to fine leg. He's 93.
Wouldn't he bowl left arm orthodox to Steve Smith, spin it away, and then right arm off spin? He's sticking with the right arm for now.
He's not 50-50. His right arm off spin is slightly better than his left arm orthodox.
Right, okay.
Yeah. It's not far off, but it's not quite the same.
A bit like my left hand leg spin.
Your left arm wrist spin, your Brad Hoggs.
Yep.
Kamindu bowls. Carey defends to cover.
It's much easier to bowl that with your tongue hanging out.
Yeah.
That's what I've always found.
And yapping.
Yeah.
And
doing a robot.
I'd like to see Bharat's Brad Hogg impersonation. That would be, because you do bowl left arm as well. Kamindu bowls, Carey defends. That's the end of the over from, well, the right armour for the moment. Australia 3 for 233 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Customer safety first.
Did you know that Cobram Estate extra virgin olive oil supports heart health when consuming 2 or more 15ml serves per day as part of a balanced diet? Cobram Estate is made from olives grown in northern Victoria, which are harvested and first cold pressed within 4 to 6 hours to create a premium quality oil. This is why every bottle is fresh and full of flavour, making your food taste even better. Cobram Estate, premium quality, great tasting, and the most awarded Australian extra virgin olive oil.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. Call 1-800-6464. A bit of good oil news for you, Bryce and Bharat. Harry Dixon will debut for Victoria in the Sheffield Shield this weekend. Talented young player. Daniel Cherney put it on the agenda that he was likely to play.
Is he going to open the batting?
Not sure where he's going to bat, but I can tell you he's in.
Excellent news.
Yeah. Batted middle order in a recent Victorian second 11 game and made 100, so maybe he could be an option in the middle order as well. This is Ramesh Mendes bowling his right arm off spin, and Smith working into the leg side for 2 for 234. Smith's 94.
Carey a little slow to get moving, but there's no danger there. Dixon's another one of these players that have come out of this amazing under-19, Australian under-19 era, these 2 years. I think there's 8 generational players coming out of there. And we're going to find out in the next decade. There are 8 generational players.
Absolutely.
3 of them are bowlers.
Yeah, let's name them. I want our listeners to learn who they are, because they'll be not far away. Carey sweeps, just gets some glove or maybe some bat on it. Down to fine leg. It's a long chase. He won't get there. The fielder, Carey, again sweeping fine. He's picking gaps beautifully. He moves to 73. He's faced just 98 balls. And unlike Steve Smith, he's not missing a sweep shot. Not missing one opportunity.
Not one. Again, missing his line. This one, actually, to his credit, Alex Carey picked it off middle stump, so he was taking a chance, but like you said, Tom, he's barely missed one, and he's just cruising right now, Alex Carey, as are Australia.
Mendes bowling from the fort end. Now, there's a sign up on the fort. Have you discussed this yet? The Rob Quiney end. Oh, boy. No, Bobby flew to Sri Lanka.
This is something else.
That is amazing. It's up at long on at the moment. Carey sweeping harder this time. There's a gap in the field. Angelo Matthews will field it and he'll throw it in and it'll just be one. The Rob Quiney. What would he be saying? You know, Bobby, Bryce, as well as anyone. He'd be chuffed, wouldn't he?
He would be. That's quite bizarre.
I
really?
bet.
Yeah, there's security guys up there, aren't there? There'd have to be. There'd have to be.
No, I don't actually know who's even near the sign, but it's hanging off the golf fort.
It just emerged from nowhere.
Yeah. Mendes bowls to Smith. One to long on. That's great, isn't it?
Creeping up on the 100. 5 more.
It wasn't on my bingo card this year that Rob Quiney would have a sign hanging off golf fort, but here we are.
No way.
Hello, Bob.
So a couple of those under-19 bowlers that I was talking about. Tom Straker, outstanding Queenslander, like just so impressive.
Carey's on strike, and he's defending. End of the over. We'll pick that up in a moment, Bryce. Really interested in that. 3 for 240 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Customer safety first.
Love your footy? Make sure you head to your local club for the official NRL Vegas watch party. On Sunday, March 2, clubs across the state will be celebrating the start of the NRL season. Plus, there'll be 22 special event hubs hosted by NRL legends serving up Vegas-themed food and fun. Get to an official watch party to take part in 2 exclusive competitions where you'll have the chance to win one of 2 double passes to NRL Vegas 2026, among others. T's and C's apply. Head to yourlocalclub.com.au to find out more.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. Call 1-800-646464. Bryce McGain, Bharat, Sundaresan are alongside me. Australia 3 for 240.
Hey, you mentioned Tom Straker. Marley Beardman has already been in and around Bryce, the Australian team. He was part of that white ball squad, wasn't he? Or just an extension of that squad in England last year?
Yep.
So, Straker?
Vidler, Callum Vidler. There's another one of those bowlers coming through. Harry Dixon, Sam Constance. The year before, Cooper Connolly.
Yeah.
Like, it is just going to be generational. These guys, and they're getting their... I guess they're getting their underage form franked by pushing right up into that Australian
Webgen? Yep. Sydney Thunder?
Yeah, he fielded in a test match already during the Gabba test.
He did. Good memory.
Yeah, and highly rated by some of the Indian players who've followed an under-19 World Cup closely.
Of course, on this tour, along with them, Ollie Peake.
Yeah, he's gone home now, Ollie Peake. He's playing cricket this weekend. Kamindu bowls. Smith pulls away. He's on 95. He might look for 2. He'll settle for 1. He moves to 96. That is the 150-run partnership. You can hear some applause, especially from the Australian sections of the crowd. 224 balls. Carey 74, Smith 96, and these two have really taken the wind out of Sri Lanka's sails.
Bat once, bat big.
Yeah.
Discuss.
Yeah. Hard to argue. Carey's on 74. He's batted just beautifully. Kamindu bowls. Again, that fine leg position where he continues to sweep is being peppered. Has it got enough on it? They're going to have another look at it, I'd imagine. They'll come back for 3. Good running from Steve Smith to bring himself back on strike.
Very good.
I think we'll have another look at it upstairs to see if it went for 4. But either way, Alex Carey looks like it was off the bat as well. So he moves to 77, which is the second highest score for an Australian wicketkeeper in Sri Lanka.
That was Carey saying, come back. But that was tighter than you think. Smith really had to hammer in there. It was pretty good fielding. I think is it Jai Surya?
Mendes.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Ramesh.
Yeah, look, that was terrific fielding, and he pushed Steve Smith there big time. Imagine getting running out the skipper. He's on 96.
Well, Usman Khawaja knows do not run Steve Smith out at goal. We all remember his reaction.
Oh, yeah. Don't mention the war. So there's a short mid on, a short mid wicket, and a short forward square leg for Steve Smith here. They're the only 3 fielders in what would be the one-day circle. Everyone else is on the boundary. He's on 96.
Mendes bowls. Smith edges to the offside. I say edges, it's outside half of the bat, no run. So Ian Healy made 71 on a tour in the early 90s. That was the second highest score behind what was a phenomenal Adam Gilchrist innings in Candy in 2004. They put him up the order from memory. I think maybe 3. Smith defends.
Ball in. Yeah, I mean, Sri Lanka haven't really got the white flag out yet, but they've just submitted, haven't they?
Yeah. Kamindu bowls his right arm off spin, defended by Smith.
I mean, you can argue with the field that they've set, the bracket field on the onside, that they're trying something, but are they? Look like
5 out on the boundary.
Last ball of Kamindu's second over. He's gone for 5. Smith pulls it away. Has he got it into the gap? He does! Steve Smith holds his baggy green aloft for the second time in a week and a half. Bharat claps, Bryce claps, and Carey gives his captain a hug. What a player. As much as he loves England and Australia, the subcontinent is where he does his absolute best work. The Sri Lankans must be sick of him. He kisses the baggy green. Yet another test ton. Number 36 for Steve Smith. 191 balls. He's dug the Australians out, and now he's ramming the advantage home.
Take a bow, Steve Smith, the best Australian batter in history to bat in the subcontinent. Yeah. Nobody's done it better. Nobody's found ways to tackle these conditions, to dominate spin. If the first Test match 100 was a masterclass on footwork, this has been an exhibition of how you use your hands and manipulate the field and dictate terms.
He's played some glorious shots through the offside against the spin, but he did that by getting down to the pitch of the ball. It was nearly faultless. He hasn't been dropped, but a couple of miss hits in there, but it's been just exquisite. His ability to problem solve whatever was thrown at him. This game's played at his tempo. His mind is working quicker than anyone else out there, and it's just been a superb innings. He has made what is a very difficult surface look so easy. What 100.
Brings Alex Carey on strike. That was the end of the over as well. Australia 3 for 248. Carey's facing the off-spinner in Ramesh and defending down the pitch. So 36 test tons, as I mentioned. Draws level with Joe Root, who we imagine's got more to come, and Rahul Dravid. Rich company, and 5 away now from drawing level with Ricky Ponting. He's getting himself back up there, Steve Smith. Ramesh bowls. Carey off the back foot, pushes to the covers for 1.
I mean, there were some who felt like the end of Steve Smith was near after the Adelaide Test, and he's responded with 4 Test match 100s in 5 tests. It's sensational. The summer of Smith is officially now the summer of Smith.
Yeah. It was delayed, but we got there in the end, and you called it from the start.
Very much so. There was something about him before the Border Gavaskar Trophy began. I've never seen him happier with his batting, and it's blossoming now.
Yeah. He's on strike, Steve Smith. And he works to the leg side for 1. 9 4s and 1 6. Apart from a few reverse sweeps, he's looked at ease.
And I'm sorry, I can't see him not going to India in 2027 now.
No, this is lighting him up.
Yeah, this
is like an IT geek solving the problems around. It lights them up.
Yeah.
They're thinking about how to work their way through it. He's going to India. There is no question. He lives for this.
Yeah. This just cannot be his last destination.
Ramesh bowls. Carey sweeps, looking to go over mid-wicket. That will spin back into the hands of the fielder at deep forward square leg, which is Jai Surya, and they'll settle for 1. That's the end of the over. Carey's moved to 79. Australia 3.
One more ball.
There's one more. Sorry, apologies. Thanks, Braz.
That's all right. Everybody was just moving around. It's just been magical, this batting from Steve Smith.
Smith defends to finish the over from Mendes.
No, I think there's one more ball to go.
Oh, really? Oh, sorry. There is one more now.
That's all right, Tommy.
You would have thought I could count to 6 by now. Well, maths. You're a mathematician.
Yes, sir.
Australia trails by 6 runs. There we go. Now Smith defends, and that is the end of the over. And drinks. 3 for 251. Not for the first time in these conditions, and not for the last. It's Steve Smith's day.
In golf, all drivers claim they have great performance, but it takes game-changing leaps in innovation to create one that's truly elite. With an advanced new shape, revolutionary thermoforged carbon, and a breakthrough AI-10X face, the new Callaway Elite driver delivers incredible distance that's up to 8 yards longer with even more forgiveness. The future of performance is the new Elite driver from Callaway. Learn more at callawaygolf.com.au.
If you've had a car accident, call Sheen first. We'll handle your repair process from start to finish and provide an accident replacement vehicle at no cost to you. Rest assured, we use genuine parts and provide you with a lifetime guarantee on all repairs. So remember, call Sheen first on 1300 Repair. We'll take care of the rest at one of our 27 locations across Victoria. Sheen Panel Service. T's and C's apply.
Sham bowls to Carey. He plays straight at the man at cover, down to long off for a beautiful half century. That's the 11th time in Test cricket that Alex Carey's passed 50.
Carey sweeps, just gets some glove or maybe some bat on it. Down to fine leg, it's a long chase, he won't get there. The fielder, Carey, again sweeping fine. He's picking gaps beautifully. Last ball come into his second over. He's gone for 5. Smith pulls it away. Has he got it into the gap? He does! Steve Smith holds his baggy green aloft for the second time in a week and a half. Yet another Test ton. Number 36 for Steve Smith. It is Steve Smith's day here in Gaul. Not for the first time. He's dominating the Sri Lankan bowlers, and they are clueless how to get him out. They've tried everything. They're bowling more bowlers than they did in the first Test. And the Australians are 3 for 251, trailing by 6 runs. Smith, 101 not out. Alex Carey, 21 runs away from what would be a second Test ton, is batting beautifully. He's 79 not out. Bharat Sundaresan is not alongside me. Bryce McGain is. And Bryce, the Sri Lankan must feel like Steve Smith is a cheat code, speaking of sporting games.
Yeah, indeed. He's clocked the game. He's got to reset now. Let's reset the game because he's just found solutions to whatever was being thrown at him, and he's done it for a week and a half, as you said in the highlights there. Raises his baggy green twice in a week in the toughest conditions. This is where he thrives. He absolutely loves it. He's lit up. He's lit up by the captaincy here. The ability to conduct the orchestra and move the fielders around where he wants and get the volume up and down, and he's just all over it. And I think there's been no more enjoyable tour that he's been on than what he's experienced right at the moment. I think as he sits down and reflects on it in the days ahead, he'll be saying, no, I love this. I really want more of this. And there is no doubt in my mind that this leads into him going to India and solving the problems of India and leading Australia, not necessarily with a captaincy, but in taking things through there and playing his part in more success for Australia.
His 4th ton versus Sri Lanka, his 4th in Sri Lanka, his 7th in Asia, his 17th away from home, and his 17th as captain. And it's perfect timing to bring Adam Collins to give some more context into the commentary box. G'day, Colin.
Thank you, Thomas Morris.
G'day, Colo.
Hello, Bryce.
What a moment.
What a knock.
Yeah, just
Goodness
amazing.
gracious. I mean, you rattled through the numbers there, Tommy, as you were leaving there, but 5th most ever now in Test cricket, 36th for Australia at Test level, 4 in 5 Test matches, 17th as captain, 7th in Asia. That's the most ever, overtaking Alan Border on that front for Australia. 5th against Sri Lanka. I mean, really and truly, this is like a cricketer thoroughly reborn before our very eyes, from the Gabba to Melbourne to Gaul. Sincerely and genuinely, people thought this period of his career couldn't happen again, and for good reason. You go back on the sample size of the couple of years before it, it wasn't like he wasn't contributing, but it didn't feel like this particular thing was possible again, and that's okay, right? I think the assessment that we came to at the time was it was a magnificent career, should be celebrated accordingly, but this type of thing was in the rear vision mirror. So for it to happen again, and I think Jared Waitley, it's Federer-esque when he came back and won a slew of Grand Slams at the very end in his mid-30s, and that's what it feels like Smith is doing here. 36 with a bullet. Who knows where people finish?
Well,
40's in the frame again.
I think his appetite is hungrier than ever. And just the way that he's carried himself throughout this whole tour, every moment that Australia have represented out in the middle there with the captaincy hat on, with the batting cap on, it just fits him so perfectly, and he looks so at ease in his game at the moment. He is in rare air once again, Colo.
All right, so how do they reset Sri Lanka? It just feels like, Bryce, we've hit that point now where Australia could well score at a run of ball now until stumps. 5 men back the whole time, no pressure. Carey on 79 as we start the fresh hour. He goes back and he pulls and he gets it in the gap as well. And it races away for 4. He's hammered that. Short arm jab stuff. Straight out the middle of the blade to 83. They only trail by 2. 3 for 255. Australia are having a magnificent day at the office.
Well, it's going to be a flurry of applause. The first one was Smith's 100. The next one will be Australia passing, and dare I say it, the next one will be for Carey.
Goals again, Kamindu, and he's carved hard by Carey out to deep cover. Work to do for the converging sweepers. They get there in the end. I didn't think they were going to for a moment there. Carey adds a couple. This is hard graft for Sri Lanka. 85, and the scores are level. 257 for 3. Sri Lanka were bowled out for 257.
Well, we had the feel that the wicket was a 250 v 250,
totally,
and then it's under 200. They've just changed.
I mean, I think it still is. Kamindu bowls and Carey defends out to mid-wicket. There'll be more runs here. Poor old Kamindu has to chase after it out into the deep, but he waits it well enough for another couple. 3 for 259. Carey racing through the 80s.
Cue the applause.
As quick as Robert Palmer. He's up to 87. Didn't quite work that gag, did it? Tried. First name that came to mind. He went through the 80s quickly. Robert Palmer, Dermot Brereton.
Yeah.
Lead of 2. Alex Carey, 87. What is he for? 100? We can barely see now because the glare's too strong here. 108 balls. Kamindu bowls, Carey reverse sweeps, and it doesn't quite carry to the man who's there for the miscue at backward point. Gets 1 up to 88. 3 for 260, leads 3.
Run rate above 4, and they're looking to accelerate now. They've broken through. They have a lead, and Sri Lanka are behind in a lot of ways. Australia have done this at 4 and over, which is quite remarkable. Whatever's been presented, they've been able to knock the ball into the deep. They've been able to hit boundaries, put away the bad ball, use their feet, sweep. It's like it's their own home ground, their backyard.
It doesn't make any sense. I still don't quite process how this has happened.
Yeah.
It's not as though the pitch has gone to bed. Kimindu bowling around the wicket. Smith is helping himself. I know he's not. He picked out mid-wicket. I thought he bisected the 2 catches. He did not. And that's 1 ball left in the over. The lead 3. I mean, you know how sometimes you misread a pitch and it goes to... This has not done that.
No.
Kamindu, last ball of his set. Away from our city end, round the wicket, off break. Smith turns it into the mid-wicket again. End of the over. Smith 101, Carey 88. The lead 3 at 3 for 360. And that is on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. Your back-to-school expert. Unbeatable deals on laptops, tablets, headphones and more. Best brands, best prices guaranteed.
Hungry Jack's NBL is back.
The NBL is what dreams are made of. Greatness is within reach. No limits, only endless possibilities.
We grind, we hustle, because every moment matters, and big dreams demand it.
Gets the drive-by, knocks it down!
Watch live on ESPN, available via KO and Foxtel, and Sundays via 10 and 10 Play.
NBL, we dream big.
The good oil for Cobram Estate, Australia's most awarded extra virgin olive oil. We've had plenty of that from Alex Carey and Stephen Smith today. This partnership growing in size and growing in the impact it'll have on the test match. They came together just after lunch at 3 for 91, 3 for 260. Now the score. They've got Australia into the black. Had they said that Australia would be in the black at stumps tonight at 3 for 91, they would have shaken on that, I reckon. They would have taken 258 all out.
At an hour. It's going to get painful now.
Too right. Golden hour here. Beautiful time to be watching the cricket from up on the roof here at goal. Nishan in, bowls here. Carey reverse sweeps to backward point where Big Ann just changed sides of the ground. He's permanently been based in front of the Gaul Cricketers Club. He tried to chase down one of those reverse sweeps that Carey played. And, well, put it this way. I reckon he's running 100 in about 14 seconds at the moment, Ange.
Mind was willing,
yes.
The body not.
Slip bowling here, Nishan. Carey sweeping conventionally down towards fine leg where he'll get one. Takes him up to 89. 3 for 261, leads 4.
Maybe the band was getting to him on the hill. That's where he was situated, about 40 metres away from where the band was. So couldn't hear himself think, so he's gone to the other side of the ground, looking into the sun, the setting sun, as it drops into the Indian Ocean here at Gaul.
Waves have settled over to our right. Still a windy afternoon. Smith facing and defending. Bit of interest from Kusal Mendez, but that's par for the course. 76th over of the innings. My apologies, of the day. 66th of the innings. Bowling again, down the ground. Smith for the umpteenth time, one-day international stuff. Easy single, going at 4 and over and doing it mostly in singles too. 102 for him. Gee, he didn't mind that long hop to bring up 3 figures, did he, Smith? Smacked the cover off it.
It was a gift.
That's the one you want on 96. Sits up and says, you hit me anywhere.
Yeah, get me there quick, not in singles.
Bowling round the wicket, Nishan bowls and Carey sweeps and he finds the gap. Work to do for the sweeper. Dive will be required. Dive is put in. Great bit of fielding out there. Saving a run. That's the standard they'll be saying, or some version of it. Didn't quite grab the number of who was doing the diving. 3 for 264. Substitute fielder on the field. Brad's got the binoculars on him. He'll work out who it is.
Dermot Brereton, 23.
23, yes. Samo Wickamara, who's occasionally a wicket-keeper. Wicket-keeping, not quite so much at the moment, sub-fielding. Well forward, Carey, defending Nishan to end the over. 3 for 264. Smith 102, Carey 91. The lead is up to 7.
Love your footy? Make sure you head to your local club for the official NRL Vegas watch party. On Sunday, March 2, clubs across the state will be celebrating the start of the NRL season. Plus, there'll be 22 special event hubs hosted by NRL legends serving up Vegas-themed food and fun. Get to an official watch party to take part in 2 exclusive competitions where you'll have the chance to win one of 2 double passes to NRL Vegas 2026, among others. T's and C's apply. Head to yourlocalclub.com.au to find out more.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. Call 1-800-646464. So if you're wondering what Steve Smith's wearing on his left bicep, it's called a whoop. We were trying to work it out on telly. Simon and I had no idea.
Yep.
But a lot of social media, whoop. Apparently it measures your fitness levels or something.
High. That's all. That's all we're saying.
Yes, Smith, quite fit. Over the wicket. New spell from poor old Ramesh Mendez. Defended by Smith back down the pitch. That appeal when Smith reversed and he genuinely thought he had him.
Yep.
The look in Ramesh's eyes, the desperation, the despair.
A little feather on it.
Feather on it and going down leg as well. Yeah. Smith round the corner. No run to the man at backward square. 5-man back at the moment. But he was so convinced. He's like, I've finally done it. I've got him. But no, not to be. Smith had got the tiniest feather on it and probably missing leg.
Yeah, not yet.
3 for 264. Ramesh bowls, Smith back and cuts and places it really down to long off. 1 of 3 men back on the offside. We've now got 6 men back for Smith. Not trying to get him out. 3 for 265. Smith 103, leads 8. For Carey, it's 3 back on the leg side, plus a long off and a deep point. You're just trying to, at best, control the scoring, limit the boundaries, perhaps. There is a slip. Dhananjay has popped himself behind the wicket for Carey. Ramesh bowls to him here. And the South Australian goes back and cuts and finds the gap to deep point. Another easy single. That'll take him up to 92. leads 9 at 3 for 267. Don't have a lot of options here, do they? Maybe a bit of short stuff from Kamara to shake things up a wee bit.
Yeah, look,
prompt a mistake.
I was really thinking something would come out after the break an hour ago to go, no, we're reset and we've got strategies.
Ramesh to Smith, it's full and push to cover. Ramesh has to do the fielding off his own bowling at extra cover, does well, no run.
So we have a plan. We're going to it. We're going to stick with it for a bit. But it's just been more of the same. Just go out there and, look, can you just put the ball in play and hope they do something silly? And it just feels like they need to be able to apply more pressure on both Australian batsmen. Better than that.
Ramesh up here, bowls to Steve Smith, turns him round the corner. Bit of discomfort from Smith, actually, as he took off, but I think he's fine. 3 for 267. Smith will keep the strike. He's 104, leads 10. Carey's 92. That's on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. Your back to school expert. Unbeatable deals on laptops, tablets, headphones and more. Best brands, best prices guaranteed.
If you have been the innocent victim of an accident, let Bryce Lawyers help you recover the compensation you deserve. At Bryce Lawyers, we understand the physical, emotional and financial toll that personal injuries can have on you and your loved ones. That's why we are committed to achieving the best outcome for you and your family. Contact Bryden's Lawyers today at 1-800-848-848 or visit brydens.com.au to book an appointment. Who helps you in your time of need? We do.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley's new Breakthrough Collection homes from $227,900 and start building in 12 weeks. There was a meeting from the Sri Lankan leadership group, about half a dozen of them between overs. I'm not sure where they've landed, but it will be Nishan Paris to continue from the Gulfport end.
Yeah, both batsmen were just sitting at each end, looking at them like, okay, what are you going to throw at us now? There has been a runner that's gone out, I must point out, in the council jacket from the Sri Lankan boundary and shared quite an extensive conversation. So it might be a strategic plan to set things up, change the forward line structure, if you will, because what's been happening is that Australia are just cruising themselves away in what should be more challenging conditions.
They'll think back to those tough days in the dirt in India where a couple of years ago they did get the chance to get on top a couple of times, didn't make the most of it. They've absolutely done so here. Nishan, change of angle over the wicket to Smith. It's full to start, pushing a mid-wicket, no run. Because they did have their moments in India. Of course, they won at indoor inside 7 sessions in a shootout. But thinking back to Delhi where they had a first innings lead of 1 run. Nishan bowls here. Smith defends into the onside, no run. Sadly for Australia, they just got rissoled in the 3rd innings of the match, bowled out in a session.
Yep. That was a sweepathon.
Oh, yeah. That was a discombobulated side. Nishan bowls to Smith. Balloons up to short leg where there isn't a fielder. Kusal Mendez does the fielding. But I suppose it was an emblem of where they weren't able to take games that were in the balance in India and move them their way dramatically, and they have done so here today. Smith to sweep, hits him on the pad. He's missed it, but it's not given out by umpire Holdstock. Got outside the line. He's done that pretty well all day, Smith. When looking to sweep or looking to play adventurously, getting his pad outside the line of the off stump.
Spot on. He solved the problem going into the shot. So if he didn't execute or the ball did something unusual, he was safe. Once again, safe.
Nishan 14 closer to the stump. Smith clips for the 3rd time in the over straight to mid-wicket, much to his frustration. Smith, who reached his 36th test ton about 20 minutes ago. Just one back on the offside now, mid-off up. Man at cover, it's Jayasuriya. Wouldn't quite call it a catcher. Plenty back on the leg side. 3 that I can see, maybe one in the blind spot as well. Nishan bowls. Smith plays uppishly back to the bowler. Doesn't quite reach it. Pretty good over that from Nishan Paris. Completes it here. Smith stays on 104, Carey 92. 3 for 267 at the end of the maiden on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. Your back-to-school expert, unbeatable deals on laptops, tablets, headphones and more. Best brands, best prices guaranteed.
What do you have for me, Q?
A watch, so you're punctual to get your Spectre tint installed.
Spectre, eh? The highest infrared heat rejection. Perfect.
And for backup, you'll also need Nano Ceramic Elite X paint protection. Extra shine, repels dirt, and the odd crossfire.
Very nice.
Could come in handy if you get shaken or stirred in the field.
Spectre Tint and Elite X paint protection. $200 off this month, only at Tintercar.
Bring it back in one piece, James.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. Call 1-800-6464-64. You can correspond with us wherever you are listening around the world. 0433 98 11 16.
Well, they're certainly doing that, Colo. Great calling from Gall boys. Listening in the gym in New York at 5:47 a.m. Loving this run of form from Smith. It is outstanding.
Good stuff. Early bird catches worm. Plenty of listeners in the UK as well. 10 to 11 in the morning over there. Had a couple of texts coming through listening to us earlier on the app. Friday night at home in Australia, where you can sync us up to the telly. 19 seconds is the toggle at the moment, if you're wondering, I think. At least it was earlier today. When you hit on the app, the free-to-air button.
Ben, I've got your text filed away here for when Tom gets on air. I think we'll save it for them. What do you reckon? Message for both myself and Tom.
So Carey on 92. Prabhat Jayasuriya, he picked up the wicket before lunch actually, in his first over. He's bowled 19 of them now, 1 for 76. He got Labuschagne. Carey 92, the lead's 10. Starts the over now after a long pause. Carey plays straight back to the bowler. Has to make the most of this, Alex Carey. He's got to get greedy. Had that 98 not out in Christchurch this time last year. That was a sensational innings, batting fourth. He's best for Australia. This is right up there as well. Make no mistake. Crucial partnership. Jayasuriya bowls. Carey sweeps well. Gap. Out through square leg. Finds the gap. Gets it there. What a shot. Carey, brilliant. Up to 96.
He's got the paddle, he's got the reverse, he's got the lap, he's got it all, and then he's just gone back to the original. That's where you start it with, the power sweep. 2 men out, and he just went whack. I'm going to put it right in the gap. So not only is he just sweeping, it's with precision. Both batsmen here have been outstanding. And Carey, boy, is this deserved.
So he's 4 away now. Carey 96. Jayasuriya to him here. Field back. Short leg in. Carey presses forward. So the only change to the field is Jayasuriya collects and pings it in. There you go. Bit of purpose.
Took him a little while to hobble after it. But it was a bit of something.
Yep. So one catching man. That's a short leg. Jayasuriya bowls to Carey. He's on 96, facing up here, sweeping again, gets it out to square leg, finds the gap a second time, sneaks it through for 4. Alex Carey raises his arms in celebration. A second test ton for the South Australian. And a superb one at that. From the moment that he walked out this afternoon, he was a sea of calm, putting maximum pressure back onto the Sri Lankan spinners, sweeping all the way. Super stuff from Alex Carey, 100 not out, 3 for 275, Bryce McGain.
Colo, what a moment. He has looked so composed out there. And like Steve Smith, they've just worked through whatever problem's been chucked at him. They've solved it. And he opens up with 4-4 with some stunning sweep shots to get there to a ton. Both arms above the head in the replay. The bat raised high. It's a special one for the team and for him as an individual.
And it says a lot about the way that Alex Carey has become the real heartbeat of this team, the way he's kept over the last couple of years especially. Turned himself into one of the best glovemen in the world. Jayasuriya, how does he respond? Carey sweeping again, of course he does. Picks out the sweeper, gets one. 101 for him. 3 for 276 the score. The lead's already up to 19. So having put in all that groundwork all the work you talked about his wicket keeping when he was keeping yesterday, for that now to translate into consistent runs for Australia. The innings he played at Christchurch, the 98 not out we referred to before, the 70 in Brisbane, which proved in the end not match winning, but it was a draw and the rain and all the rest of it. But it was a reminder of what he was capable of. The consistent contributions through that series, and coming here to Sri Lanka, where he did so well on a snake pit back in 2022. Well, this time around, raises the bat for 3 figures. Very popular indeed. Jayasuriya round the wicket to Smith, hits him on the pad, balloons up into the onside, no run. I love that. That's the end of the over as well. Sorry, we'll come back to the 69 gone, 3 for 276. Smith 104, Carey 101. Our coverage for Henley Holmes. Call 1-800-646464.
Hungry Jack's NBL is back.
The NBL is what dreams are made of. Greatness is within reach. No limits, only endless possibilities.
We grind, we hustle, because every moment matters, and big dreams demand it.
Gets the drive-by, knocks it down!
Watch live on ESPN, available via KO and Foxtel, and Sundays via 10 and 10 Play.
NBL, we dream big.
Alex Carey, 101 not out from 119 deliveries. A second test ton, a first away from home. He's batted so well in Asia, in Pakistan and Sri Lanka. Didn't go quite so well in India, but shown with that ability to sweep and reverse and premeditate and use the depth of the crease when he needs to as well. He's got the game for success here in this part of the world, and it's shown today in this bumper stand for the third wicket, which is already up to 185 and put Australia well into the black as well, leading by 19.
Well, now the next part is just bat once.
Yeah.
And we just couldn't predict it at the start.
No.
That would be even an option, but it is the plan A for Australia, has been all the way along. They've batted accordingly, proactively. The run rate stuck at 4. They haven't just sat back and survived and waited for bad balls. They've forced the hand all the time by using their feet, by sweeping. It's been exceptional.
Some more bed sheets on the foot. I'll bring you through what they're saying.
Beauty, isn't it?
So there's one that says, come on, Aussie, come on. That's fairly standard. Nishan bowls here and driving is Carey. Back to the bowler. Sneaks it through, gets 1. Carey advances his score to 102. Australia 3 for 277, lead at 20. How about the Rob Quiney end? SEN zone. Bobby Quiney's end at the Gold Force.
We looked after lunch for us.
Did he ever?
Break this afternoon.
Can he come back tomorrow?
Yeah.
That 20 minutes in air conditioning is most valuable.
Yeah.
Welcome any time, Bobby. But the Bobby Quiney end up on the underneath the clock tower here. And of course the what was it? 4-13.
That's niche, isn't it? That's very niche.
Yeah, it needs a reference. It needs a reference. Bowling over the wicket here, turning Smith out to the onside, moves up to 105 with the single.
We absolutely
3 for
love
278.
Bobby.
Oh, absolutely. And the famous Quiney 9, which was maybe one of the greatest days on social media ever, his test debut.
Yeah.
When Ed Cowan moved to 3 figures and Bobby Quiney hit a big 6 to get going. Anyway, long time ago. Good to see him recognised. Bowling here, Nishan. Pushed out to mid-on by Carey. Sent back. Mix-up. Chance here. Direct hit. Close. They'll go upstairs. I think he's home. So Smith sent Carey back, and on the basis that he pinged the stumps down, it was the right call to not come with him. But just based on the body language of the Sri Lankans, I don't think, Bryce, they've got him.
No, I think he's got back. Sent back. I think he's comfortably back in the end, yeah.
Yeah,
so
back by a bat.
Yeah, a bat length.
Mm.
No dive required. I like this, in the words of Axl Rose. It's so easy. Great help. Fantastic. Keep the text messages coming.
0433 98 11 16. Nishan bowls to Carey. Catching men at slip and short leg, but he smothers the spin, pushing down the pitch, no run.
Good observation. Cooper Connell would be lucky to get a bat. Who would have thought they needed the batting depth, or did they not?
Well, the batting first thing. Nishan bowls here and Carey whips it through the onside. Out to mid-wicket for 103 for him, 3 for 279. It may well be that Cooper Connolly walks out in a similar situation to what Josh Inglis did last week.
A platform set.
Well, the platform's going to be well set, but he might walk out where... I wouldn't want to call Inglis's runs declaration runs. That wouldn't be reasonable. But like punching the bruise runs, right, when they're completely knackered out there, the fielding team. Nishan bowls and Smith standing sweep out to deep square leg for 106 for him, 3 for 280. That'll be the end of the 70th over. Harvey Norman scoreboard, your back-to-school expert, unbeatable deals on laptops, tablets, headphones and more. Best brands, best prices guaranteed.
Love your footy? Make sure you head to your local club for the official NRL Vegas watch party. On Sunday, March 2, clubs across the state will be celebrating the start of the NRL season. Plus, there'll be 22 special event hubs hosted by NRL legends serving up Vegas-themed food and fun. Get to an official watch party to take part in 2 exclusive competitions where you'll have the chance to win one of 2 double passes to NRL Vegas 2026, among others. T's and C's apply. Head to yourlocalclub.com.au to find out more.
10 overs left on this second day. A day that's become a punish. I predicted 14 wickets, and for a time there I thought I was on the money, but nope, there's been 4.
It's been shut down.
It's been shut down by
Smith
these
and
two.
Carey, yeah. Listening to SEN setting up a tent in the dark in Anglesey. Good luck.
Yeah.
Nice you tuning in. Now, for those that don't know why Carey is up so high, Colo?
Josh Inglis, back spasm. So I don't think we've seen him with the pads on either downstairs. He can bat.
He had a little bit of a hit. He was walking laps at the lunch break, and he had a bit of a hit.
Yeah.
Bharat went down and sussed it out, and so he was back ready to go.
And he's allowed to bat at 6 because the time's passed. Jayasuri around the wicket. Smith driving through point. Sweeper out there. Gets 1. Smith 107. 3 for 281. Lead 24. So the time has elapsed that he doesn't need to bat 7.
Yep.
So I wonder whether he would strap him on. I'm not sure what the dynamic is beneath us here with the balcony, but Bo Webster was looking like he'd bat next. He had the pads on.
He did.
But yes, the reason why Carey gets the chance to bat number 5 for the first time in Test cricket makes it count. 103 not out, back on strike. Leads 24. Sun's hot.
These are pretty direct conversations now between the bowler, the captain. Well, what do you want? It kind of feels like that type of body language. Well, what do you want then? Like, we're trying to do this, do that. A few in the outfield have dropped off. They've drifted off. They're looking at birds flying above the fort.
Cloud watching. Jayasuri has got the leg slip. Ambles up, bowls to Carey. Uses his feet. Straight back over his head. Bang! Huge. Committed to it early. Trusted his swing. Why wouldn't he? It's going beautifully. 3rd 6 of the innings. Leads 30. Carey takes his own score up to 109, overtaking Smith.
Oh, and I do this too. So I'll make 100. I'll bat a certain way. Oh, and by the way, I can really start opening up now. 6 down the ground. This is just punishing now.
Thumping into the sight screen sheets. Punching the bruise. Jayasuri bowls, and no, he doesn't bowl. He was about to bowl, then he held the ball. I think he saw Carey about to get down for a premeditated sweep. Got Russell Arnold jumping in as well. G'day, Russell.
Good evening, guys. Great effort, isn't it?
Terrific. Jayasuri bowls Carey. There's the lap sweep. Deep backward square. He's 110, 3 for 288.
There were brief periods of pressure, but the moment they absorbed that, they've just played the ball to any part of the ground that they wish. They've made the bowlers bowl to their strengths, bowl into areas that are no threat on this pitch with ease. They've had so many options.
Jayasuri to Smith round the wicket. Plays back, plays straight into the man at Silly Point where there won't be a run. The partnership 197 from 274.
Really impressive, especially the levels of fitness. These are draining conditions.
Yeah.
To be able to keep focused, keep your limbs moving.
Jayasuri to Smith. Drives out through cover. 2's the call. It's found the gap. They'll get back for a couple. Chandimal does the fielding. 109 for Smith. Partnership 199 at 3 for 290.
You have to be precise in your judgment of length, line, your footwork. You're always going down the wicket or coming back, and it does tax you. And yesterday and today were days that would drain you out there, because I know how it feels, even though we are very accustomed to this heat. And for them to still keep showing that application, that determination.
Silly point back to Smith, but Smith's forward lunging, defending. It'll completely over as well. 71 gone, 3 for 290. The partnership 199. The lead up's 33. Carey down the other end on 110. That's on the Harvey Norman scoreboard.
Why do active traders choose IG Online Trading? Because they want more. More insight from experienced market analysts. More flexibility for trading on the go. More live info, more simplicity, more human support, and more markets. IG has thousands. So why do active traders choose IG Online Trading? Because IG gives you more. Search more from IG. Trading involves risk to your capital. IG Australia Proprietary Limited, AFSL 515106.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. Call 1-800-646464. We've still got how many overs until the close? Let's have a quick look.
9.
Carey 110. Nishan's bowled 20 overs, 2 for 60. Field spread. Carey beaten, but the bails aren't taken in time by Kusal Mendis. He did lunge forward. Good bit of bowling at 85 kilometres an hour.
New ball due in 9, so that will be the first thing on the Sri Lankans' mind. That will be tomorrow morning as well. And you have to take it. There's no doubt about it. You got to take it and try and make an impact, not just hang around the park like this.
Wide on the crease, Nishan bowls to Carey, and he drives the partnership beyond 200. A glorious cover drive. His own score's 114, Australia 3 for 294, and that stands at 203. As I welcome back Bharat Sundaresan.
Well, they're having a net out there, these two. They're just hitting the ball wherever they want to, and it's always in the gap, and it's always 4 or 6. They've really... Already, even though they're just 37 runs ahead, it feels like Sri Lanka have given up.
It felt like that for 2 hours.
Bowling here to Carey again. He's talking about centre wicket practice. He's thumped that drive down to long off. He's up to 115.
And I was just stood right outside our tent, right over the bowler's arm here on the roof, and looking down on Angelo Matthews, who's just below us here at the deep third boundary, or he was a deep backward square leg. Wondering what's up with his life. He's just looking at the lion mascot dancing outside.
What's it come to? Smith on 109. Make that 110 with a tuck round the corner. 3 for 296. 2 left in the over. I think Matthews will retire. I mean, the only option might be Russell. We know that he doesn't like Bangladesh, and there are test matches against Bangladesh next. He might finish against them.
Probably. That's a good 5 months away, but the word is that he wants to play for a while longer.
Yeah. Oh, that's good news then. But then his body language. Carey forward, defending to the offside, no run.
It'll always come down to what the selectors also push you to do in that little period. Because I felt Karunaratne was probably targeting the Bangladesh series to move on, but that...
Nishan finishes here to Carey, who again goes up and straight and over the top, over mid-on, make that long on. Has it gone? We'll find out in a moment. They'll need to do a boundary check. Either way, Carey really putting the foot down here. It's going to be declared a 4, I think. 119 for Carey, and the 300 up as well. 3 for 300, Harvey Norman scoreboard.
Are you suffering from an injury that wasn't your fault? At Bryden's Lawyers, we understand the challenges you face. Our team of experienced personal injury lawyers are here to protect your needs and provide guidance and support every step of the way. For a risk-free, no-obligation assessment of your claim, contact Bryden's Lawyers today at 1-800-848-848 or visit brydens.com.au. Who helps you in your time of need? We do. Terms and conditions apply.
Our coverage, as always, for Henley Holmes, call 1-800-646464. It's sort of half-volleyed into the Toblerone. 4 runs for Carey. He's 119. Smith's 110. 3 for 300. We did not see this coming, Bharat.
Not at all. And the rate at which they've scored. Alex Carey's 119 of 130 balls. That's a strike rate of nearly 90.
Wow.
On a pitch which was supposed to, by now, be almost a nightmare to bat on. But it hasn't proved to be that. But not that the Sri Lankans have got anything out of it either.
No. I mean, it's not been easy to bat on. They've made it look easy to bat on.
I'm more with Kolo there.
Yes.
Sri Lankans haven't bowled well enough to get.
Jayasuriya beats the edge. That's the type of delivery that's always been there, the turning square, but not often enough in the right place. Ends up in the gloves of Kusal.
Not consistent enough. They've gone off the lines and lengths very quickly. Australia have pulled out different options. Sri Lanka have reacted.
Jayasuriya, silly point to slip. Full bunger to Smith, who takes it down the long off like he's netting. 111 for him, 3 for 301.
But this hurts Sri Lanka a lot more than what happened in the first test. And even for Australia, this is bigger. They had the best of conditions, a flatter pitch the first day to go on and score those runs. Whereas here, the pitch had a bit more fizz, a lot drier. Sri Lanka had battered. And when you look at all the factors to be in this situation, it's much, much bigger.
Carey's 119 facing Jayasuriya, tries to sweep it, balloons off the pad, no run.
Yeah, I mean, the odds were stacked against Australia here than last week. And we saw what happened 3 years ago when Sri Lanka came back strongly and put on that performance.
Had that feel for a time this morning, but it's drifted away dramatically. Jayasuriya, Carey, back to the trusty sweep. Almost a paddle. Gets into position early, gets one. He's 120, 3 for 303.
I mean, you played a lot of your cricket with Sana Jayasuriya Russell, and he did the press conference after the first test. He looked quite disappointed with his team, was pretty candid with his views on shot selection and energy and lack thereof. How do you think he's reacting to this in the dressing room?
Oh, it will be hurting him because he's a passionate guy and he's all the time.
Jayasuriya to Smith, goes back and defends, and there's one on off at a point. That makes it 3 for 303. Smith 112.
Searching for answers. So his blood will be boiling, let me tell you. But Sri Lanka have been like this right throughout the test match. Not looking to beat Australia, just looking to go through the motions. And we got the spinning conditions. Australia are just going to fall over. No, that's not happened. Australia have come here. They've learned from their last tour. The games have improved. Steve Smith, I'll tell you the biggest change he's done is now he's playing for the straighter one and not the one that's turning. He'll react to that, but not line himself up for that.
Jayasuriya to finish the over here. Getting down low to the sweep again. Carey premeditating it. Getting it on the full, getting one, keeping the strike. He's 121. Tom Morris will replace me after the break and take you through to stumps on a great day for Australia. Smith 112. Australia leading by 447. The 3 for 304.
In golf, all drivers claim they have great performance, but it takes game-changing leaps in innovation to create one that's truly elite. With an advanced new shape, revolutionary thermoforged carbon, and a breakthrough AI-10X face, the new Callaway Elite driver delivers incredible distance that's up to 8 yards longer with even more forgiveness. The future of performance is the new Elite driver from Callaway. Learn more at callawaygolf.com.au.
Thank you, Colo. SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. Call 1-800-64-6464. Oh, it's Australia's day, needless to say. Smith, Carey, tons, 3 for 304. Russell, Arnold and Bharat Sundaresan. The last time I was sitting with you, you were imploring the Sri Lankans to just try some things, to be aggressive, to throw the ball up. What have they tried? It's been unsuccessful.
Well, it's hard to say that they've tried different things. They've just gone through the motions, basically.
Very much so.
Putting it there, the field spread. It's a situation where you somehow need to get a wicket. So you've got to try, meaning attack. Try and get the batter hitting only to one area. Set the field accordingly. But with the field set, you got to ask the question, you got to think, where are they looking to get that wicket from?
Exactly. Or are they trying to stop runs from? It's not even like they've tried to do that.
Ramesh Mendez, right off spin, his beats Carey outside the off stump.
Sharp turn.
And there's been so many of these deliveries that Mendes has bowled and Jayasuriya has bowled. And then
few and far between.
Yeah, and just let's wait and watch. The next ball, if I'm not mistaken, will be full. That Alex Carey will drive down the ground and pick up an easy single.
Wrong.
A short ball that he'll punch through the covers and pick up a single.
It'll probably be a full toss which he'll lap.
Just pick the lesser of the evils, Russell.
No, the lap's out of the question because there's a leg slip in place. So
Right,
probably one of your options.
Ramesh, it's a reverse.
Oh, the reverse sweep.
Reverse sweep. And there's a man in the deep, so it's 1 for Carey, 122.
That was not a bad ball.
Yeah,
that was a good shot.
That was a good shot. And he's played that so well throughout. And Russell, we're not talking about a youthful Sri Lankan team in transition. You're talking about 5 of the 18 most capped cricketers in history of Sri Lanka out there in the middle. And for
Probably
them to be...
Add to that, probably the most experienced batting lineup in world cricket in terms of number of games.
Yeah.
They're up there.
Yeah, they're up there. And for them to be so listless... it's not just now. When Sri Lanka were ahead, or Australia were behind by around 130 runs, it's been the case from that point on.
Ramesh bowls. Smith sweeps. It's a length delivery. Gets on top of it. He might look for a couple to deep backward square leg, and he'll get it. Come back. He'll move to 114. He's faced 221 balls, Steve Smith.
You have to prepare with intensity. You always have to think of winning a game. What moments are you going to be smart in? But if you feel, okay, we just play cricket, we'll score runs, ball will turn, we'll get them, Australia will struggle like they did before, then you find yourself in a situation like this when Australia have answered many of those questions they couldn't in the previous tour or the one before.
Yeah.
Defense from Smith.
And they are the type of players, you give them an inch, they'll take miles. They'll fight, they'll look to put you down. When they put you down, they'll keep you down.
Smith drives to cover point for 1.
Add to that, Tom Morris, that was a full toss.
Yes. I was trying to be kind.
It was 2 balls later than Bharat's prediction.
Yeah.
So when the opposition attacks you and counter-attacks you and shows you that they mean business, it's hard to just switch on. You cannot. It's a lifestyle. Cricket is somewhat that.
Carey cuts. That ball bounced. Used the facilities, and he cuts well. They'll settle for 1 to deep cover point. End of the over. The Australians 3 for 309. SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. Call 1-800-646464.
Living with diabetes? Ditch finger pricks with Freestyle Libre. Freestyle Libre is a small wearable sensor that monitors your glucose levels and trends and bangs them straight to your phone. Instant up-to-date feedback. No finger pricks. How good is that? And you can trial Freestyle Libre for only $15. Just head to freestylelibre.com.au to find out how. T's and C's apply. Follow directions for use. Read warnings before purchase. Free yourself from finger pricks with Freestyle Libre.
SEN Test Cricket for the Henley's new breakthrough collection. Russell, homes from $227,900 and start building in just 12 weeks. So you can do that through Henley. Australia 3 for 309.
I mean, the rate at which, or the way Sri Lanka have performed, it might take them 12 weeks to get another wicket.
But looks like the Australians are building houses out on the golf pitch.
They already have. 3-story, 4-story.
They're going nowhere.
But I have to ask you, Russell, I mean, you played in an era of Sri Lankan cricket. I mean, you speak of intensity and just having turning pitches and going, hey, with the opposition will just crumble. But you had the great Muthaiya Muralidharan on your team, and I grew up watching that Sri Lankan team. I cannot imagine that Sri Lankan team ever going through the motions, even though they had Murali and some of the greatest cricketers to ever, come from this country. I can't imagine that team having lacked intensity.
No, there were characters, there were players who would compete for every inch, and hence that's why we were able to achieve quite a few results in our favor. Yes, there were times we were down, but we were able to bounce back very quickly. And there was a lot of pride involved in the players that we had at that stage, and that's why it was a good era where we probably had 7-8 players featuring in both formats. T20 was not around at that stage. Were consistent or constant in the teams.
Tries bowls. Carey just plotted it in the air and it lands safely.
Yeah, got a bit of bat and then just went up, but never near the keeper.
Kusal Mendis anticipated He moved across towards third man, but the edge that Alex Carey found was the bottom edge, and it went towards Silimidov. Too far for Kusal Mendy. It lobbed, but really too far for Mendes to get through. Now that tells you, that indication is that the pitch is now slowing up further. The ball is a lot softer. Through the shot early.
Left arm around the wicket to Carey is Jaisaria and it's defended back to him.
Even Steve Smith a few overs ago looked to drive on and almost lobbed it to the keeper. So it's slowing up. It's dying. And in the first test, I was telling you guys, first 2 days it fizzes, third day maybe, then it starts to slow down even further. You've got to be in a position.
Carey sweeps, Jaisaria beats the men in the ring and will get one to deep backward square. He moves to 124.
At that stage where you're on even Stevens with the opposition, that's where you survive. But if you're too far behind, time will wear you down.
Yeah, and it looks like that's where we're headed right now.
Australia's lead is 53. 228 overs the Australians have faced so far this series. They've lost 9 for 964. So they're still yet to take 10 wickets, the Sri Lankans.
Did Sri Lanka bat more overs when they scored that 952 against India?
I mean, look at that. Jaisaria bowled. Were you playing?
12th man.
Defence from Smith. Running a lot of gloves for Joe Warner and Sangakkara.
No, Sangakkara not around.
This is a Jayasuriya Mahan.
Oh, it's Jaisaria, sorry.
Yeah, Mahela Jayawardena's debut.
Yeah, was it? Jaisaria bowls, Smith defends into the onside.
He made 60 odd, didn't he?
Yeah, he got a half century.
So forgive my ignorance, who made all the runs then? Jaisaria?
Jaisaria got a 300, Roshan Mahanama got a 200. I think it was, they batted for over a day without losing a wicket.
It was then the highest partnership for any wicket.
Yep. India scored 550.
Yep.
Declared giving Sri Lanka the last hour to bat.
Jaisaria bowls, Smith on the back foot, picking a gap with an element of ease through the covers and picking it well. They'll get two. Fielded on the boundary. It's a long haul for these Sri Lankan fielders. Their whites aren't too wide anymore. There's plenty of dirt on the knees and on the chest. End of the over. Australia 3 for 312. SEN Test Cricket for the Henleys' new breakthrough collection. Homes from 227,900 and start building in 12 weeks.
What do you have for me, Q?
A watch, so you're punctual to get your Spectre tint installed.
Spectre, eh? The highest infrared heat rejection. Perfect.
And for backup, you'll also need Nano Ceramic Elite X paint protection. Extra shine, repels dirt, and the odd crossfire.
Very nice.
Could come in handy if you get shaken or stirred in the field.
Spectre Tint and Elite X paint protection. $200 off this month, only at Tintercar.
Bring it back in one piece, James.
You're listening to SEN Test Cricket with Tom Morris and Russell Arnold and Bharat Sundaresan. Australia 3 for 312 with 5 overs remaining in the day.
Russell, do you want to tell Tommy and all our young listeners what happened before that partnership?
Yeah, so Sri Lanka had the 1 hour to bat on the second day. Nilesh Kulkarni, left arm spinner for India. He got Marwan Athapattu out twice off the one ball. I'll explain what I mean. And never picked up a wicket ever after.
Yeah, that was his first ball in international cricket.
Marwan Athapattu stepped out to hit him over extra cover. Nick, collected by the keeper Mungia. Took the bails off, so he's caught behind and stumped.
Double play.
Double play.
Yeah.
That was the end of that.
Imagine that. That was Nilesh Kulkarni's first ball in international cricket. Imagine the high he would have felt that evening. And then Sri Lanka didn't lose a wicket for 2 more days.
And he never played again?
He did play 1 more test, I think, or a couple more
never took another wicket.
No.
And
I love that.
The game was called off an hour before the close. I had no say, no this, but I was like, why can't you bat that next hour? You're never going to get a chance to score 1,000. Then it was a little...
Who was the captain at the time?
Arjuna Ranatunga was the captain. Arvind De Silva got 100 later on. And come that 5th day, it was harsh. We were being mean as the youngsters around watching the Indian fielders running across, and we'd be like, it's going to fall over now, it's going to fall over now. That type of attitude and humour was around in the dressing room, but and Rahul Dravid after that game came into the dressing room, we will do that to you someday.
And he did it to a few different teams, maybe not to that level. If Ranatunga had been playing against Australia, they would have made 1,200, I reckon. They would have batted until stumps. So, change of bowling. Kamara, the right arm seam around the wicket to Carey, defends down the pitch. There's a silly mid off and a silly mid on, or a short mid on and a short mid off.
The game you were referring to, they were talking about Sangakkara and Jayawardene. They batted for a long time, put on 624, Bharat?
Yeah.
That's the record partnership for any wicket against South Africa.
In South Africa?
In Colombo.
In Colombo. I remember watching that.
Yeah, all this happened in Colombo. Around 2006, if I remember right. But Sri Lanka still went on to win that match. That's important.
Oh, wow. Kamara bowls, Carey defends.
We're talking about the Jayasuriya bowling a lot of overs last week. That game in 1997. So Muralidharan bowled 65 overs in the first innings when India made 537.
555 for 5. They were not all out.
No, 537 for 8. 8. And so in that second innings when Jayasuriya made 340 and Roshan Mahanama made 225 Tom.
Yep.
India had 3 spinners, Anil Kumble, Rajesh Chauhan and the aforementioned Nilesh Kulkarni. So
Nilesh Kuruvilla, the seamer.
Correct. And Venkatesh Prasad. So Nilesh Kulkarni bowled 69.5 overs after taking a wicket with his first ball. So 70 overs in all.
A double play wicket. Carey is on strike. And he goes back to cut and he'll get a single. No, he won't. Steve Smith sends him back to wide mid-off. Rightly so.
So 70 overs for Nilesh Kulkarni, 72 overs for Anil Kumble, and 78 overs for the off-spinner Rajesh Chauhan.
78 overs.
So all 3 spinners together bowled
3 days.
Yeah, 210 overs between them.
So what allowed you to bat for that long? Like, was the game...
The pitch was flat, so the Sri Lankans decided, look, we're not going to get anything out of this.
And just bat.
We had to get to 500, we had to get a lead and then see what happens. Pitch was such that... No, you're not gonna get anything out of this. And
Carey defends. Talk about PlayStation scores.
And you don't allow the Indians to bat either because it's painful. There's a bowling in it. So.
I'd forgotten about this though, Russell. Arjuna was run out 86. That wouldn't have gone down well with the captain. Missing out on 100 on that pitch.
Can I see the scorecard? You there?
It could be a walkout even. Because Arjuna rarely ran between the wickets.
That's correct.
I mean, they were 1 for 39, then 2 for... Hang on. 1 for 39, then 1 for 615. Sorry, I'm just going to see that. 1 for 39, you're thinking for a chance here. Kamara's bowling to Carey, who defends again.
That's when Atapudu was dismissed by Nilesh Kulkarni. And then
caught and stumped.
That is amazing. And Aravinda De Silva, I mean, he comes in at 2 for 615 and decides, I'm going to make 126.
And imagine that's Mahela's debut.
Well, he got 66 himself, batting at 2 for 6. Chaminda Vas 11 not out, my man. I love Chaminda Vas. Oh, wow. That's a great scorecard.
The South African attack had the likes of Dale Steyn in that team.
Sean Pollock, I think.
Polly.
Nantini. Carey drives through the covers. He hits it absolutely beautifully. Crunch. Half volley. Don't bowl there to Carey. He's in red-hot touch. 128. End of the over. Australia is 3 for 316.
Did you know that Cobram Estate extra virgin olive oil supports heart health when consuming 2 or more 15ml serves per day as part of a balanced diet? Cobram Estate is made from olives grown in northern Victoria, which are harvested and first cold pressed within 4 to 6 hours to create a premium quality oil. This is why every bottle is fresh and full of flavour, making your food taste even better. Cobram Estate, premium quality, great tasting, and the most awarded Australian extra virgin olive oil.
4 overs remaining in what has been, in the end, a wretched day for Sri Lanka. Bharat Sundaresan and Russell Arnold. It's 4:59 p.m. local time, and it can't come quick enough for the Sri Lankans when they flick off the bails, these 2 umpires. 3 for 316. Australia leads by 59 runs. Alex Carey, 128. Steve Smith, 117.
Yeah, and... thankfully for Sri Lanka, it's just, or mercifully, just
you're talking big scores. Well, I'm declaring my innings at the moment.
Thanks to Russell Arnold. Great to have him on commentary with us. Smith defends the left-arm spinner in Jayasuriya. No run. That's great historical stuff, Bharat. That gets me going. And the fact that Russell was there for that. Anyway.
Yeah, to be 12th man for that game.
Yeah. Jaisaria has bowled 23.1 overs. He's only taken one for. He's bowling to Smith. He's backing across, and he's relentless in finding that gap at square leg, wherever it is. Steve Smith is so hungry for runs. He's 118.
Yeah, and just finish up on that game, 1997. Tom, obviously, this is before the internet and mobile phones, and I was, 11 or 12 at that point. So, go to school, come back, Jayasuriya and Mahanama are still batting. Next, sleep, wake up, go to school, come back, Jayasuriya and Mahanama are still batting. And it was only, they were dismissed on the third day, or what was, I think, day 5. Crazy stuff.
And they could have kept batting if they wanted to. Aravinda wanted to get in. Carey, reverse paddle, single to third man.
And the whole buzz, I remember going into day 4, it must have been, was if Jayasuriya could break Brian Lara's record, because Brian Lara had just broken Gary Sober's record and made 375. What that happened in 94. So this was 3 years later. Obviously, it was broken by Matthew Hayden. 6 years from that point on, and then Brian Lara took it back.
Very shortly after, from memory. A few months after, wasn't it?
2004, yeah.
It was certainly a carrot for him against England in the West Indies. That's more my era. Jayasuriya to Smith, defensive onto the onside. Not to say that I love cricket from the 90s and even earlier. There's some great historical stories, but I wasn't sitting up watching Sri Lanka versus India in 1997 when I was 6 years old. The scorecard itself is enough entertainment for me. Passes the umpire, Jayasuriya. He's not moving overly quickly, and Smith defends back to him, and Jayasuriya throws it back to Smith, who then shadow bats it. Just seeing if he can get some runs through the keeper, and Mendes is up to the task.
Yeah, some frustration coming through for Prabhat Jayasuriya. It's not really been the kind of series he would have expected it to be against Australia.
Jayasuriya bowls, and Smith watches it onto the bat and defends it into the pitch on the offside, like he's playing backyard cricket. It's certainly the Steve Smith we know and love. SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. Call 1-800-646464. Australia 3 for 318.
Love your footy? Make sure you head to your local club for the official NRL Vegas watch party. On Sunday, March 2, clubs across the state will be celebrating the start of the NRL season. Plus, there'll be 22 special event hubs hosted by NRL legends serving up Vegas-themed food and fun. Get to an official watch party to take part in 2 exclusive competitions where you'll have the chance to win one of 2 double passes to NRL Vegas 2026, among others. T's and C's apply. Head to yourlocalclub.com.au to find out more.
27 overs down in this session. The Aussies have put on 121. They haven't lost a wicket. In fact, they've lost just 1 wicket since lunch in 56 overs. And in that time, they've made 233 runs. Alex Carey is on strike, 3 for 318.
Well, the singing has commenced. Sounds more Australian than Sri Lankan to me. The Australian fans have had an absolute blast, especially in the last 4 or so hours. It was thrilling the start of the day when wickets were falling.
Kamara has bowled 5 overs for 28, and Carey drives on the up to wide, a bit off, and will get a single. So there's 3 signs up on the fort, Bharat. If you're just joining us, we spoke earlier about the Rob Quiney end, which I just love, being a Victorian. St Kilda Cricket Club as well. Come on, Aussie, come on. Stock standard, but good support. And then the one just next to Come on, Aussie, come on reads Fort 13.
They haven't been too rowdy, though. They haven't, yeah, of course. We saw it yesterday as well. They haven't really quite lived up to their billing.
The rowdy fans?
Yeah. And the singing, though, is coming from the Fort 13 area to their credit.
And the Biot Kangaroo was there as well. There's some Justin Bieber music a bit earlier on. There's certainly a party vibe here in the afternoon. It actually reminded me a bit of the West Indies with the vuvuzelas or the horns. Not sure if they are vuvuzelas. That's from the...
Now, they have their own party stands in the Caribbean, of course.
Kamara opened the bowling. He's bowling to Smith, who defends into the offside, and they're going to sneak through for 1. If only just as a throw at the non-striker's end. But Smith is just using the angles of his bat superbly. You run out of superlatives with Steve Smith. He's faced 232 balls, an exhibition and concentration. Carey's only faced 147. He's 130.
Oh, as brilliant as Steve Smith has been today, and as he was last week, Alex Carey's matched him. the way he's dominated spin, all the sweep shots to different parts of the ground, the way he's hit down the ground against spin, and the way he's just motored on in the last 45 minutes or so.
Yeah. Mara bowls, Carey drives through the covers, and there's a man in the deep now, deep cover point. Not moving too well down there, must be said. I think that's Pierce.
They had a good start to the day, didn't they? Sri Lanka, the last wicket partnership, adding 28, 29 runs. So had some sort of momentum, then getting Travis Head and Marnus early, 2 for 37 Australia were. At that point you thought maybe it'll be one of those close tests where the first innings scored, it's close to what Sri Lanka made, and then it's a one innings shootout. Well, that's not how it looks like at the moment.
3 for 91 these trains were as well, so the Sri Lankans fancied themselves at that point. Smith defends, stuck on the crease, no run. I say stuck on the crease, he's happy to be on the crease. He shuffles across, he gets his bat in front of his shins, and he stands chest onto the umpire and plays it, as I said earlier, a bit like a French cricketer. That's his style. Wouldn't put it in the coaching manual, but it's unequivocally working for him. 36 test match centuries. And based on his trend, which is an upward trajectory, there's more to come, Baz.
Oh, many, many more to come.
Maybe 5 more to equal Ricky Ponting. Imagine that.
To start with, I would say.
Yeah, he's only 35 years old. Kamara bowls, Smith defends, making it look very easy. The way he's batting makes it look like they're just bowling underarm to him. That's how much time he has.
Yeah, I mean, Kumara has been pretty ineffective. He's brought into the side to add some extra pace, try and get a few balls to skid through. But like the rest of the Sri Lankan bowling, like the rest of the team, it's been substandard, really. Not good enough at this level. And it's barely tested the Australian batters, especially these two.
I think they've actually enjoyed it. Last ball of the over. Smith on strike, defending just square of the man at cover for no run. Well, there's 2 overs remaining in the day. Australia lead by 64. They're 3 for 321.
Love your footy? Make sure you head to your local club for the official NRL Vegas watch party. On Sunday, March 2, clubs across the state will be celebrating the start of the NRL season. Plus, there'll be 22 special event hubs hosted by NRL legends serving up Vegas-themed food and fun. Get to an official watch party to take part in 2 exclusive competitions where you'll have the chance to win one of 2 double passes to NRL Vegas 2026, among others. T's and C's apply. Head to yourlocalclub.com.au to find out more.
3 for 321. 78 overs in. Means the second new ball will be due from the first ball tomorrow morning. It's 5:08 p.m. local time here in Gaul. We're getting another full day of cricket, which is fantastic to see. The sun will set soon. Not a cloud in the sky. It's been hot. It's been humid. That's the MO here in Gaul. Jaisurya bowling to Carey. Reverse paddle. It's full. And he's able to get some bat on it. Get himself down to non-strikers then. He moves to 132. Bryce McGain. We've got 11 balls remaining in the day, and the Sri Lankans are thoroughly out of answers.
They're beaten, aren't they? They look distraught. About at least half a dozen of them look like they've got stones in their shoes. They're hobbling around out there. It's been tough yards, and it happens when there's a partnership like this. This is a partnership of just epic proportions. They've made the very difficult look so easy.
Yeah. What Smith does, problem solver, and he has an appeal for caught behind. Jaisurya spinning it away from the right-hander. We've seen it a number of times. He wants to talk to De Silva at first slip and say, let's have a look. But no one else was really interested. It was a delicious delivery. And the Sri Lankans only have 1 unsuccessful review remaining. You may as well take it if you think it, but it feels like De Silva and the other senior members of the team aren't interested. We actually have seen some plays and misses unlike the first test. The left arm spinner has beaten the bat on a number of occasions, and right arm spinners have beaten Alex Carey, but they've just ticked along. It hasn't affected their stroke play or their run scoring. Speaking of stroke play, Steve Smith finds a single to deep cover.
I got something for you, Tom.
Oh, I love it when you bring content. What do you got for me?
Yeah, I've got something for you. Where are we? Ball number 3. We got time. This over.
Yeah, we've got time.
You want it.
Okay. Drives through to Carey. Another lap sweep. I'd love to see his wagon wheel. Gets a single to deep backward square leg. He moves to 133.
He's got a very strong spoke in that region on the wagon wheel. Bryce and Tom, did you know that exactly 10 years ago today, you played against each other? Tom made 28, Bryce 2 for 30. Thanks, Ben. I've been waiting all afternoon for us to get on together for that one. Are you happy with the 28? You didn't quite make the newspaper. 30 gets you in the newspaper.
I remember the game.
Do you?
Yeah. That is.
2 for 30.
Who won?
I must have bowled 40 overs.
Jaisaria bowls, Smith defends.
I suppose that's what matters, doesn't it? I don't know who won. Ben might be able to help us out with that, but I don't know.
I think it was on the Harry Trot. I'd been dropped from the first to the second. My first game in the twos was against Paran. And Bryce was playing. That was 10 years ago today.
Isn't that cool?
We worked that out. Smith defends back to Jaisaria.
What was I doing in the twos?
Oh, come on, Bryce.
I was 75.
Yeah. That's right. 3 for 324.
If you're looking for the best pumps to get rainwater into your house or to water your home patch, then look no further than Australia's favourite pumps, Grundfos. The range includes the famous Grundfos CMB and Jet range of domestic water pumps, variable speed pumps, including submersibles, drainage and wastewater pumps. The Grundfos CM Booster SP recently won a ProductReview.com product award, making it an instant Aussie favourite. Check out these and the entire Grundfos range at your local Nutrien Water store or visit nutrienwaterstore.com.au.
This partnership for the fourth wicket is 233 and it's unbeaten. Carey has contributed all of his 133, obviously, came in at number 5 for the first time in his Test career. Steve Smith has made 93 in this partnership. So Smith is 120, Carey's 133. It's a procession and we have the last throw of the day about to begin. Kamara bowling right arm around the wicket. He's seamed to Carey off his hips. They should get 2 to deep backward square. They're going to try. They will. Angelo Matthews. You would have thought Angelo Matthews, being a 117 Test veteran, would be able to get out a fine leg. But alas, he fields and throws it in on the bounce.
I think he wants to be there, but yeah, he has suffered in the outfield.
Do you remember
the entirety of the first innings last week, and he's been out there all day today.
Do you remember that game?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, the wicket had an issue the second week, didn't it? Is that game?
At the Trot.
Yeah, it hadn't been prepared, or they prepared the wrong one or something.
I don't think I didn't face you. You were off by that point. It was medium pace. Carey defending to the onside. Daniel Vandermeer playing.
Nice.
Jacob Seri playing.
Yeah.
Maybe Nick Blaish.
Could have been.
Yeah.
Lead by 69 here.
Anyway, enough of us. We're not talking about District Second 11 cricket forever. It's just that it's the 10-year anniversary, Bryce.
Yeah, I know.
And
it's a celebration.
Of a
Who would have thought
game.
at that game
Yes.
that we would be here in 10 years' time? Who knows where you'll be in 10 years' time, but
yeah,
make the most of it.
That's right. You'll be in your early 60s by then, Bryce.
I was then.
Mara bowls, Carey defends a slower ball. You'll still be bowling leg spin by then.
Well, I'm not giving it away.
No way.
No.
You won't be bowling off. Did you ever bowl off spin?
No.
You never even tried?
No. Far too easy.
Right.
I just did. I don't actually know why I do it. It just came out that way as a kid, and it just made sense, and it just that just seemed a lot easier than anything else.
Amazing.
I think there's a number of spinners, and I spoke to Warney about this, and he goes, I don't know why I did it.
Yeah.
And I don't know why I did it. It's just how I bowl. So, yeah.
Not many leg spinners
maybe they're born.
Second last ball of the day. Kamara bowls straight. Carey defends down to mid-on.
No, there weren't many in the 80s.
Who were Australia's leg spinners in the 80s? Skull had retired by then.
He'd packed it in by then. Sound Asleep.
Oh, Peter Sleep.
Yeah.
Who else?
Well, then it sort of got into the era of Warren McIntyre.
When did Terry Jenner play?
60s.
So he's well before then.
Yeah, 60s, 70s.
So Warren was
big
next.
wrong it. Jim Higgs was, obviously, 70s.
I played against him. Crusaders. This is the second last ball of the day. My apologies. And Carey defends into the offside. These poor Sri Lankans. They thought they were a sniff, didn't they? 3 for 91. It's almost like the Australians teased them and said, no, you guys can think you're a chance. Nah. Carey and Smith can bat for the rest of the day.
Bat once, bat big. It's always been their plan. We didn't think it was going to be possible at the start of today's play. just given the conditions, how dangerous everything looked. It looked like a minefield out there. It honestly did, and they've made the very difficult look so easy, both these two. The lead now, they go in with a lead of 69. It's remarkable.
Last ball of the day, Carey off his hips, down to fine leg for 4. If that's not a reflection of this day, then I don't know what is. Alex Carey playing from the crease with ease, his favourite fine leg region, and he finishes the day with a boundary. 139 not out, and he'll go on tomorrow a happy man. Steve Smith, 120 not out, and Bryce at stumps. Australia walk in with some handshakes from the Sri Lankans, it must be said as well, which is good sportsmanship, at 3 for 330.
Well, the key to that also is the 80 overs. They're going at over 4 and over. So it hasn't just been a grind and stuck in the slowness of the pitch. That they've battered, they've accelerated at times. It's been an extraordinary partnership as these two guns come off to a huge ovation. All the Australian supporters on the hill, up in the Gaul Cricket Club members in the stands. They are all acknowledging what a superb afternoon this has been.
I love seeing Steve Smith specifically acknowledge the Gaul fort. Come on, Aussie, come on. Fort 13, the Rob Quiney end. Alex Carey's chuffed. They'll be physically tired, but boy, should they be proud, these two Australians. The Sri Lankans for a while, it was almost level pegging with 257 on the board, 3 for 91. Webster to come, Inglis to come, Connolly to come. Not a lot of cricket from those three at this level. Not that it mattered. It was Carey and Steve Smith who came together, and they've taken the Australians to what would have to be pretty much an unlosable situation now for the Aussies. There's something would have to go drastically wrong for the Aussies to fall from here. Yes, they'll bat last. Yes, the pitch is spinning and spinning sharply, but they've got 7 wickets in hand, and the Sri Lankans, try as they might, are out of answers.
I might just correct you there. I'm not sure they'll have to bat last.
Oh, right, yes.
Yeah, they just won't. They are set up now. They've got the extra batsmen in because they saw the conditions earlier. And it is certainly of benefit to the Sri Lankans in the score that they posted there, 257. The extra batter contributed immensely. That was Ramesh Mendez. He got 28 in a good partnership with Kusal Mendez, who was 85 not out in the end. But Australia have just taken this away. Well, I didn't think it was possible, but maybe I underestimated just how good Steve Smith is. He's been able to do it in 2 innings here in Gaul in the most difficult conditions to face for an Australian, spinning conditions, and he's just solved everything that's thrown at him. And Alex Carey, it's a real coming of age for him this whole tour. His wicket keeping has gone to another level. He's international world class, right at the top pointy end there. The work that he does, and now his batting mirrors that immensely. This has just been a superb Australian cricket day.
And it's 2 long days for Alex Carey. As we said, he had 71 overs with a helmet on yesterday keeping. He's now batted for an extended period of time this afternoon. He was here early, as we mentioned earlier, before even his teammates arrived. You know, this is a proper shift from Alex Carey with gloves and bat. And, you know, there'll be people that say his position was never in danger. I thought Josh Inglis's form was making it more of a conversation than what it was before, simply because Inglis is such a good player. But Carey has rammed that door shut. He is Australia's wicketkeeper. He's Australia's middle order batter, whether it's 5, 6 or 7, and he's a leader. And he will get to the World Test Championship final and the Ashes, and absolutely so he should. He's proving himself to be an improving cricketer at the age of 33.
Tom, he's been absolutely superb, and just seeing his work ethic here firsthand before the game, the work that he does with his keeping coach in Andre Borovic, the relationship they have together, they enjoy each other's company, that together they're on this journey. And I know that Andre will say, no, I'm in the background, it's over to him, but he's loving working with him. It's a combination for Australia that is working immensely, and well, I still think Josh Inglis has a big part to play. Absolutely. And with the bat, he showed that in the last innings in the last test. But this is definitely Australia's day.
Bryce, well done today. We'll see you tomorrow. Look forward to your coverage, and thanks to the rest of the team at home as well for guiding us through what has been Australia's day. Mitch and Salty and Pato and everyone else involved in the SEN Test cricket production. Travis Head for 21, Usman Khawaja for 36, Marnus Labuschagne, that's an issue we'll talk about over the next 24 hours for 4 and on the new ball tomorrow. Steve Smith, 120. Alex Carey, 139 not out. Both red ink. That partnership, 239. You can join Bharat, Sundaresan and me on the new ball tomorrow from 2 p.m. Australian Eastern Daylight Savings Time. The first ball will be from 3:30. For now, it's goodbye from Gaul.
Round the wicket to Kusal. Field spread, catches the call, but he gets it wide of the man at cover. Out to deep mid off, parries it over the boundary. Mitchell Stark had a lot of work to do, wheeling around from long off. 2 left in the over. Kusal sweeps, gets it fine at Carey for 4. Got down low, just enough on it. Kuhnemann up. Bowls here, 5 catching men. Oh, goes second slip. Nice take from Webster. That'll be that. Kamara is the final wicket to fall. Kuhnemann gets a third. They're all out for 257. A sharp chance at second slip. Kuhnemann up. Bowls here, 5 catching men. Oh, goes second slip. Nice take from Webster. That'll be that. Kamara is the final wicket to fall. Kuhnemann gets a third. They're all out for 257. A sharp chance at second slip. Head beautifully balanced again. He's punching that through cover point. He's hit that so well. 4 runs. Oh, Travis Head. Harris bowls. Edge gone. Caught it first slip. Down the track. Head on the advance. Little bit of turn taken by Dhananjaya de Silva at first slip. Here's the projection. It'll be 2 reds for sure at the start. That's confirmed. All the way back and hitting leg stump. Sri Lanka have got bang bang. 2 for 37. Jayasuriya having an impact right away.
What's noticeable is that it's probably the first time in his career where there's all of a sudden this dynamic in the group and pushing from below. You just wonder whether that's all playing out in Marnus's mind. And only he knows that, because it's the first time he's really been challenged for his spot in his team throughout his career.
Jayasuriya wanders up, he bowls. Smith drives through the 2 men in the short cover region for 4. He's picking that gap like a surgeon.
Smith on 23. Waits for Nishan. Bowls here. Hits him on the pad. Spinning back and given. Joel Wilson gives Smith out. Watching for the projection. First red will be fine. Second one will be decisive. It is impact outside comfortably. Khawaja faces his shot. Hits him on the pad. Bang in front. Gotta be close. Given. Khawaja went back and misread it off the turf. Here's the projection. 2 reds to start as we thought. What's it hitting? It's hitting leg stump.
Mendes bowls. It's a full toss. And Carey paddles it around the corner. It's the perfect ball for that sort of shot. And that runs away from 4. And extra cover. They're trying to block that area. And he goes over the top of the bowler's head and hits it absolutely beautifully, Steve Smith, all the way for 6.
Yeah, it's vintage Steve Smith, that.
Bowls to Carey here. Mendes, who goes up and over the top of mid-on. No fielder back. Hits it over the rope anyway. Great shot, super contact. Carey to 29 with a bullet. Jayasuriya bowls to Smith on 49 and he pulls behind square, gets a boundary and gets the 50 as well. Got down nice and low. The 77th time in Test cricket that Smith passes 50. Ramesh bowls and playing through the offside, out through point.
Take 4.
How about that against the spin? It's been a hallmark of Smith's innings today. Jayasuriya ambles up bowls here. Smith driving again through the covers. That's a stunner. Playing with the spin, but had to bisect the 2 catching covers. Where on earth has he found the room? Kamara to Carey. Round the wicket, forward end bowls here. Back of a length, hooks it off his hip or pulls it off his hip. Yeah. Finds the gap, great shot. Nishan bowls to Carey. He plays straight at the man at cover. Down to long off for a beautiful half century. That's the 11th time in Test cricket that Alex Carey's passed 50.
Carey sweeps, just gets some glove or maybe some bat on it. Down to fine leg, it's long chase, he won't get there. The fielder, Carey, again sweeping fine. He's picking gap beautifully. Last ball, Kaminder's second over. He's gone for 5. Smith pulls it away. Has he got it into the gap? He does! Steve Smith holds his baggy green aloft for the 2nd time in a week and a half. Bharat claps, Bryce claps, and Carey gives his captain a hug. What a player. As much as he loves England and Australia, the subcontinent is where he does his absolute best work. The Sri Lankans must be sick of him. He kisses the baggy green. Yet another Test ton. Number 36 for Steve Smith. 191 balls. He's dug the Australians out, and now he's ramming the advantage home.
take a bow, Steve Smith, the best Australian batter in history.
It's just been a superb innings. He has made what is a very difficult surface look so easy. What 100.
Carey on 79 as we start the fresh hour. He goes back and he pulls and he gets it in the gap as well. And it races away for 4. He's hammered that short arm jab stuff. Jayasuriya bowls, Carey sweeps well. Out through square leg, finds the gap, gets it there. What a shot. Carey, brilliant. Up to 96. Jayasuriya bowls to Carey. He's on 96, facing up here, sweeping again, gets it out to square leg, finds the gap a second time, sneaks it through for 4. Alex Carey raises his arms in celebration. A second test ton for the South Australian. And a superb one at that. From the moment that he walked out this afternoon, he was a sea of calm, putting maximum pressure back onto the Sri Lankan spinners, sweeping all the way. Super stuff from Alex Carey, 100 not out.
Last ball of the day, Carey off his hips, down to fine leg for 4. If that's not a reflection of this day, then I don't know what is. Alex Carey playing from the crease with ease. Australia walk in at 3 for 330.